Meeting 2024. I would ask you all now to pull up a chair, find some friends to sit with, introduce yourselves. If you don't know everybody at your table, very informal during the day. If you need water, coffee, help your... I'm sorry, sir, I'm trying to talk here. Baker, is that your name? Yeah, if you could just kind of park it there. You never mind, I know you're an elder, but you know, this is... This is about the members, not the elders. Good to see you, Les, as always, and your sidekick. Yes, very good to see you, Janice. Right. Anyway, good to see you all. Happy snow day to start off the winter season here in Claytley Country. Thank you to Chief and Council for arranging to have the welcome Christmas, early Christmas weather. Well done, everybody. But I need your help. Before we jump into your program, and we'll start with an update on important business from Chief and Council, could you all join me, please, in recognizing a very special birthday today for Ms. Tashina Seymour? A one, two, three. Happy birthday to you. Hey, happy birthday to you, Tash. Happy birthday, dear Tashina. Happy birthday to you, and many more. 29 years old, Tashina Seymour, everybody. She's one of those fabulous people that just doesn't seem to age year in and year out. And the good news for me is she promised to never talk to me again if we sang her happy birthday. So I've got one less thing I have to worry about now. Right, Tash? Absolutely. All right, you've got a copy of your agenda. You gather a couple of times a year to hear from Chief and Council and administration about the business of your nation. And that's really what today's all about, except Les looks like he's been doing some early Christmas shopping. Is that something for me, or? Okay. You can give it to me. Thanks, Jan. You can give it to me. Yeah, whatever. Oh, bear green. It'll regrow my hair. Excellent. Another Claytley solution for those of us who are a little bit follically challenged, right? Okay. And if it worked for you, Les, I will be very privileged to try some. So we're going to hear from Chief and Council. Then we're going to ask your Executive Director, Tofik, to come up and provide an update. And then we have a projects section after the finance team. Devin and Nasser are going to give you an update on where you stand financially and what to look forward to in the next 6 months or so. You know, our world is rapidly changing, and the impacts are always on the bottom line. So we've got a full day. Lunch, coffee breaks, nutrition breaks this afternoon. Sonia wants your time and attention for your custom election law process, which is underway. And then we've got a very special presentation from a very talented group about the need for wills and estate planning, important things that most of us sometimes don't like to think about. But when you get to be my age, you better be on top of these things and make sure your family is well looked after whenever the time comes that they should have some instructions as to how to move forward. So we've got a full day, lots of door prizes. Anybody else's birthday, just let me know. Claytley members love singing happy birthday. And if there's anything else to celebrate, anniversaries, bar mitzvahs, whatever it may be, just come and see me and we'll sneak it in. So with that, again, very formal. We just ask you to keep the conversations down a little bit so our elders can hear who is up here at the microphone doing the presentation. And if you get a call from a family member, something going on, please just step out in the lobby and take the call there. You've got all the space in front of the House of Ancestors Cafe. And of course, our Claytley safety moment. I always like to keep safety important and in front and simple. I've always said here at HOA, I call it for short, if something goes on, you hear the alarm go, just follow Crystal Gibbs, who none of us has trouble seeing. She's that beautiful, tall person. If Crystal's heading that way, just follow her. Or, right. And then for a few special people, she's got a back room she likes to direct us to. But we'll make sure you get out safely, and then we'll meet out front of the building and make sure everybody's out and safe. Anything I've forgotten, Crystal? Should we get going? Cash stand drummers. Oh my goodness, that fabulous Clarence, how are you, buddy? Are you going to drum with your fellow drummers, or are you just going to wave at me? Okay, so let's have a warm Clayton welcome to get your MGM started. Let's hear it for the Cash stand drummers. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. There we go. Come on, Pat Seymour and friends. Thank you, Domo, for giving them a good warm round of applause to get us started. Don't be shy, drummers. You rarely are. Come on up here on stage. Our elders like to be able to see who's up front singing and saying what. Was that a look I just got? I expect that from some of our elders, not our elders in training. No, you haven't taught me. Okay. Cash stand drummers, everyone.
All right, Banda Hunzu, everyone. So we're going to start our morning by waking everybody up with the Cree morning song called Wa Niska. Kim Gucci shared this song with us. It originated obviously with the Cree Nation and the story of a young member of that community that would run through the community every morning and wake everyone up. So if you know the song, feel free to join us. So it's Wa Niska. are awake.
One song, I always like three. Let's hear it, please, for the Cashtan Drummers. Yes. Anybody still feeling snoozy? Anybody actually sleeping? If you can sleep through the Cashtan Drummers, I want what you had in your coffee, because it must be working. Thanks very much, Cashtan Drummers, and we may call upon you later in the day for a second tune, right, Pat Seymour? Okay, just say yes. That's perfect. Thank you, Patsy. And a great way to get our day started. So, before we get moving, as we do with all of your important gatherings, your AGM in the springtime, your MGM at this time of year in the fall season, we have talented minute takers, and I want you all to join me, please, to give a warm welcome to two UNBC grad students. Michaela Carr and Melissa Bates will be your minute takers for today. And if you see any spelling mistakes when those minutes get posted, you'll know who to talk to, Michaela and Melissa. And we thank them for that. So, this today is about Chief Counsel and Administration and friends updating you all on the business of your nation. So let's get started, as we do pretty much every time we gather, with what we call the Chief and Counsel updates. And I would like to invite Chief Darlene Logan forward to start us off today, and then we'll hear from our other counselors who are with us as well. Chief Darlene Logan, please.
Howdy. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad you made it. We didn't anticipate the snowstorm that was happening outside. So for those at home, howdy. The roads are slippery, and if you can, do stay home and watch us live on YouTube or whatever we're streaming on Facebook or something. So, okay, so welcome to their 2024 AGM, or MGM. I believe this is our first one. We usually do video updates and put them out every quarterly, but so today's update is from since our AGM in May, and you're going to hear from Chief and Counsel and some staff and what's going on. And we will be here all day at our tables here and all around. We'll be moving around all day. Our staff are all along doing trade show styles. I encourage everyone to go see them because they do have door prizes. So unlike the AGM, we do not have the budget to bring everybody home, but hopefully the next one will be scheduled sometime in the summer, and that's when everyone comes home for it. So again, welcome everybody online, those connecting live stream. Before I go any further, I do want to acknowledge those members who have passed since our last gathering in May, and respect to their families. So we lost Leo Donald in August, and then a couple of months later, we lost his dad, Obi O'Donnell. And in between there, in September, that week, within a week, our nation experienced a significant loss with Josie Paul, and 5 days later, Edith Frederick. They were fierce advocates for our language, our culture, and our community, and they will both be greatly missed. Since their passing, we've had several of our younger generation stepping forward to learn the language and to one day teach us. So I do have to acknowledge the ones that have, at the funeral, stepped up was Georgina Joseph, Jennifer Piggin, and Kalani Rose. They jumped in with both feet, and they want to learn the language, and they're passionate about it. So hopefully they'll get their teaching certificates, and we'll all be able to learn the language. So at this time, so looking back at the past year, we have all lost a lot of members passing, unfortunately. So I'd like to take a moment, so if everyone could stand, remove their hats, and observe a moment of silence for all the members that have passed this year. Thank you. Their memories will live on for generations. And for the ones that are jumping in both feet with their language, I encourage you to speak to our language. We still have a lot of language holders here. Some are a little shy, but I encourage you to reach out to the elders and learn, and if you can, tape them, because it's just, I hear Bill Poser's dictionary, and I can hear, like, mainly Mary Gucci out there saying all the words. And like I was telling these lovely people at this table here, that I can hear the word, my mind hears it, but I go to speak it and gets lost in translation, so I can't get the glottal stop quite right yet. So it's very important that we learn how to say it and say it properly. So this morning you'll hear from the rest of council that are here. Some will be online, and our executive director. We will also receive a financial update from our finance manager and auditor. And we have set some time aside before lunch to discuss completed ongoing potential projects in our nation. This afternoon we're going to hear from Sonia Piggin and her work with developing the custom elections. So she's going around having meetings and getting community input. And something few of us want to think about is, of course, is wills. But it is so important to have wills. We've experienced some with all the losses that we've had within our community, the importance of a will, of what, honestly, I just learned this the other day, is from an elder, is like banking issues. One member's had a lot of them. One is, they're supposed to put upon their death, which I did not know you're supposed to put that in there to release funds from their banking stuff. So it's something that we all need to know. And plus we're going to have prizes, and looks like you guys have a good chance of winning. And we'll have good food, amazing food from the hall as always, and to be a chance to connect with each other throughout the day. So a lot has happened this year that impacts our nation and our future. The recent BC election means we'll be working with Premier Eby and his team. In fact, we've already been in contact to arrange discussions with the Premier and his new cabinet once they figure out who's going where. We also meet and work with the BC Conservative MLAs who are representing our territory. Our story and a vision for a vibrant, sustainable future remains the same, no matter which political party we meet with. In the late summer, we had the announcement of Fortescue, that is the hydrogen project that was going to be in our territory, was not going to proceed. Unfortunately, they needed way too much power than BC Hydro could allot. And also we've had some more sawmill closures announced in the forestry district. The forestry right now is a tough one, but we'll get through it. But on the positive side, we have our partners Arbius that are continuing to construct their biofuels plant. We are particularly pleased in our own logging company, LTN Contracting, that is a part of this new green energy project. About the only thing I know for sure is that while uncertainty will continue, the priorities of Chief and Council and our administration remain the same. Our priorities continue to be to invest in our youth, take care of our elders, and strengthen our nation. I believe strongly that if we stay focused on these priorities, it will not matter how much uncertainty we have faced. If we stay so focused on our priorities and not get caught up in the noise made by others, we will continue to be the owners and the stewards of our unceded territory and grow stronger as a nation in the process. So our youth, my message to our youth, our younger generation today, get ready, absolutely get ready. Our nation needs you, and you will be our leaders. So strongly advise you, prepare. It's coming. And our Chief and Council administration are investing in our youth with this in mind. I'm so proud of our younger members who have joined our youth intern program this summer. They participated in several activities aimed at allowing them to get to know the nation better and how it operates. Our interns spent their time in key departments, job shadowing our managers and staff. They learned more about how we managed our business day in and day out. And the feedback we received from the youth interns has been incredibly positive, and we're already looking forward to duplicating this program next summer. And it's tough being a youth these days, and especially when you have to be extremely careful on the internet. The internet used to be a fun information gathering thing, but now it's turned into a danger for our youth. So just be careful, especially if you're adding friends to whatever program or thing, whatever you have on there, even gaming, be extremely careful. And let your parents know who you're playing games with online, or your aunt or your uncle, grandma, grandpa, anybody. So they face daily education challenges in a system that requires substantial changes to accommodate Indigenous experiences. And just being Indigenous presents its own challenges, including systemic racism and discrimination. Our pledge to the youth is that we will do everything in our power to support you on your journey through life and help to let you know that you're not alone. We're here, the elders are here, and what I call the in-betweeners between youth and elders. So our nation is essentially one big family, which has grown together over thousands of years. We don't always agree with each other, which is good, because everyone should have their own opinion and voice, and because that's what families do. But if one young member calls out for help, we will be there to respond and support them. And our elders. I spoke earlier about the loss of a couple of our key elders. The strength of Josie and the knowledge of Edie can never replace. At times like these, what we can do is remember our nation has been here for over 9,000 years. I know members just past had to deal with loss of cherished elders, but they persevere in their new elders emerging to guide us in our nation and help others learn our language, tradition, and our governance. And we will do that again in the coming months and years. This is our elders. Chief and Council Administration will continue to work hard with our elders. Our Elder Society continues to advocate and represent our elders and Claytley Tenay. They are working to ensure that we never lose our language, customs, and traditional practices. And we want to thank the elders in the society and not in the society for their dedication to sustain our nation and for their wisdom, their guidance, and to help us navigate through these uncertain times. Every nation in BC and across Canada faces similar challenges to those we face. Loss of language, asserting ownership over our unceded territory, sustaining to fight for clean water, and building bridges, which in our case means connecting our community, providing access to all services for all members. Whatever the challenges may be, I remain an optimistic that we will get there working together. I prefer to see the glasses half full, not half empty. I believe we will strengthen our nation through resilience, hard work, and supporting each other. Because, like you said, we have 9,000 years of experience to look back on. We will continue to make our nation stronger by working with the federal government. We can celebrate the announcement of the $16 million fish hatchery that is going to be built in our territory. That's amazing. And with the federal government working on our wastewater treatment project and our ongoing ancient forest project. We have served notice that we want them to work with the BC government and find the funds to build a bridge that can connect the north side and the south side, which is so important for infrastructure. INAC, so we got the wastewater. We've done the temporary shallow well both on the north side, but INAC, the federal government, will not fund two. So they will not put a wastewater and a well on the south side. So a bridge is very important so we can have all the infrastructure in for the south side. And we're finally getting the infrastructure, which took forever for the wastewater. But it means that we can start building homes on the north side because we didn't have the infrastructure for it before, but now it's all coming together. So we will continue to make our nation stronger by working with all levels of government, be federal, provincial, and municipal. Premier Eby has supported us in the past with engagement funding for the Center of Excellence for Children and Youth. Earlier this year, we received an overwhelming support from First Nations and local governments across northern BC. We will work with Premier Eby and his team to take this project to the next phase. So the Center of Excellence is slowly been working on it for the past 3 years, and it's for youth. Youth, our future. It is a place where we can get cognitive testing. It's a place where we could have somebody help with Jordan's Principle. If anyone's filled out for Jordan's Principles like this, the BITHIC. It's a place for rehab for our youth. It's so sad that we need a place for youth to have a drug and rehab, but it's true. It's a place where cognitive testing can be done. It's a place where a physician will be there, a child psychiatrist. As I'll just let you know, for cognitive testing, this is where we're losing our children. Unfortunately, a lot of our kids are not getting tested until grade 8. And unfortunately, they have some have disabilities, but weren't recognized until grade 8. And some of them, by grade 8, they get the school's testing, and they need to be further tested. They have to go to Kamloops or Vancouver or Victoria, and it's a 2-year waiting list. So now that child is in grade 10. And it's something we're working on. Hopefully it'll go through because, like I said, our children are our future. But they need to be early tested. They should be tested kindergarten, grade 1, and grade 2. Also, Premier Eby is aware of the need for our bridge project and improvements to our education system for our youth and our Indigenous learners. We will continue to strengthen our nation by working with the City of Prince George and Regional District of Fraser-Fort George. Earlier this year, we signed a memorandum of understanding to work closer together on health, addictions, housing, and other issues that may impact us. We continue to meet monthly with our local government partners to discuss issues of common interest and seek solutions that benefit everyone. We continue to strengthen our nation by working with other community partners. Their actions demonstrate their commitment and respectful acknowledgement that we are the rights and title holders of our territory, and that they sincerely want us to be part of the organization. The Prince George Cougars annually host an Indigenous Hockey Night in January. The Prince George Spruce Kings annually host a Truth and Reconciliation game in September. And for the second year in a row, the Prince George Kodiaks became the Clately Tenay Kodiaks for the annual Truth and Reconciliation game. This is so much fun, that game. These, these and many other special events held throughout the year demonstrate that we are being respected and included. These organizations want us to be part of what they are doing to make Prince George a better place for everyone. Perhaps most importantly, we continue to strengthen our nation by working with our neighboring First Nations. We work together to resolve forestry challenges in our shared territory. We support each other when concerning major projects that provide meaningful benefits to all the nations. And we work together to ensure that we are joint stewards on our shared land. I believe this new era of cooperation and collaboration with our First Nation neighbors will serve us well in the future generations. While governments in Victoria and Ottawa will change, we will not. We will always be Clately Tenay, as we have been for thousands of years, until the end of time. We will work together as we did in the past. Our collective futures will be vibrant and sustainable. Two more things before I conclude my opening remarks. First, I want to thank Barbara Allen. I don't know if we can see her. Barbara Allen. She's here. There she is. Hi, Barb. I want to thank Barbara Allen for finding the funding to allow staff to go on the very first staff retreat held, very first in 20 years. And did you know other organizations do this yearly? I didn't know that. So this is our first one. When we support our staff, we strengthen our nation. Our staff are the people who provide the services directly to our members, and our members deserve the best services possible. The staff retreat was absolutely fully funded through grants, and our office was only closed for one day. And we hope this can be an annual event, because I think it was great for all staff to get together and get together and get to spend some time with each other and know each other on a personal level and not their work. And just last week, our staff came together for a day of planning and engagement for the future opportunities and service deliveries for our Clately Tenay members. We are so fortunate to have a team committed and working on behalf of everyone here. The second thing is, I participated in 9 graduation ceremonies before the summer started. But 2 of these, seriously, are going to be etched in my memory forever. I was immensely proud as a mom at the College of New Caledonia grad ceremonies when I see my daughter walk across the stage to get her certificate at the CN Center. And she's an ultrasound technician, but that's not what they're actually called. But I was even more proud when the CNC president, Cindy Heitman, asked me to present Candace with her diploma. That was, yeah, we both cried. Actually, all 3 of us were crying out there. So. And then the day before Candace graduated, I watched my granddaughter, Rain, receive her grade 12 graduation diploma from Prince George Senior Secondary grad ceremonies. Moments like these help keep me strong. Moments like these strengthen my resolve to hard work for our members and our nation. I want to thank everybody for attending here today at the House of Ancestors on this extremely snowy, slippery morning and windy and cold. And thanks to those live streaming, and your participation is what makes all this hard work worth it. And Natalia, and I think next one we have up, so we do have, like I said, I mentioned we have four of us are here, and some of them will be on live stream, I think it is. So again, thank you everybody for coming. I'm glad you made it here safely, and I hope you enjoyed today.
Thanks very much, Chief Logan. And next up, please welcome Councillor Crystal Gibbs. By day, she looks after your House of Ancestors. And another part of the day, she's a council member for your nation. Crystal, please.
Thank you. Yeah, and it would be, wouldn't imagine we just had a 200-person fashion show here last night with a whole runway and all, with some of our elders strutting their stuff. It was awesome. I won't be as long-winded. I'm just going to tell you. First, welcome everybody. I'm glad to see all the faces here today. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I've been up to since, I guess, our AGM. This term, I'm the health portfolio holder. As such, I join in partnership meetings with Northern Health leadership to discuss what the challenges are and what is working. The topic of discussion of our last meeting was ways that our members can be identified when seeking services at the ER in order for our nurse to be notified. This way we can ensure proper level of service, as well as appropriate supports are put in place for our membership. As part of my portfolio, I also attend all of the First Nation Health Authority caucuses twice a year as a voting proxy. These caucuses, although progress seems extremely slow, they are necessary in order to improve the services provided to our nation as well as all First Nations people. This summer, myself and health manager Tamara met with the Y, and we were successful in receiving, I think it was 30 camp passes for our youth, which I hope were all utilized, because it was an awesome gesture on their part as well. I am also still the Board of Director for Tourism PG. I sit on the Indigenous Education Leadership Table along with Councillor Seymour. Our voices are used when it comes to high-level issues and decision-making. Myself and Councillor Seymour and our acting education manager at the time, Zawad, also developed our new post-secondary education policy. We are also awaiting the finalized UMBC partnership agreement, which Councillor Seymour and I helped develop and expand services to our membership. We're excited to see the final approved document January 2025. I am also the chair of Lands Authority. In August, I attended the Lands Authority AGM as a voting proxy, where there were a number of recommended amendments made to the framework agreement. Amendments that will be very beneficial in expediting the ATR process for land code nations such as ours. That's just a little bit of what I've been up to. I'll be back up a little bit later to discuss the ATR. Thank you everybody for coming out. Good to see every one of you. I'll see you at 11.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gibbs. And next up, please welcome Councillor Wendy Jail. Oh, yeah. Did you need the microphone lowered? Oh, you can do that. Okay, thanks, Wendy.
Okay, welcome everyone to the 2024 Lilley MGM. I want to thank you all for attending. The great turnout says to me that you all care about our nation and that you want to know more about what Chief and Council and Administration are doing on our behalf and your behalf. I meant to say, not our. Sorry. Before I dive into my opening remarks, I want to offer a warm Lilley Tene welcome to all our new members. We've recently acquired quite a few new membership. Since the last AGM, we've had a little over 250 new members. So I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all you new members out there, and many more to come. Okay. I also want to say howdy to the members joining us via live stream. Like, you are just as important as everybody that is sitting here today in person. So please, you know, if you out there, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to get a hold of either Tawfiq, Nashir, or any one of us here today. Like, phone us on ourselves or whatever if you have a question, or if you just want to just let us know that you're online, because we appreciate you as well. I am the person of our members who require temporary assistance. So my day job is social assistance. I deal with short-term financial assistance for those that are in need. And this program is fully funded by ISK. It also, like the program, there's 4 different categories in this program. So I can help members when is needed, like for short-term assistance. We also, in the program, I also work closely with Barb, Education and Health, to help our members move forward in a healthy way when they come to the program and it's out of their hands, like life happens. So, to help them get back onto their feet and to look into a brighter future, because it's not always a dark cloud over your head. We can blow that dark cloud away because we all work together to help the membership and to help everybody within the community and within the administration by working hard and working together as one. And that's my day job. It's very intensive. I can't speak too much more of it because it's highly confidential. So, but if you have any questions, I'm here all day. I can come and answer your questions, but it has to be on what I can answer, and there's a lot of confidentiality that I can't. So, yeah, so I'm here all day along with the rest of the council and staff. Okay? I find serving our members in social assistance extremely rewarding, especially when we have the short-term assistance and like when they first come into the program, we all work hard together with health and Barb's program and the rest of the other people that's in administration to give them the courage. Let them be for a little bit, then just slowly work them up and then get the education, get the training, get everything they need. And I'm grateful to say that over the 20-something plus years, there is 15 band members that have been in the program off and on, but have been working steady for over 10 years. So my hat's off to those band members. You know who you are. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Keep moving forward. So I really tip my hat off to the members that have stepped up and that come from rock bottom and now are thriving. So that's, the program helps when it's needed, and we can do what we can when we can. I also serve on our nation as a counselor. I am completing my first term, okay, on Chief and Council, and I want to thank all members for your support. Okay. It is a truly steep learning curve to be on council. There is so much to learn when it comes to planning and politics and accountability. I want to thank my fellow councillors and our senior administration for all their help in teaching me to learn and to adjust to this new role. I look forward to continuing our work to plan and prepare for more members who want to move home. Every time we meet with federal government representatives, we remind them that our nation is growing and that many members want to move home. It is frustrating to constantly hear Indigenous Service Canada staff tell us that there is only so much money to build new homes for the BC First Nations. Never mind the needs of other First Nations across the country. But we never miss an opportunity to remind everyone who will listen that as growing First Nation, our housing budget needs to grow as well. I will end my opening remarks with a commitment and a request to the members. My commitment to you is to advocate for more positive communication for everyone. Our nation has many positive stories to share with each other and with those outside our nation. We are known as a nation of members who respect each other, even when we don't agree with each other. Unfortunately, there is a trend these days to use social media sites as a platform for negative communication. Even if the negative communication is based on misunderstanding or misinformation, my request to members is that when you read something on social media or hear something from fellow members that concerns you, please call one of the council or our executive director, Tofik, and ask if what you have read or heard is true. Find out the facts and the truth before you respond to share on social media. We do our best to communicate with members through live streaming our chief and council meetings, produce video stories on key projects, program issues, and hosting an annual AGM and an MGM. Just like Chief Darlene said, this is the first MGM in person. Usually we do it live stream, like on video for every 3 months or so, but this is our first time doing it in this format. We also publish our annual report and mail a copy to all members, and we post regular notices to members on our Facebook page and website. But even with all this, there will be times when something comes up that may have not addressed, that we have not addressed in our communications. So when this occurs, please call, text, or email one of us on the council to get the facts and the truth, and then please share the information in a positive way with your family, friends, and members in your social media circles. Have a good MGM, and I look forward to chatting with you throughout the day. Merci for coming.
Joe. Oh, there. He's back. Thanks very much, Wendy Jail. And Wendy is my best example that height requirements for Clyde-Litanay leaders is a thing of the past. You can be as tall or a little shorter as you wish, and you can still serve your nation. So thank you, Wendy. She may be short, but don't rub her the wrong way. You don't want to hear from her on one of her days. Now, Councillor Robert Gagnon is with us, although I think Robert has, there he is. Perfect. Councillor Robert Gagnon, please, for his council update.
Good morning. How's the snow out there? It's getting bad, I know. So we're locked into a deep freeze for the next 6 months. So over the past 6 months, I haven't really anything to report to you because I don't know a lot. I attend meetings, but there's things I can share with you and there's things that I can't. So I do talk to members through social media, through Messenger and through text message. I know a lot of members do send me their concerns, and I do act on them rather quickly. This is the first MGM that I've seen in a long time, and the reason for that is because I'm kind of the policy guy on the council. I make sure that we follow policy, and the policy does state that every 6 months that we have these meetings. Not really this big. I mean, we have annual general meetings for this purpose, but these are just a quick little update. So these are probably an hour or two long meetings just to inform the membership what's going on. This can be done from the comforts of your own home. So basically, outside of what has been going on here, I've been put on the safety committee for the City of Prince George, which I sit with another fellow band member, Miranda Seymour. So our task there is to try to solve the homeless problem in Prince George. It's a prevalent problem, and some of our band members are caught up in that as well. So we've been doing our best and our darndest to make sure that we have proper housing and try to help people with their addictions. I also sit on the board of directors for Exploration Place, and I sit there with another fellow band member, Alyssa Gagnon. So there, my role is to make sure that the museum is doing what they have to do, but we also want to make sure that the interests of Lately Tenay are being looked after too as well. One of the big ones is the playground that they want to change over right now. So we're in the midst of negotiating with them and making sure that if there's any anomalies in the ground, because they're going to do ground penetrating sonar to make sure that it's treated very respectfully and that our rights and Aboriginal title are looked after. So. Yeah, I don't really have a lot to say. I'm a person who kind of works in the background, and I make sure that people are held to an account. That is everything that happens on our council. When it comes to spending, money is a big issue for me. I want to make sure that we're not hemorrhaging money, as Josh Seymour put it in one of our council meetings, because for the longest time that's what's been going on. And we have policy to shore that up now, but we have a long ways to go yet. There's some good projects that are coming up. I think this afternoon they're going to be speaking about the wind project. Hi. Hello.
Check 2, 3. How about the handheld? Nigel. All right, we have a little technical.
Check. There you go. Sorry. So we'll be speaking about the wind project in Hickson, which is going to benefit the nation for a lot of decades, and that's something that we should be very proud of, because we're working very hard on that one, and there'll be some information that can be released, but not a lot of information. So yeah, if you want to approach me or talk to me, by all means, I'm always there. I've had a lot of people, like I said, send me messages and talk to me and ask me questions and resolve issues. We have some issues on the reserve that happen from time to time, and as council, we're there to help resolve the issues. We don't directly get involved with administration stuff. So if you do have concerns, something that you see on social media or something that you want to report on the reserve, yeah, we're there to listen, but we very rarely get involved in administration affairs. That's for the people who we've made the policy and the rules for to execute and exercise.
So the gentleman up in the booth there in a little while, during one of our lunchtime, I think it is going to show Dawn's documentary for you, just to show her journey and how she's inspired not only our people, her people back at LBN, but people all around the world. Dawn was a world famous wrestler, and I think it would be very beneficial for everybody to watch and support that. And I know Dawn's trying to go to New York right now, so I think if anybody's got any money to spare and throw it my way, I'm going to go over to the Civic Center at noon and be with the chief of LBN over there to introduce Dawn and spend an hour with her. So this is about us coming together as a nation to support one of our own, which we should be doing at home. And that's what we're doing. So you guys have a great day. I'll see you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Gagnon. One moment, I'm just resetting. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we have a 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
Smudging break.
Okay.
Mom, okay, I'll be.
All right. We have Councillor Seymour has reported a message to you. We're going gonna take a 5-minute break, and trust me, it'll only do 5, a little stretch, you know what? And then we'll come back and hear from Josh, and then we'll move on with your morning program. 5 minutes, you got 4.5 left. Thanks very much.
222. whatever. Is Sheena Seymour still in the house? No, she got upset with singing happy birthday. All right, members, let's come back together. I would ask our tech team, our fabulous duo crews up north. We've got a recorded message from Councillor Josh Seymour. So we would like to hear from Josh via video before we ask our Executive Director, Tofik, to come forward. And I'll ask our tech team experts to share that one from Josh up on the screen. Here we go with Josh.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wish I could join you at today's meeting, but unfortunately I've had my auntie pass away on my father's side. So I'm going to be with my family supporting them during our mourning. But I wanted to inform all of the members of the work that we've been doing in the last 6 months since the last AGM. One of the things that we've actually seen come to fruition is actually the School Act 40, which was the amendment to the School Act. And that's created the Indigenous Education Council for Improved Indigenous Learning Outcomes. That is in direct result with Clately-Tenay and McLeod Lakes coalition, along with School District 57, to build a new structure that would allow Indigenous people and Indigenous nations on whose territory the school districts are on equitable representation to improve Indigenous learning outcomes and graduation rates. For School District 57, one of the plans we have for Clately-Tenay is actually to have a lot more Clately-Tenay content within the school district itself, because we know that the history and the science and the whole educational system didn't begin when the colonizers first showed up. We actually have a very long history that isn't reflective in any of the school district curriculum. So we are working towards improving that and making it more accessible for everybody to participate in. Since May, we've actually co-hosted the British Columbia Museum Association's annual gathering in Prince George. So Clately-Tenay was a co-host. So we brought in a lot of museum professionals, art gallery professionals from across BC to come learn new strategies on how to improve museum structures and museum businesses being run to be more reflective, especially of Indigenous content. We worked with the Exploration Place, who has been a powerhouse in reconciliation for Indigenous people based on the partnership that we have with them. We have some important news. UNBC's Board of Governors have sat with our MOU that we've sent to them, and they are currently going through their process to accept the new Memorandum of Understanding between Clately-Tenay and UNBC. This one will be a lot more in-depth and actually offer a lot more opportunity for education and for Clately-Tenay learners. And we are also in the beginning stages of building a College of New Caledonia Memorandum of Understanding by updating it. That is parallel with our Memorandum of Understanding with UNBC, so that they run parallel together, so that we can ensure that every Clately-Tenay person has equitable access to education. But what we want to do is also bring a lot of people home who haven't been home. So a lot of the students who have never been to Clately-Tenay, this might be an opportunity for them to come home, reconnect with our people, and also earn a degree. Education has taken such huge steps forward in the last year, in the last 2 years, and I have to attribute a lot of that to our education staff. Councillor Gibbs has been a part of the Indigenous Education Leadership Table since the beginning, and she's been a powerful force to make sure that it is reflective of who we are as a people, and to ensure that we're actually represented well within the school district. Along with the admin support, we have been able to make the changes needed, and we are actually paving the way for the rest of BC to follow and to make sure that Indigenous students do have a higher learning outcome. We've actually had a couple of nations reach out to Clately-Tenay and McLeod Lake, the Indigenous Education Leadership Table, the table who basically helped build the Indigenous Education Councils that will be implemented across BC, because they were facing the exact same issues we were facing with our students. And they reached out to ask, how did we start the process to make sure that the students in their school district received equitable education? So the steps that we have taken have actually caused a layout map for other nations to follow. And I think when we look at things like education and we look at reconciliation, we basically take what's there and we improve on it, or we alter it to make it fit what our nation needs. So when it comes to reconciliation, Clayton Tenay is leading the way. And I want to thank all of the staff and all of the members for your support in making sure that we can improve learning outcomes, improve education, make it equitable and reflective of our people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Seymour, via video, and of course Josh is always available if members have questions. You know how to get a hold of him. He'd be happy to take a call, text, or email with any questions you have. And thank Josh and Councillor Gibbs for all their great work on the education file. Very, very important, as Murray Sinclair said in his time as commission with Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner. Education got First Nations into trouble, and education will get First Nations out of trouble. So I love the Clayton focus on education being very important. Alrighty, you've heard from your chief and council. We've got a few councillors not with us today. They send their regards, of course. Thank you, members, for continuing to tune in at home via the live stream. So now we're going to switch gears a little bit and ask our executive director, Mr. Tawfiq Islam, to take the stage and give us the executive director's report. Just before Tawfiq starts, you know, I hate to put a damper on things. I love the Clayton energy, but I'm hearing some voices in the back of the room that interfere with our elders who are sitting up closer, and they want to hear all of the reports. So I would just ask members that if you want to have a conversation, please feel free, go out into the lobby, and then that way members and elders sitting here in the main hall can hear. And if you want to wish Tashina happy birthday, you can do that out on the street where the wind and snow will really help celebrate. Yes, I know, exactly. Please give a warm Clayton welcome to he's been executive director almost 1 year now, Mr. Tawfiq Islam.
Heidi and welcome Clayton members. It's a great pleasure to see you today. And first of all, I would appreciate Chief and Council and membership who appoint me the Executive Director position. So first of all, I want to start with something. So I joined Clayton in sometime September 3rd, 2018. So my name is Tawfiq. It was so hard to pronounce, I know. So I still remember our former chief, my colleague Dominic Frederick, used to call me Topic. What is the topic today? So, and also later, current chief Dolin Logan, it was hard to pronounce my name. Dolin used to tell me Bob. So here I am. I am your executive director today. So I came a long way. I joined Clayton as an accountant, then finance manager, and then I was director of finance and compliance. I worked as deputy executive director for 2 years, and I was acting executive director from September 2023 until I was fully appointed as a full-time executive director for Clayton Nation during January 2024. Thank you so much, council member, for giving me this opportunity to serve the nation. It has been my distinct privilege to work with the Chief and Council, all employees, and stakeholders of Clayton. As we highlight a number of major milestones and successes from the previous year, I am most excited for the incredible opportunities that continue to come forward. I will highlight today the major accomplishment that we have achieved since the last AGM. First of all, the policy initiatives. Through a variety of policy initiatives, we have been able to ensure greater level of transparency are present in the work we do daily. When I was hired, I also promised to review all Clayton policies, update the ones and that are still relevant, and prepare new ones as required for adoption by Chief and Council. So we did all this while maintaining our focus on service to members and dealing with the regular delivery of programs and projects. It has been an exhausting process, but I believe that these policies will serve Clydlitine Nation for years to come. Here are just a few of the policies that have been newly created and implemented to meet the needs of the nation. Band member support policy. The policy primarily deals with cases where members wish to access emergency funding and to pay for funeral services for a family member. It outlines what services are covered, how much funding is available for specific circumstances, and how those requests will be processed. After implementation of this policy, we have provided effective and prompt support to 78 band members from February 2024 until November 13, 2024. Procurement policy. This policy aligns us with the financial administration law and outlines how we manage procurement of goods and services. It provides staff with clear process for acquiring the things they need to serve members in a transparent and efficient way. Housing policy. The policy covers everything from how members apply to occupy band-owned homes, how requests for repairs and upgrades are processed, and how appeals are handled if members feel they are not being treated fairly. Post-secondary education funding policy. This policy outlines when applications for post-secondary funding are due, what is covered by this funding, and what levels of support are available to all levels of post-secondary students. Clydlitine trademark and logo uses policy. This policy outlines how an outside organization could use Clydlitine trademark and logo with prior approval from Clydlitine. Significant development with our human resource sector. When I assumed the role of executive director, one of my main priority to review our organizational chart and determine if the structure provided the highest level of service to our members. The span of management is one of the biggest setback we had previously. We have implemented the new organizational structure with appropriate span of management to best serve the growing membership and ensure a higher level of accountability and internal controls. Governance matter. As you are all aware that Clydlitine general election will occur in April 2025. Part of the election process requires the nation to secure an electoral officer. In a very transparent and fair process, Clydlitine Chief and Council hired Ron Loffer as Chief Electoral Officer for 2025 general election. The general election will be held on April 9, 2025. A code of conduct will be implemented soon for the administrative staff for the general election to ensure transparency in administrative level. Administrative support for developing the custom election code. Most notably, the Clydlitine Custom Election Code has been under development throughout the year, and engagement sessions with members have started already. We have been providing our optimum support from administration to Sonia Pegin to develop this code. I appreciate and from administration, Adam, please stand up. Adam. Thank you so much for your service to Sonia Pegin from administration level. Youth membership program. For the first time, we launched a youth mentorship program in 2024. We invited grade 11, grade 12, and recent grade grade 12 graduate students. The purpose of this program was to attract Cledlitine youth to work for the band administration. The youth worked with department managers for 2 hours each afternoon for 2 weeks to see how the department managers complete their day-to-day activities. We found extreme interest and energy when 6 young band members worked with us for 2 weeks. We'll continue this program in coming years in a larger scale. So I need to mention something. In September, we joined UBCM and we met 8 ministers all together. And our main focus was to construct our bridge, and we
Check, two. Hang on, boss. We just have a little tech. We're going to try to figure it out. There we are. Is yours?
Thank you. So we were able to connect the core ministry employee to provide the information so they can integrate with the federal ministry level. So it was a successful trip for the UBCM, and I acknowledge the sincere support of our Director of Engineering and Operations, Jawad. Jawad, please wave. Dear membership, so one of the biggest thing we are doing now is like the separating our corporation from the band operation. So that is a 1-year plan we have been doing. This is not a 1 day, 1 week or 1 month job. Gradually we need to do it. So we have started the process where we are today. So Tanotine governance handbook and terms of reference have been completed. So just for your information, so the executive director of the band used to be the CEO of Tanotine business group. I have been, after my appointment as executive director, I have been the acting CEO. I didn't take the full CEO position because for the future plan. But being an acting CEO, because of the need of the growing capacity and since the economic development and business corporation activities need to keep arm's length from the band's government activity, we are in a final process to hire the first full-time CEO for Tanotine. The CEO of Tanotine will manage all unit head of business enterprises like House of Ancestor Operation Manager, LTN Contracting General Manager. So all business enterprises manager will report to the CEO and the CEO will report to the board of directors. So Lance Ackland has been appointed as corporate finance manager of Tanotine business group already. So everything starts with finance. We have started with finance. So Lance has been working for about 6 months now. We are in a process to hire a corporate human resource manager for Tanotine business group. Also, the economic development department of the band has been moved to Tanotine so that the total economic development corporation is totally separated from the band. Even we have discussed in council meeting that we will have a separate building for Tanotine business. We're going to keep it totally separate from our band operation. My point in sharing all this is to provide assurance you that the elected officials and administration strives to achieve the highest level of good governance, transparency, and accountability through adherence of the policy. Success is the result of effective teamwork. I would like to sincerely acknowledge the dedication and hard work of all Cledlitine staff. The best outcomes are achieved when everyone is motivated and collaborates towards a shared goal and common goal. Dear Cledlitine members, I can assure you that you have a set of self-motivated staff who works towards the goal restlessly as a team. Thank you so much, all Cledley staff. In the light of the above, as previously Chief mentioned, we have conducted a staff retreat for all staff of Cledley at Sun Peak Resource and Conference Center on October 26. The main purpose of this funded event was to initiate the development of the strategic plan based on membership input during AGM and the CCP. We have included Cledley history in the meeting agenda, which was presented and I would tell trained by Councillor Joshua Seymour. There was a presentation from Elder Phyllis Seymour and Family Support Manager Tashina Seymour on a cultural training session. The training was extremely effective for non-band member staff of Cledley to get themselves familiar with Cledley culture and practices. The session ended up in an emotional and vibrant way. Our department manager, all staff, and I are here all day if you have any question. So finally, I will end up with just a highlight. So what is the difference, what upgrades did you do from our past administration to our current administration? So we make sure transparency from the administration. We ensure that all information is circulated to all council members equally, same time, so all council members can take an informed decision together. That is what I ensure. I take effective action on time so that nothing is pending, so that it is not a bottleneck situation. It is completed on time, and the communication is one of the other big part. We make clear communication. My last 10 months, I have answered each of every membership email. I do not go home every day until all of my mail are checked off. So I make sure that everyday matters are dealt every day. So one more thing, capacity development is our future. So for the capacity development, we need to ensure that we get all funding opportunities. So in the light of above, so previously, it is very hard for department managers to write the all grant and funding application. So now we saw that some of the funding we were not able to get because we didn't have resources. Now we have a grant and funding officer under the direction of our Director of Engineering, and we have started getting some significant outcome from that appointment. So hopefully within a year we'll see the difference. We are expecting a lot of fund to come, and that is the core of our capacity development. So again, membership, I'll be here all day with my staff. If you have any question, please, I'll be around, I'll be walking around. Please ask me the question. And my email address is executivedirector@cledley.ca. Please feel free to shoot your email. I promise I will reach you out, respond you back as soon as I can, as I always do. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Tofik. And as Tofik says, his administrative team, chief and council, they're here all day. Please drop by during the breaks and lunch and ask them any questions you want. Something happened in the last couple of months. We seem to have a new Clately problem. Well, it's a new day. Why wouldn't we have a new Clately problem? We come up with something every day, right? Is this these, members from somewhere else? Because we block somebody in again. What is with this blocking each other with our vehicles so that they can't get out? But somebody seriously has to move. So would the owner-operator of a Dodge pickup truck, license plate number HG3785, that's a Dodge pickup, license HG3785, please put on your coat, get out there, move the truck, and if you need the help, and I know you don't, somebody parks out front, somebody comes in behind, just two in a line, and then you park next to them. Right, Jen? And then you park next to them. I know the folks in the Nechako Valley, we could never figure out their parking strategies, but now that they're in Prince George, one goes here, one goes behind, then you park next. So please, whoever's got that Dodge pickup, will you get it out of the way, because somebody needs to go do something on this wonderful Saturday. Thank you very much, Tofik. I know members wait a long time for our next presentation, because when it comes to finances, as Councillor Gagnon said, absolutely critical to every First Nation. So we have your twice yearly financial report and audited statements. Why aren't you two moving up here? Please give a warm Claytley welcome to your finance manager, Nasir Ahmad. And from DMC, I feel like he's one of the nation. This Devon Sweet is always with us to present the audited updates. And these two have some slides, so I know our tech team is going to get some slides going. And I would love you to have your attention towards Nasser and Devon. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, so I think we've got two presentations here, so mine's up first. So for everyone who doesn't know me, my name's Devon Sweet. I'm a partner with DMC Chartered Professional Accountants here in town. So today I'm going to go through quickly your 2024 audit report, and Kevin has lit a fire under our butt to make this quick because we're a little behind schedule, so then we have some time for questions on the back end. So without further ado, we'll get going here. So quick agenda. So we'll go through the audit report, summary of revenue and expenditures, so you can see money coming in and money going out during the year. Summary of assets and liabilities, so all the assets tangible that the nation holds, liabilities that the nation holds, and then look at a few ratios and some trend analysis. All right, so our first slide here, our audit report. So when you're looking at the actual financial statements, which are available on your website, on government websites, the audit report is really the most important thing to look at before you get into the numbers. So it tells you whether or not the numbers that you're about to look at, from our perspective, are reasonable or not. So this year we've issued an unqualified opinion, meaning that in our view we didn't come across anything that appeared misleading in any form or fashion in all of the numbers that are presented. So with that one caveat, because the nation is an extremely large organization, there's thousands of transactions that run through it every year. We don't look at every single transaction. So our job, basically, we create tests looking at different risk areas. Based on those risk areas, we test certain transactions. If we see something that we don't like, then we kind of dive a little bit further from there. So we don't look at everything, but we look at a subset and get our opinion based on our testing. All right, so just quickly, just so you can see the numbers for the next couple of slides. So revenue, so money in for Claytley this year was 25 million, and then expenditures of around 14 million. So the net surplus for the year was 11.2 million. And the next couple of slides we'll get into where that was spent. So first off, looking at the revenue, so this is a graph. It looks at the last 3 years and shows where the money is coming in from. So I don't know if everyone can see that or not, but the first dark blue line is Indigenous Services Canada funding. So you'll see that stays fairly consistent for the last 3 years. This year, not reflected there, they did provide just over 5 million in funding for the Shelley water system, so that'll show up in the next fiscal year as the project gets going. You'll see that in the 2022 fiscal year, there's a big pink line there. So that was the settlement funds that was received from the Enbridge settlement. So that was just a one-time funding that was received. The third line there, the gray line, so that's the provincial funding. So you'll see over the last 3 years, it steadily has increased. So this is primarily the forestry revenue sharing agreement with Claytley. So each year, there's been more and more funding coming in from the revenue sharing agreement. The next one, and maybe the most important line, the light green line there, so that's your own source revenue. This is all revenue that Claytley has the freedom to do what you want with it. So a lot of the other funding sources, you're limited in spending that funding on certain programs, but own source funding, you have the luxury of spending it how you please on different programs and supporting membership. The orange line there is other Aboriginal groups, so FNHA, FNESC, those types of agencies, PIGNATA. And then the last line there, the brown line, so this is kind of everything else. The big driver for that one climbing up, one of them is your interest revenue. So right now there's GICs held by the nation. Those GICs, because of where interest rates are at and the amount of GICs held, the interest on that keeps climbing every year. All right, so then looking at where the outflows of cash were. So here we've just got the bigger ticket items. So the biggest chunk of the pie there is the purple one, so that's capital purchases. Biggest capital project this year was the new daycare facility at Claytley. Along with that, there's some sonar equipment purchased, vehicles, computers, those types of things. The next one is wages and benefits. So 24% of the money out was for wages and benefits, which I think typical for every nation. You have a lot of members working for you, so you're supporting membership through employment and through wages. The gray piece of the pie there is about 22%. So this one's kind of a grouping of probably 15 different categories, but none of them in aggregate were over about $500,000. So we've grouped them together. Included in there is contractors, catering, honorarium, social assistance, travel, a whole bunch of smaller ticket items that don't make sense to show on this graph. Professional fees, which is your lawyers, consultants, accountants, is about 8% of your total spending. Repairs and maintenance, about 6%. So this is repairs on buildings, vehicles, equipment, computers, those types of things. And then special events, the green one there, so that is your annual distribution at Christmas time that goes out to the members, primarily is in the special events category. And amortization, which is the depreciation of your equipment, building, so as they get older, we take an expense for accounting purposes to show that they're declining in value. All right, so now we'll have a quick look at the last two slides were what happened in a 1 year period, so the revenue that came in, the expenses that went out. This slide here is looking at the assets, so what's held by the nation as of March 31st, 2024. So at the end of the year, where there was cash of about 9.8 million, short-term deposits, so this is the GICs, and I think the current interest rate, on average, there's several GICs, but the average interest rate is about 5%. So on that 15 million, 5% interest continues to accrue. Owed by LTN businesses, so 576,000 there. So that's a loan between Claytley and Tano Fuel. It should be fully paid off in 2032, so they continue to make regular payments to pay off that balance. Investment in LTN businesses. So this one's a big figure for LTN, so about 32 million. So what this number is your investment in the Tano group of companies. So there's a Tano group of companies, and then under Tano owns several other businesses underneath. So the 32 million is LTN's portion of those funds. Owed by government funders, about 4.5 million. So this is money that LTN is entitled to, but hasn't yet received it at the end of the year. So presumably as of today's date, likely most of that is received and in your bank account. Tangible capital assets, so this is all your tangible computers, buildings, vehicles, all that type of equipment. So you'll see a big jump up from last year. Again, the big jump there mostly was the new daycare project that's ongoing. And finally, other assets is just some prepaid expenses for the future fiscal years. And having a look, so that's all the assets the nation holds. Now looking at liabilities, so money that Clayleigh owes to various individuals. So accounts payable of about 2.4 million. So the big jump from last year there, so there's a holdback that happens when a big capital project is ongoing. So the daycare project, Clayleigh holds back a piece of the funds that they get in case they don't deliver the full what they're expected to deliver for the project. So you hold those funds until the project's totally complete, and then you can release those final funds. So once the project is done, those funds will come out of the nation's bank account. Distributions payable to minors. So this is the Enbridge settlement again. So each year as minors become of age, their piece of that settlement will be paid to them, plus the interest that is accruing on the GIC there. Deferred revenue, so deferred revenue is just about 9 million. So deferred revenue is money that the nation has received, but it's set aside for future projects. So in this case, it's the Shelley water system. So the ISK funding that was received, the project hadn't really started at the end of last year. So once it gets going, it'll come back on a deferred revenue and get recognized into revenue. Long-term debt of 700,000. So that debt, LTN continues to make payments on. The final payment is due 2035, so still another 11 years into the future. I think, you know, if you look at the cash, there's cash sitting in the bank account. Some people might wonder, why don't we just pay that out? So the interest rate on the debt right now is 0.73, but you're earning interest at 5% in your GIC. So money-wise, it makes more sense to have your cash sitting there working for you, and this debt will, like, it's only accruing interest at 0.73%. So, and then the final item there is a replacement reserve. So it's just a requirement for CMHC. So for all the CMHC funded houses, there's a replacement reserve that has to be in place until those houses are through the program. It will sit. Basically, it's a pot of funding for future capital repairs of the houses. So now looking at two of the ratios that ISK typically looks at. So every year they'll do a financial review of every nation in Canada to see how financially viable they are. So two of the most important ones in our view is the liquidity ratio. So liquidity ratio, it's a short term, kind of over a year period. Can the nation sustain itself over the next year? So you'll see 2024 is the green line there. The dark blue line is the benchmark that ISK sets. So the benchmark is at 0.9. Currently, you're just over 2, so over twice the benchmark. So you'll see there was a decrease from the previous year. So it was partially a timing of funding. So with the daycare project, I think at the end of last year, just over 4 million was spent, but funding that came in for the project was only 2 million. So LTN had to put out some of their own funding to get the daycare project up and going, and then subsequent to March 31st, some more funding came in to cover that deficit. And then the next ratio is the sustainability ratio. So this one looks more long-term. So over, a several-year period with all the assets, all the liabilities that LTN holds, can you continue to operate into the future? This one again, benchmark is 0.5. That's set by ISK, and you're currently just over 2 again. So or 4 times the benchmark. So from a financial perspective, a very healthy set of financial statements. And we'll have a quick look at a few graphs here. So the first one, income and expenditures trend analysis. So this is over the last 7 years. So you'll see the graph kind of trending up. So blue line is revenue, money coming in. Orange line is expenditures or money going out. So you'll see there's a few little bumps in the road there. So 2020, you'll see a spike in revenue. That was primarily BCTC. They forgave the treaty loan And then 2023 again, you'll see a spike there. So the spike there was the Enbridge settlement funding. But overall, over the last 7 years, you can see the graph trending up, which is what we like to see. Similarly, from a cash perspective, so this is cash in the bank account plus GICs. So you'll see back 2018, cash in the bank was about $2.5 million. Today we're up to about 25 million. So just, you can kind of see the growth of the nation over the last several years. So our final graph here, so asset and liability trend analysis. So the blue line is your assets, so tangible assets that are held by the nation, including cash, all your buildings, everything's in that number. So as of today's date, total assets are over 80 million. Where your liabilities, the orange line there, you can see it kind of, it hasn't increased near to the degree that your assets have increased. So the split there, essentially you're creating wealth and creating equity for your members. So that is all I had, so I'll invite Nasir up to go through his.
Thank you, Devin, and yes, please, let's have a good, solid round of applause for excellent financial management. And Devin, we always count on you to keep a close eye on how things are going in the finance department, and it looks like good news. Now, Claytley members, I need your help again. Apparently someone else is blocked in by, what is with the parking challenge here today? Would the owner of a GM vehicle with license number PX4268 please get out there? Is that Les Baker? What is it with the parking here? If I have to send Wendy Jail out to do parking control, and I will, and she'll tell you where to park and how to park it. Let me tell you, just look at the look on her face. You don't want to argue with her, trust me. Anyway, Les, could you go move the family vehicle so that one of our members can get out and take care of their family? What is with Crystal? You and I got to talk about a new parking regime for house events. Okay, thank you, Crystal. It only happens on the first snowfall of each season, so starting tomorrow, we don't need to worry about it. Thank you very much, Devin. And as we talked about, yes, there's been some fruit and other goodies put out. So again, quietly, as Nasir does his presentation, if you need some fruit, top up your coffee cups, please do so. But I would now like you to give a warm, Claytley welcome to the guy who is captain of our finance team, Mr. Nasir Ahmed. Nasir.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Devon, for your great presentation of our financial situation for the last fiscal year. And thank you for showing it that how we are growing. I will not take longer time. I will just let you know what we are doing after March, from April to September. So I would start with our revenue. During these 7 months, we collected 11.5 million revenue. And last year, if we compare revenue collected last year, same period, it was 10 million. And total expenditure, operating expenditure, we spent 6.4 million. Last year it was 6.7 million. So total revenue and total expenditure, if we compare, this year our surplus is 9.9 million from April to September 30th. Last year, April to September 30th, it was 5.3 million. And in this same presentation, same slide, we have comparison with budget for the same period. So I will go a bit faster. Here, if we compare all the items, revenue and expenditures, our total budget variance is 474, which is a favorable one. So means we spend less than what we earn as revenue. And my next slide, this is a comparison of financial position, again for the period from April to September with last year's April to September. We have right now current asset 30 million. Last year this period it was 23 million. Our liability is 3.9 million, and last year this period it was 3 million, which is net current asset for us 26 million, and last year it was 20 million. And with our other asset and total fixed asset was 32 and 19.5 million. Altogether our net asset is 78 million right now. Last year this time it was 62 million. So our equity is 16 million, our retained earning is 51 million, and the current surplus is 9.9 million, which is 78 million again, is the worth of the band today as of September 30th. And here is a comparison of our treasury situation. In bank we have 6.4 million, if you see the yellow line. And last year this time it was 9 million. And from our in total investment in GIC and PIA accounts, it is 18 million. Last year it was 13 million. So total bank balance has been increased 2.2 million from last year this period. So this is a graphical presentation of our total investment, which is sitting at around 20 million. And I would like to update on some issues. We have set up a budgetary control system throughout our departments. Now, presently, every month, we are sending our program statements to all the program leads, and we provide them with their budgetary progress as well, so they can really compare where they are in terms of their budget, and if it is any deficit is going on, they can take immediate measure, and they can appraise chief and council immediately if any program is going deficit. And my next update is on the audit. For current fiscal year, we have set up an audit plan, and in January 2025, we'll have an interim audit up to December operation, and in March is our fiscal year ending, so we'll have our audit field work done during June. And we have prepared all the Xmas checks for the membership. This time we are paying $550 for each elders, $450 for all the adult, and $400 for all the kids up to age of 19. For your information, all the checks are kept here. We are carrying the checks today. You can collect your checks or your family members' check from finance team. They have a table set up right outside in the lobby, and you can start collecting after the lunch. Thank you very much. And I'm here all day. If you have any question, feel free to ask me. And all questions are good actually. And questions are showing us new path, right? So all good questions are good questions. I'm here. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer that. Thank you very much. Enjoy your rest of the day.
Thank you, Nasser. We're going to ask Devin to come back and join you. This is the one portion of your program where we've got a couple of floor microphones set up so that members can come up and ask Devin or Nasser questions. I'll call this floor mic number 1, And then we have mic number 2 over to my left. Are there members who would love to ask these two wizards of the accounts any question about their reports shared with members today? That is why we have the membership general meeting. Your time to ask questions. I know some members a little shy, others are out moving vehicles, because Luella Nome says there are a bunch of you who are parked, and she even drew me a nice map. Thank you, Luella. Folks, we just 2 at a time. You got to be able to come and go, especially with those members having other business to do today, as many of you do during the MGM. I see we have somebody at microphone 2. Yes, sir, you've got a question for our finance wizards.
Yeah. Usually there's separate finance and stuff that's put out in the packages. Is there a possibility of getting the slides and stuff, hard copies of that?
Yes, we can give you a hard copy for today's for the statement for April to September. I can give you a hard copy on your request through email, and for the audited statement up to 31st March 2024, it is already published on our website.
Okay.
Yeah,
but,
you can see that.
Yeah, not everybody has access to the internet and the website, so.
Oh, actually, we have an annual report here, so that you can get it from the registration desk as well.
Good question, Mike. Thank you very much. Did you have a follow-up? No? All right. So Nasser has told you where you can go find the information shared this morning, and if you have trouble locating that, please feel free to contact him at the Claytley downtown office. Any other questions of a financial nature? Elder Phyllis looks like she's going to, oh no, she doesn't have any financial questions on her mind. That's good. Uh-oh, I got the look. Hang on. Good point, Elder Phyllis. Thank you. We are always mindful at your gatherings to make sure that our elders can hear the presentations that are being made to provide you with an update. So we would just ask again, especially in the corner, it's a beautiful big room, but we're kind of disjointed a little bit. Just please keep the conversations to a minimum, and if you really want to see a family member or a friend you haven't seen, just ask them to go out in the lobby so that our elders in the far corner can hear. The other thing I would invite our elders to do is to come up and occupy some of these great tables right at the front of the room, and that way you get to, you know, really see what these auditors do and hear what they have to say, because I'm telling you, these two are like the good news team of Claytley Tenay here for all the great work you do with your staff. Any other questions? Luella, did you have one? Here we are. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Luella Nome. I live on the north side of the community. I just have a question about the Enbridge dollars and the monies that are in trusts for the young people. Are they going to get interest on those monies, or is it just going to be what everybody else got? And just another comment around Enbridge and the monies that everybody got. I'm so grateful that everybody got money, but I would like people to know why they got the money. And the money came from the 2018 pipeline explosion, and it seems like there's a lot of people that don't know the stories of us who were there and experienced the shaking of our houses and everything. Like, it was pretty traumatic of what we went through. And I've said it before that I think a booklet or something needs to be made with our stories. Because one of the rumors was Claytley Tenay got this settlement, and a lot of it was on our pain and suffering. And to this day, nobody has come and asked us our story or how we felt or how our children who were out there were traumatized. And we still are not okay out, especially on the north side. And I know the south side suffered as well because they thought we were all dead on the north side. So it was a huge thing. And nobody has heard our stories. And I think that needs to happen. You know, we have a lot of membership that are new, that maybe that weren't even living in Prince George or whatever. People need to know what we went through, especially if that money was on account of our pain and suffering as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luella. We're going to ask our Executive Director, Tofik, and Legal Representative, Malcolm McPherson, to help answer part of your questions, Luella. Thank you. Tofik and Malcolm.
Thank you so much, Luella. I'll answer first part of your question. So during that time, so the process was like we got $11 million settlement from Enbridge. Out of that, our membership who are like not 18 years on old, so we kept that $2 million in a trust account. So it is like in a GIC account basically, the interest we are gaining, it is like around 5%, 5.5, basis on the current interest rate. So what our finance department is doing, so they reinvest the GIC, and every dollar we earn the interest, the person who turn out to 18, they get proportionately interest. That means like if a young member turn out in 18 years old, in 5 years, that means the 5 years interest accrual are accumulated and it goes to the proportionately to the membership who is turning to 18. So yes, the interest is accruing and we are paying the interest along with. And for the other part, I would let Malcolm answer the question, but I'll be here to answer further question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all today. My name is Malcolm McPherson, and I'm one of your nation's lawyers. I was actually quite intimately involved. I was quite intimately involved with the lawsuit that was brought against Enbridge. I'm just looking at the speaker. You have to forgive me. I'll have to take a few minutes to go through and provide the narrative that Luella Nome had asked for. So initially I was brought on actually when Dominic Frederick was chief. I don't know if Domo is here today. Is he? Maybe he could wave. So anyway, oh, there's Domo. Good to see you, Domo. So I got a call from Domo and the leadership, and they said, Malcolm, would you please get up to Prince George? There's been a massive explosion. So of course, I went on the internet and wanted to see what this massive explosion looked like, and it was an absolute fireball. There'd been actually pictures taken from local planes, and it was really something. So I flew up, and there was a meeting called, and many elders were present at that meeting. And everyone was understandably really freaked out because there was this massive fireball explosion, and it happened just about a kilometer outside the reserve boundary. And it was so strong, the explosion, that it shook buildings. And the explosion was so large that it melted the earth and the sand beneath, and shards of glass. It was so hot that it melted the sand, and it literally rained down glass on the admin building. And as you know, there's the north side and the south side, and folks, living, on reserve were naturally scared for their lives. They didn't know what was going on. It was basically chaos that day, and it was all, if you're interested, you just Google Enbridge pipeline explosion. So this was 2018. And so, I met with the leadership, which included, as I said,
prior Chief Dominic Frederick, as well as your current Chief Darlene Logan, and other councillors that are on council. And the elders really were the ones that decided what to do. And at one point, forgive me, the name of the elder escapes me, but she got up and she's all fiery and she said, "Malcolm!" And then she looked at Domo, she said, "Domo, you better sue Enbridge." Because what had happened was, there hadn't been much in the way of coordination. There was, at the time, this is all in the papers, Enbridge had flown around on the helicopter, but no one had stopped in, from a senior leadership to meet with council. I think there was some sort of lower ranking person had dropped off a notice. I think it was in a plastic bag, so rain wouldn't destroy the paper, but that was mostly the extent of it. So understandably, everyone was, didn't know what to do. So we thought about it, and in short order, probably within about a month to 2 months, we filed a lawsuit, as was requested by the elder leadership. And we didn't have all the facts ready, but sort of common sense prevailed, and it was known something really fundamentally bad had happened. So at a high level, what had happened was there was some deferred remediation that had happened. Enbridge had purchased another pipeline company, and unfortunately for them, after a number of months of that purchase, there was this explosion, and these pipes, you see, there's a few of them, but some of them were put in the 70s, and they had this tape that they sort of wrapped around the pipe, and there was some corrosion, and the bottom line is there was a leakage and an explosion. So, I guess the pros and cons of gas is it's, easier on the environment than some other hydrocarbons, but if it blows up, it's very dangerous. And in fact, there were a few hunters from Clayton that were hunting a few days prior to the explosion, and it was a real near miss there. So anyway, filed this lawsuit. Enbridge hired some of Canada's finest lawyers to defend them. Took it very, very seriously, as did the nation. The nation ran a very hard-fought sort of legal strategy, if I could call it that way. Your leadership, including ex-Chief Dominic Frederick, your current Chief Darlene Logan, and myself and others were regularly quoted in the media, and really sort of brought the campaign to let the world know that the nation was not going to accept that type of oversight, right? There's a real responsibility that comes with the safe transportation of hydrocarbons. And so the leadership, one of its goals, in addition to getting some restitution for the membership, was also just to make all the pipelines safer, right, in British Columbia and throughout Canada. So there was a settlement eventually. You have your current Chief, Darlene Logan, and her team to thank for that. When we did our legal analysis at the time, we thought on a good day you might see $2 to $3 million. The entire package was in around 11 million. So as I say, it was a good return on that investment. And I don't know to this day what was said by Chief Logan and the team, but something was said at a meeting with Enbridge, and that really unblocked the logjam and brought about the settlement. It brought, as I say, a lot of eyes on the safety, and with respect to the transportation of the hydrocarbons. They built sort of a wall sort of blocking the view of the pipelines, and it also brought about a conversation. You heard this earlier today about getting a bridge built. So within within that allotment within the terms of the settlement was an agreement for Enbridge to put up capital that would need to be matched and exceeded actually by the Crown to build that important bridge. To answer, sorry, I know I'm a bit long-winded, I apologize, and I'll turn it back to the speaker. But so what ended up happening was a portion of those monies were made available to the membership, but another portion, as Tawfiq just explained, has been held in trust for the benefit of those who were not yet of age to receive a payment. And at the end of the day, to answer the question, the payment's supposed to, in some measure, and I realize that it's never enough, but in some measure, the point of it was to bring about some restitution for the trauma and the suffering that was caused by that explosion that day.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you for the reminder of everything, but that's kind of not what I wanted to hear, and maybe other people wanted to hear. What my concern is that nobody came to any of our residents on the north side to hear from us what we went through. I'm not trying to make any kind of trouble. I'm just thinking the membership needs to know that. And, and I'm grateful everybody got that money. And I'm grateful for all what's going to happen. A bridge is going to be built. And what is that wall they're building around the pipeline that's right off of Landus Road? That to me, I don't understand what that is. There's no communication to give us what's going on. We just go by and all of a sudden they're building a cement wall. And I thought maybe it was a jail or something.
Well, thank you for the follow-up question. So what I can tell you is that it was, it took a number of years. And I was involved in the sharing of information. So there was a lot of transparency of communication that occurred during the 2+ years after the explosion. Unfortunately, it's always a challenge to communicate with everyone, but there were many meetings, and there were many many video updates. In fact, I think Kevin Brown could probably speak to that. The communication team, and it's probably still in the archives on the website, had put out a lot of updates to the membership. The other thing that was done is there was a detailed breakdown of the transaction that was publicly disclosed to the membership. So I guess I'm just a lawyer, so the role I play would be more paperwork, updates on video. But I do know that there was some, quite a bit actually, of community consultation. Is it perfect? Well, they rarely are, but I can tell you over the course of 2 years, there was an awful lot. What I might recommend, just from a problem-solving lens, is it's been a few years, with the indulgence of the leadership. We could have perhaps a refresher, just a breakdown of the 11 million, what it went for, and could answer questions just about what the wall was to do. My recollection is that as a result of direct community feedback, right, from the membership living on reserve, they were scared of looking at the pipes, right? They're above ground, and one of the recommendations was just to build a cement wall, essentially, blocking that from view as the members drive on and off the reserve. Thank you.
So just to clarify, the wall is so we don't see the pipe? Simple yes, no. My recollection is the wall was there to be aesthetic, and yes, to help bring down the psychological, trauma that many suffered. So with that said, why was the people of the north side not involved with the planning of the wall?
Well, I would say it sounds like you were not, Luella, but respectfully, I do remember there was a lot of consultation both on the north and south side. And
Well, like I said, the communication is not very transparent. If we get a flyer, we get a flyer. If we don't, we don't. A lot of us aren't on the computer all the time. And we even have on a house camera somebody throwing a flyer at the door. So that's not a very good way to get communication out.
Great, thanks, Llewellyn.
And I just think we need a little more engagement. And I also would like to, my friend Larry just came and asked me to mention the trauma that we are still going through today, that Larry is still going through, that all of us are still going through. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lola. Thank you so much. We'll do better. We have started online communication, but we'll do better. We'll make sure that all flyer, everything go to all houses in future. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Great questions. Well, thank you, Tofik. I've been reminded that we have a trauma person here in the room. So if any members want to go and speak with somebody, just go see our healthcare team in the far corner, and there's somebody who can talk to you and work with you if you're feeling traumatized in any way by this conversation about the explosion in 2018. All right, back to some questions for your finance team.
All right, Hadi, Spoozy Jennifer Piggin. I am here just thinking about my own kids who just turned 18 a week ago, and I'm curious what the process is, because other people might want to know for their little kids. Do we have to reach out to you guys, or do you reach out to the kids? What's the process moving forward for that, as well as if a youth isn't ready to receive the funds for whatever reason, maybe they're incapacitated, maybe they're incarcerated, maybe they're somewhere far away out in another country, how long will you hold those in trust, and what's the process if someone passes away? Thinking about if we're talking about wills in the future here too.
Thank you so much for the question. So the system has been set up automatically in the financial system. When the kid turn out to 19, the check is being processed like there is a multiple reminder set up in the system. So after preparing the check, the finance department will reach out to the family and the adult who turn out to 19 to distribute the check. And we have some experience, like some kid didn't have the bank account, so we give them an opportunity and assistance to create a bank account. So this is how we have been doing. So we have a multiple internal control system set up so that we don't miss anyone, and there is no chance we'll miss.
Great, thanks everyone. And just to be, Devin's going to clarify the question about age for payments.
Sorry, one other quick comment. So that area, because we're dealing with minors, for our audit perspective, it's one of the areas that we look at significantly just because of the nature of it. So we do audit the interest calculation, the payments that go out. But I think Tofik mentioned, so the age that the minor would receive it is when they turn 19, not 18.
What happens if they've passed away?
Yes, so that's a very good question. So it goes to the family as per the, I forgot the term, like the charter of? It goes to the family as per the charter of state and will. So we have a session for the wills today, so that is why it is so important, but definitely it goes to the family. The band will not hold any money.
Great, thanks for the questions, Jen. Thank you, Tofik and the finance team for answers. I'm mindful of your time. Before we break for lunch, we've got a video to observe, we got a projects update, and we've got prizes to hand out. However, this is your meeting. Are there any other questions for your finance team? Maybe we could handle those by having members talk to Nasir and Devin directly. One more question. Yes. please.
Oh, my name's Felicia Anderson. I live on the north side of Lately. I wanted to know what restricted cash meant in your guys' slides, and I went on Google and it said that it's cash set aside for a specific purpose. And what is that purpose?
Great question.
Okay, so I think it was about 250,000 in restricted cash. So there's restricted cash goes hand in hand with the CMHC reserve. So it's cash set aside for future projects for repairs and maintenance of CMHC funded housing. For housing, yeah. So it's specifically for CMHC funded housing. Yeah.
Great questions. Thank you so much, members. Tofik.
So our honorable membership, Mike Bojoki, asked for some printed financial statement. So we're gonna keep adequate printed financial statement in our band administration office. In addition to that, so we have prepared the annual report, where is the snapshot of the financial statement is available, and Credit in a band financial statement and tenant in a band financial statement is already up in the website, but definitely we're going to keep printed copy in our band administration office. Thank you so much.
All right, could I get a Claytley thank you to Devin, Nasir, Tofik, and Malcolm. Great questions, members. And again, our finance team and admin team are here all day. Please feel free to approach them at lunch break and at the breaks with any other questions. I've got a question. Elder Les, did you finally move your vehicle so members can get around the parking lot safely? Yeah, whatever. Apparently he is not accepting the allegation that he had blocked anyone in. I'm just glad our legal friends are here to mediate, arbitrate, and otherwise hear from everybody that Elder Les Baker did not block anybody in. Is Councillor Jail, or did you want to go out and do traffic control, or? No, okay, we'll hold it there. All right, your nation is a nation of projects, big, small, and in between. The next section of your agenda, we're going to hear from Chief Counsel and then another member of our senior administrative team about where all these projects are currently sit and what's planned for the future. So I would like to call on Chief Darlene Logan to start off this section for you with a couple of updates on a couple of her favorite projects, and then I know Wendy's got some thoughts on a couple of hers, and then we're going to have Zawad, who I'll introduce in a bit. Chief, it's all yours.
Okay, Hadi, so I'll go through this fairly quickly because we're a little bit behind schedule. I think the video was scheduled for right now.
Soon.
Yeah. Okay, so each of us will update you on key current projects underway or proposed in our territory. For me, the projects tell a story of where we are today as a nation and where we're going on in the future. I believe our current key project lists include probably about 10 to 12 current and proposed projects to be started within the next few years, and hopefully with many, many more to come. And obviously projects, they take too long, they're too slow, I have no patience for it, so just kind of like Christmas, can't wait for it. So most projects come with additional own source revenue or joint ownership partnership. Most come with additional jobs and opportunities for our members, and many come with additional contracts for our businesses, such as LTN contracting and LTNE, like with Arbius I mentioned earlier. And other councils will update you on their favorite projects. I'm going to talk about two that I really like. In August, the federal government announced the intention to work with us and other partners to build a new fishery hatchery in our territory. It was an extremely long process. I remember Christmas last year, I was on a side of road where I could get service and do negotiations with the governments, so it's been a process. There was no news conference, just a slight little one from DFO putting it out there that we have been awarded it. There wasn't a groundbreaking event, but here we are so far. The project is estimated to cost about $60 million to start. The hatchery will focus on rebuilding Chinook and sockeye salmon stocks in the Upper Fraser regions. Its purpose is to build on a piece of land near the confluence of two rivers. It was formerly owned by Canfor. It has been transferred to the federal government in our name, just as our reserve lands are officially owned by the federal government in our name. This project is a huge boost for us and other First Nations in the region. Salmon stocks, generally in the Fraser River system, have been devastated by recent events. Overfishing by commercial fishermen in the BC coast and in the past half a century has decimated returning salmon stocks to the BC rivers. The big bar slide in Lillooet in 2019 meant returning salmon to spawn couldn't make it past. And then this year, there's another landslide in the Colton River west of Williams Lake. The impacts of the slides on salmons in the Fraser system are still being determined. The bottom line, we all need to work together to help rebuild salmon and freshwater stock in our river systems. And when I say we, I mean the federal government, the provincial government, First Nations, conservation groups such as Spruce City Wildlife Associations. We all must come together and work together for a common goal to rebuild our fish stocks. As for the new fish hatchery, this is one solution that we all hope will help us get us closer to our goal. We will continue to share new information about the project as things move forward. I want to recognize former chief and current fisheries manager Dominic Frederick for his passion for fisheries and for his work on the project. There are other staff involved, like Chelton's here, Brian Toth. We all, like I mentioned, it's a fight. If Domo and Chelton can attest that working forward with DFO is hard. But I'd like to acknowledge them. And Domo has been fighting for anything for fisheries for many, many years. And since we got the hatchery, we got funding, our fisheries team has been working so hard, and they're taking training. So one day we'll be able to run this fishery ourselves and be ours wholly. In August, we learned of the fisheries project, and then in September we learned that Fortescue would not be proceeding with the hydrogen in our territory. Such as life as First Nations, one day you're on cloud 9 enjoying the projects of the fisheries, and the next day the loss of a fabulous green energy project that would have created 250 new jobs, good paying jobs as well. But while one door closes, another one opens, and this is true for us, for we're recently contacted by a company called Chinook Power, which is a proposed wind energy project in Hickson. The company is currently investigating the potential of a project to generate up to 70 kilowatts of clean hydro. And while this work continues, we'll wait to see if BC issues a call next month for clean energy products. BC Hydro has already indicated that it will only seriously consider new clean energy products as long as there is First Nations involved. And if the call comes before Christmas, we anticipate we will be able to hear the Chinook Power early in the new year to discuss the proposed Hickson wind energy project in greater detail. We have been clear that we should carefully consider all potential clean and renewable energy products in our territory, as it is our territory and we're the stewards of our lands. This is why we celebrate our partners with Arbius, which is building Chuntogana biofuel plant on Pulp Mill Road. This plant will take low-grade wood waste that is normally burnt in slash piles and be converted into biofuels. So it's a jet fuel. So now you know two of the projects that we have going on, which are exciting. And now I think it's now I'll sit down and see, because we all got to choose our two projects, and those were my two projects I chose. So the next council's coming up we get to see what they're excited about. And then we get to see a video that's supposed to be playing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And Councillor Wendy Jail has a couple of projects. As Chief mentioned, our good friends from Arbios have got a display just out in the lobby. They also have giveaways and goodies, so please take time to go say hello to the Arbios team. And now we'll hear from Councillor Jail.
Okay, thanks everyone. I'm going to update you on a couple of my favorite projects. I live on Reserve in the South Side neighborhood, as many of you know. And for the newcomers, I live on the Tano side of the Reserve. There's the south and there's the north that were divided by the bridge. So I live on the south side of the Reserve. But one of the highlights for me during 2024 was the day we announced the start of the new wastewater treatment project on the north side. That was a very exciting time when Zawad and the team worked so hard to get this done, and it's finally a reality. I'd also like to thank the past chief and councils that have been working on this for as long as I can remember. It's been a project that was talked about, worked on, and discussed for many years, and now it's finally here and it's reality. And given my age, that looks like back a very, very long years back. So more and more members want to come home and live on Reserve close to family and friends. But we realize that we cannot build more new homes without safe, clean drinking water and the treatment plant to manage solid waste and wastewater. It feels so good to be able to say that the first piece of the North Side expansion puzzle is being constructed. So as we speak right now, it is actually going forward with everything. Once this is complete, we can move forward and more detailed planning for new homes and someday a new community hall with an elders room and a new recreation center. The other project that is near and dear to my heart is the bridge to connect north and south side. When our ancestors were illegally removed from their homes in our Clately village in the early 1900s, they were relocated to Iard number 2, with some families on the south side of the Fraser River and others on the north side. I passionately believe that the federal Indian agents thought that if they divide us into two smaller communities, and with a major river running down the middle, we might disappear, and they could be done with us once and for all. Well, guess what, Ottawa? We are still standing, we are still here, and we were not going anywhere. So, and in the fact that we are growing stronger and larger, and we welcome back members who got separated from us in the past years. Our call for a new bridge is to reconnect us, and the north side and south side neighborhoods will continue to be hard, long, loud, and clear until we get one. Canada and BC owe us a new bridge, and we won't stop until we get one. Yeah, merci.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Councillor Jail. And as you new members are learning, don't get in Councillor Jail's way. When she wants to talk to you about a bridge or any other project, I would suggest you sit down and listen carefully, right, Wendy? To finish up our projects report, please welcome to the stage your Director of Engineering and Operations, Mr. Zawad. Right, Abadan. Right, that's exactly right. Come on, give him a warm, politely welcome. Zawad and his team are the folks that guide the projects, and with that, Zawad, it's all yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'll keep it short as much as I can. I'll talk about a few projects which are undergoing. I'll start with Ancient Forest Enhancement Project. As you probably know that this project was announced in 2020. Can you hear me better? Okay. So as you recall that the Ancient Forest Enhancement Project was announced in 2020. And the total budget was $8.7 million, including 10% contribution from Cledley Tinay. The original project actually included interpretive center, improvement of the boardwalk, and also including some hiking trails, sweat lodge, pit house, and parking lot improvement. As you are aware that we experienced some heartbreaking news of passing of both the project manager and the project coordinator, who are both staff, members of Clay Litany Band. And then it came to my department, and we started from beginning of this year. And in between, we of course had COVID, so we had to take it down in terms of scope. So first job for us was to connect back with the funding agency that what we cannot do in terms of the dollar value what we have in 2024 versus 2020. So we had to take out everything else other than interpretive center and the boardwalk. So as it stands today, we have completed the design of the boardwalk. It is ready for tender, and also we are done of 70% of the design of the interpretive center. We are right now working on few structural and mechanical elements, and we are hoping to have that tendered out in January 2025, so that we can make some use of the construction season 2025. However, the budget, pre-tender budget, stands roughly in $14 million, which is still quite higher than what we are approved for. So the council is making every effort to secure more funding towards this project, because originally in the 8.7 million, Clay Litany already had its share of 10% as contribution. So we are hopeful that we would be able to bring all the industry partners where Clay shares a good relationship with in the table, including the provincial government through Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Tourism, to find out that gap and minimize that gap for funding for this project. Regardless, we are going forward with it, going to the tender in early or mid-winter 2025. So we will continue to update members as new information becomes available on this project. As I'm moving to the next point, which is camp trapping, I know we haven't talked about it a lot. Last year, the province of BC transferred the lease and the buildings to Clay from the society that operated camp trapping before for many years. In this year, we are currently talking to School District 57, Northern Health Authority, and the First Nation Health Authority about the programming of that facility going forward, and to find out how to fund that programming, what we want to operate in camp trapping facility. If you have any suggestions, ideas, comments regarding that facility, you can reach out to the band administration office directly to me, and I'll be happy to chat about it more, and I would be really happy to pick any of your brains regarding the future plans of camp trapping. Already Councillor JL touched base on the wastewater and the water system project. Just briefly, the wastewater treatment system involves constructing a lagoon, a rapid infiltration basin, and a building to equipment to make everything work, which includes a lift station. We are under schedule and under budget. The initial budget was $7.5 million. We are hoping that we would be able to cover everything off, including the connection to the houses, by $7 million. And our schedule to complete the project is September 2025. We are hoping that we would be able to finish it by July 2025. So that's a good thing for us. And once it is all said and done, all the north side houses and the buildings such as health center and the other facilities should be connected with the wastewater facility, and that will actually help us to apply for multiplex units on the north side, which had been an issue for housing department for so long that we couldn't apply for multiplex fundings because septic can allow only so many units per lot. So that's an update. The lift station is going to be installed right beside the health center in next couple of weeks, and we will probably go towards a few weeks in the winter because it's the best time to have a lift station, actually, believe it or not, because we don't have to deal with a lot of dewatering. I have an opportunity to talk to one band member who lives on the north side, emphasizing on communication. So I will go to the communication piece at the very last piece of my discussion in here, and I would like to know more about how we can do better in terms of communication. Water system. So we are right now doing the design phase of the water system. We are roughly done 75% of the design. The water system will be designed in a way that it can serve both north side and south side. And we are still working on the technology we have to work on. And we are currently designing to a standard of Health Canada guidelines. Plus, we are trying to feed this case into the federal government that we want to do a little bit more than that. For example, manganese had been an issue for the community for many years, but it was not an issue according to the law and the legislation approved by Health Canada until 2019. And that is why you didn't have any approved water system advisory. So this time we are trying to make our case a little bit stronger. For example, we are trying to design it so that it can handle microplastics. So that being said, we are designing this water system capable of north side and south side, but for the time being, until we can have a bridge, that system is going to serve north side. So meanwhile, until we can connect the north side to the south side with the same system, we are going to build another mobile system equipped with same technology for the south side people, so that south side people also have the access to clean drinking water. And when we construct, which we are eyeing for construction season 2026, and I can see that's very possible, we will be working on the distribution network. That means the piping which brings the water from the system to your home. We will be working on that piping system as well, so that it doesn't leach manganese or any other particulates which has been accumulating in those pipelines for so many years. A little bit about the daycare facility. We're planning to host a members open house sometime in the new year, so that you can get a sneak peek before it opens. And I'm really proud to say Clydlichine member Tandy is hired as the general manager. Congratulations, Tandy. And she will be working over the next several months to finalize an operations plan, develop a budget to support the plan, hire staff, and schedule training, and get ready to open. I'm so excited. I have a 20-day-old at home. I'm really looking forward to it, if I can get a spot at 1 year mark. Last piece, before I go, it's the communication. So right at this moment, we utilize website, we utilize the Facebook page, we utilize a LinkedIn page, and we utilize a membership app. So can you raise your hands? How many of you are actually using or at least registered in the membership app? There you go. So can I request you to go online today? If you have a mobile phone, please scan the QR code located in right over that table. Register in that app. What it does, it enables us to get yourself into the system. We can easily send text messages to you as updates, and we can direct those communication to you. If you don't help us, it becomes very difficult for us to help you. It is very easy to say that we need communication, but to make it happen, we need your support. I know that not everybody has access to emails or internet or a computer. Can you please let us know individually to our membership clerk, Tammy Gibbs, that you do not have access to internet or computer, or this electronic communication media doesn't work for you? I guarantee you, I will personally look into this, that you get every single update, whatever form is convenient for you, but you need to tell me that what you need. Otherwise, we cannot do that for 900 members. And that is not efficient. please register yourself with the membership app. Go to that table, register yourself, and you have my promise, we will do better in communication. But you need to come forward as well, please. Thank you everyone, and I would love to hear from you. I wanted to touch base with the infrastructure services. We are planning for some upgrades. Whenever we can find some time, I'm here all day. I'd like to let you know that what we are planning to kind of upgrade our infrastructure services on north side and south side in terms of an asset management system, which is going to be live in next couple months. So please connect with me. I would love to tell you more about it. Just time doesn't permit on this stage anymore. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Let's hear it for Zawad Abadan, brand new dad. And he is the person with his team looking after all these great projects. Your projects equals progress, and that's where Claytley today will continue to go for many, many years to come. We have a couple of things before lunch break, and I would really ask again respectfully, when you have your conversations, just keep your voices down a little bit so that our elders can hear people like Tofik and Zawad, the other presenters. Communication is a big part of today, but just do it at a level where all our members can hear what's going on. We got a couple of videos, a few prizes, and then Crystal and the fabulous team here at House of Ancestors are going to feed you. So, tech team, I've had a request from Tamara Seymour to make an announcement, and you'll cue up the video. Oh, yes, so sorry. Yes, thank you. Right, please, come on up. Councillor Crystal Gibbs, I just about forgot her. Oh my goodness, talk about a career-limiting move. I know, Wendy. Who could forget Crystal? Crystal and a few other folks have been dealing with a very important issue that we call a project. Please listen to Crystal.
Okay, I was saying turn off his mic. Sorry we're late. I was supposed to do this at 11. But here we go, it's up on the screen. As you would have all seen in your mailouts or on the website, the nation submitted an addition to reserve application for the BSO, which is 155 Brunswick Street, the HOA, which is this building here, and 1664 4th Avenue, which is our parking lot. So it's the first 5 belong to the city, the following 3 belong to us. Those are all part of the application. It was submitted October 3rd, 2022. Our application was officially accepted on July 4th of 2023. This process required us to complete an environmental site assessment, surveying, and other necessary steps were taken to clear the title of the parcel and any legal notations or interests. Third-party interests had to be addressed as part of the duty to consult. All of these necessary steps and actions were accomplished. The City of Prince George has given their support to the application, and a service agreement with the city has been developed, and we hope to hear back soon on the successful completion of our addition to reserve. Once the properties are returned to reserve lands, the next steps would be to make them subject to our land code. Now, as some of you may know, the 2000 land code specifically addresses that IR1 lands, which is the Fort George Cemetery, our cemetery in the park. In section 5.2, it states they were to be excluded from our application of the land code until they've been cleaned up and a full environmental assessment declares them to be free of environmental hazards and safe for community or other use, or they are designated as reserve. So in 2005, these lands were designated as IR1. So the conditions of section 5.2 were fulfilled. ISC has recently confirmed that they will include IR1 in the same individual agreement amendment that will include the downtown PGATR lands, the 3 I spoke about at the beginning, and they don't require another ESA to be completed. So today, the reason for this is I would like to ask if there's any concerns from our membership in us bringing the lands under our land code, or any input. If I don't have the answer for you to any of the questions, I will definitely find that answer, and if this setting is not one that you're comfortable in asking any questions or voicing any concerns, Shannon also has a ballot box at the back of the room at her table that they can be submitted there. Any questions?
Going once, twice. Oh, all right, let me get Sonia a microphone here. Sonia. We need to hear your question.
I hope I can answer it.
I'm just wondering if any communications have been initiated with other jurisdictions, because obviously the chunks of land we're talking about are connected to city sewers, et cetera, and how will all of the services work? Have you been working through those pieces already?
We have, and we have developed a service agreement with the City of Prince George, so our it would be our fire protection, water, sewer, all of the infrastructure piece of it. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Crystal. Former Chief Domo has a question.
Domo.
I'm just sort of concerned about the land and returning the land back to the government, you know, under the Indian Act. Whereas we do own the land now, and I think it's an asset for our next generation, so that they can profit off it, you know, and do what they want with it. But I really don't think you should turn it into reserve lands, because one day if Canada decides, well, to pull the rug out from you and say, well, hey, we're taking all our land back. Take all the reserve land and every other land that you've assigned to them. But if there's any guarantee that Canada would not do that, and if we had a guarantee later from Canada saying that, yes, your land will remain as you, the ownership of your lands that you're turning into reserve lands, I think that would be a safe way to go, and instead of just taking it and switching it over without, you know, without having the future generations, you know, profit of it, you know, and I think, but, you know, like, that's sad if this happens, you know, because
Absolutely.
we worked hard to get these lands and to take back some of the lands that they took from us. And even though we paid for it, we paid good money for these lands, they're probably going to worth 10 times more in the future, you know, but these are good lands, you know, and we shouldn't be turning those lands back into reserve lands. If you want reserve lands, you should get it added to the reserve lands out there, you know, out on the reserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Domo.
Thank you, Domo. Question one more. Crystal?
Hi, Crystal.
Hi.
I just wanted to know, are we getting any more territory back from the government? And if they understand what unceded territory means, if that even plays into any negotiations?
So this is a separate part of it. There are current G2G discussions that are going on. I can't really answer to that. I know there are government-to-government discussions for our treaty lands, as well as any other selected lands that will be returned back, but I don't have the whole answer to you. It is separate from that, though. But yeah, eventually that will be what happens.
Great.
I
Thanks,
hope that
Crystal.
answers you partially.
Wonderful. Let's hear it for Crystal. Great work, and
Thank you.
more to come on this. I'm really mindful of your time, so I'm going to ask our tech team let's start with the Delta Dawn video, and then we'll ask Elder Phyllis to do a blessing for lunch. Delta Dawn video, please.
Delta Dawn, no question, the favorite. Delta Dawn from Prince George, British Columbia. 130 pounds in her second year of professional wrestling. Already one of the great crowd favorites. Delta Dawn has been up and down the road, spending a lot of time and gaining an awful lot of fans, we said, all throughout British Columbia.
I did have dreams to find out what was out there, what more I could do. Everything that I've done in my life, I've always tried to achieve something higher or better.
Now this is one way to do it, right here on television. Delta Dawn with a beautiful takedown.
My name is Dawn Murphy. I am a professional wrestler that goes by the name of Delta Dawn.
This lady right here, one of the greatest women wrestlers this world has ever seen. Talk to him, Delta.
And listen to me. Destiny's gonna get all of you. You hear me? Destiny's after you.
Pets were always big for me. It's kind of strange that I went from cats to snakes, but my snakes love me just the same way my cats did. We went to so many different championships. I had no idea Dad was collecting all of these. Here's another one of wrestling. I'm so young. A former Dutchess Park Secondary School student is adding professional promotion to her career in the ring. So I grew up in the Island Cache, and the Island Cache was prominent for Métis Indigenous people. That was an area that we were accepted because at that time there was a lot of racism in Prince George. Dawn admits to being a bit apprehensive, but she remains confident. It's a bit scary, but I know Prince George, and I've been around enough wrestlers that I know I can handle them. So here's a family photo. My mom, Helda. My mom is Indigenous. She is actually carrier from Lake Babine, and my father is Ukrainian from Knuso, Alberta. Dad, you can tell he's an absolute Ukrainian. He always used to tell me, use your hola. That's use your head in Ukrainian. He always loved wrestling, and that is me. I was a very quiet, shy little Indian girl. My dad and my grandpa were always going to wrestling, and I would go with them. And I always liked meeting the wrestlers, so I came up with this idea to be a business entrepreneur. Polaroids were huge at that time, so I bought myself a Polaroid camera, and somebody wanted a picture of a wrestler.
Here you are, Bruiser.
And they would just pay me for my Polaroid.
You're welcome.
So the promoter got to know me, and I started talking to him about wrestling.
Mr. Tomko, do you have a moment?
I'm guessing you're Dawn.
Yes, sir.
I like your setup. How's business been?
Not bad. Today was a bit slow. Mr. Tomko, I was...
Please, call me Al.
Okay, Al. I was hoping to ask you a few questions about wrestling.
All right. What do you want to know?
I had so many questions for him on training and what that looked like, and how old do you have to be? How do you become a wrestler?
How much time do you have?
So one year it was just coming up to the end of a school year, and...
Hey, Al.
Looks like you had a successful day.
Not bad, eh? And I probably would have made more if I didn't run out of film. I should probably get going. I need to pick up some more before tomorrow's match.
Before you go, can you chat quick?
Sure.
Well, I know how keen you are about wrestling, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in doing some training.
Are you serious?
We have a wrestling school in Vancouver, and we'd love to have you.
Yes, that that would be absolutely amazing.
We'll have to ask your parents first, of course, but if they say yes, we'll get you registered right away.
So I went back to my parents and pleaded to go, and thankfully my parents agreed to let me go and try out.
All right, guys, that's enough. Good. Dawn, you're up.
It was scary, very scary.
You're gonna go 10 minutes with Jim here.
And I barely made it the 10 minutes.
Let's start with a lockup.
And all I remember is falling down on the edge of the mat, and I literally blacked out. I just remember laying in that ring and thinking, did I do the right thing? And Al just laughed. And he's like,
and you thought this would be easy, didn't you?
And I said, yes, I did.
I did think this was gonna be easy.
The first couple of matches were like that.
Take a break, girl.
Once you go through that, you break it into your body, you end up beating that. It just came natural to me. Either you can do it or you can't. Locking up with somebody, you can feel it in your bodies. You know when somebody is solid and they're capable of being thrown around and taking those bumps. You can feel it in the person's body. Al was so impressed. I really focused my time. I knew that I had to put all my efforts into something that I loved, which was wrestling.
Shalimar from Las Vegas, Nevada. She's 5'5", weighs 135 pounds, and she's got a match with Delta Dawn.
As I started to enter the ring, it did take a bit of time on figuring out what my persona was. I started out fairly neutral, just going in as a female wrestler. I didn't even have a wrestling name at that time, and I was actually living in Delta. And Al, joking at the time, said, "What about Delta Dawn?" I was like, I don't know.
In this field, working with men,
that doesn't sound like
there's
me.
something special
The
about
audience seemed to
getting
love it.
together and doing things together. It's like a team. On November 22nd.
So I was a pet lover of all sorts. Growing up, I had fish, I had cats, I had dogs. And I just had this passion for snakes. And Precious came into my life, and Precious was this Burmese python. People were so afraid of snakes, and here I am, a female with a 7-foot Burmese python, starting so young. Unfortunately, I did become a bit detached because I didn't really know who I was. People need to know who they are and where they come from, and not really fully understanding my Indigenous background. I kind of got lost there a little bit. My grandfather played a huge role in my life. So it was actually from my grandfather's side that I inherited a headdress. Normally a female doesn't wear a headdress, so I was a bit leery on how I would be accepted wearing a headdress into the ring. But when I first adorned that headdress, I actually had tears in my eyes. I realized then that that was meant to be, and that it was going to be with me forever. That really became my backbone and my strength. Ever since that moment, I started wearing my headdress. And when I got into the ring and a feather fell, every feather absolutely means something. So I would never leave a feather behind. As I started progressing in my wrestling in Canada, my dream was always to make it to Japan. Japan is one of the top places for the wrestling sport. So I was continually sending my videos over to Japan and try and get recruited. And I never thought that I ever would. I always thought that I was always going to be Canada-based. I am actually looking at my contract with All Japan Women's Pro Wrestling. I don't even remember signing this. Oh, this was absolutely the best moment of my life. When I went to Japan and they showed us the Tokyo Dome, I was overwhelmed just seeing how many seats were in there. I mean, in Canada, it was just floor seats, but in Tokyo Dome, I mean, it goes from the floor and it goes all the way up on the whole entire circle of it. This intimidation came upon me and I was like, am I going to be able to do this? I tell you, the first time I walked out into that stadium, I had butterflies, but there's no way I could turn back. Now was the time I needed to turn it on. And I became a completely different person the minute I walked out of that dressing room. Unfortunately, probably put my wrath upon these poor Japanese fellow competitors. I'd be grabbing her hands and pulling these roots from her hair. The audience just absolutely detested me. That shy little Indian girl that was always intimidated and felt so much racism put upon her, I was able to break free of that. I no longer had to be ashamed of not knowing who I was. I knew who I was when I walked into that ring. So Chigusa and the Lioness Asuka were the top wrestlers in Japan at the time.
Nagaya Chigusa and the Screamers are screaming. Look at this, very popular fighters here. That's Lioness Asuka that we've also seen before, giving her all.
And I found out that the Lioness Asuka was deathly afraid of snakes. And so I knew that I found a weakness. The snake must have sensed her fear and latched around her and constricted. And not only was she afraid, but I was afraid because once they have it on, they go for death. I'm trying to stick my fingers up underneath and you could feel the muscles of that snake just constricting even more. And I thought, oh my God, she's gonna choke. In Japan, they throw ribbons, but they unroll. That's what people started throwing, you know, all these ribbons being hit in the head. And I'm like, just stop, I'm trying to get this snake off her. So I just started pinching my snake and finally it dropped the constriction and it pulled back and my God, Lioness Asuka just wanted to get out of the ring. Thankfully, she survived. Asuka survived, but I'm pretty sure she'll never be around another snake ever again. When I landed in Vancouver and not having, you know, those cameras and lights flashing in your face, I kind of felt lost without it. To some extent, I really wanted to go back to Japan, and it was the adrenaline that I really got addicted to. We always try so hard to stay in that limelight and to continue to keep our fans and our fan base happy, and sometimes that's a detriment on our body. I had quite a few injuries. I had blown out my knee, I had done some damage to my shoulder.
Delta Dawn taking an awful lot of abuse here from Shalimar.
Just a lot of bumps that I had taken over the years. So that's where I put my wrestling on the back burner. But at the time, it was really hard letting wrestling go. It was like family, so to let that go is really hard. So when I came back to Canada, I wanted to settle down, get married, and start looking at possibly having a baby. I later found out that my body was so damaged that there was never going to be an opportunity. And I thought I quit wrestling for no reason.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Murphy. I know that this isn't the outcome you were anticipating.
There isn't some sort of procedure that can be done, like surgery?
Unfortunately, no.
And I tried in vitro fertilization. I paid a lot of money, and I lost a couple of times, and again, that intimidation that I'm not worthy really started sinking in again.
However, there are other options to starting a family. It's not something we need to discuss today, but perhaps something to think about.
We continued to proceed, and there was a mother that was prepared to give birth, and she had 5 families that she was considering, and we were one of them. And I was so nervous that, was I gonna be good enough? And so we get to Vancouver, and the first thing we had to do is meet the birth mom, and she met. And we had our heart to heart. She shared her pain. She said, I want her to be raised in an Indigenous family that knows the struggles of being Indigenous. And she shook my hand and she said, I wanted to let you know that I am choosing you. The birth mom picked her up and she handed her to me. And she put her in my arms. She said, this is your baby. Take good care of her for me. And it just so happened that the birth father was the Ukrainian side, just like my dad, and the birth mom was Indigenous. It was like it was meant to be, because I am Ukrainian and I am carrier. This would have been in the 80s. Doesn't say what year, but by the looks of the pictures, it's definitely the 80s. Here again, it talks about my wrestling school again, so young. This is 1985, Delta Dawn Plans School. I'm trying to find this one of, there was, oh, here's it. There's my headdress. But as you can see, it went right from my head all the way down to my feet. But now it's all in a safe place. And here it is.
Who would have ever thought that that little Indian girl in the cash would be in this showcase?
When I went to Japan, I ended up being approached by BC Sports Hall of Fame. They had done some research and really wanted me to be a part of the BC Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, it's really cool. I get to tell all my friends, hey look, it's my mom right there in the Hall of Fame. She'll beat you up.
I quit wrestling partly because I wanted something like you, and I'm so proud of you.
Delta Dawn from Prince George, British Columbia.
You wouldn't think that some small town girl could accomplish so many different things. It's okay for the struggles that I went through. It's okay for the traumas that I've went through, for how hard I worked all the way through each and every one of those steps to where I am today.
She's a BC Indigenous Sports Hall of Famer.
Being gifted this beautiful child in the very end is probably the biggest reward out of all of it.
To be the first Indigenous woman to compete in Japan and to do it at such a young age as well, I'm absolutely honored to do that and to be that, to represent my entire family, not just here in Prince George, but also my mom's family in Lake Babine. Very honored to come back to Canada and to still be here representing and still pushing Indigenous people to achieve greatness.
No matter what ethnic race you are or what income level you have, your deepest desires can come true if you truly put your heart and your work and your effort into all of it.
My name is Dawn Murphy, and I am carrier Ukrainian from the Beaver clan. I am a professional wrestler that goes by the name of Delta Dawn.
Oh my goodness. Being a storytelling fan, that's a fabulous story. Thank you all. Just so you know, members, there's a showing of the same video happening just about now at the Prince George Civic Center to allow more members of the community here in Prince George to view that video. So let's hear it again for Delta Dawn, Dawn Murphy, who resides in your territory. Thank you. All right, you've been a great audience. You've asked great questions. You've been very patient, but it's getting close to lunchtime. We've got a full afternoon of program, including prizes and giveaways and a bunch of things. So could I ask, please, Elder Myrna Carpenter to come forward and offer a blessing for lunch, and then we can begin to get our elders fed first, please. Any elder assistants, and then the rest of our membership. We'll have a nice lunch. We'll take a break. You can have a stretch. And you can talk to Wendy Jail about some of Dawn's moves, wrestling moves. The first time I met Wendy Jail, well, I won't go into the story, but anyway, it would kind of reminded me of that. All right. Thank you, Elder.
Everyone, please rise.
Oh my God. We can do it. Just read. Okay, ready? Yeah. Bless the food and the hands that prepared it for us. I'm going to make it short and sweet. Bless everyone in attendance and to have the safe drive home. Thank you.
Thank you. We all need to take turns and come up here. I think we should have start getting the youth to start doing this.
We should. That's a great idea, Chief. And remember how good you felt about getting to a microphone a few years ago. I had no idea Chief was so shy way back then. All right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Elder Myrna. All right. Let's have our elders first, please. We'll get someone here at the HOA to throw the lights on. And then when our elders have been looked after, everyone else can line up. I know the HOA always serves a fabulous lunch, so enjoy it, and we'll resume your program. Get you to eat fast, because we got to make up some time, but enjoy the next half hour.
That's Melissa, I think. No, don't let me care for that.
I don't think we want Melissa with a microphone.
I think you're right, sure. Liability.
Well, it is, because she has so much she wants to share.
A little bit of a wild card.
Well, and especially after seeing her in action at the ancient forest a couple of times over the years. I mean, she and those trees, so there's something special.
Yeah, there. How do you spell Myrna Carpenter?
Carpenter, C-A-R.
The first name, Myrna.
Oh, Myrna. I did M-Y-R-N-A. I didn't double check that, but that's what I did.
Do you think that we could ask whoever's doing the tech to get a copy of the slide?
if you want. But come, bring who you want. I encourage all the young men, bring your male children, past chiefs and leaders and community spiritual people. Bring the artists, bring your drums, bring your poetry, bring your expression of who you are as a Duck Cow person. I would say to the older men, come and be there, participate. You know, bring your gifts, all the knowledge that you've gained over the years. It's going to help the generations to come. A lot of men are afraid to open up, you know, because of being vulnerable. But it's okay. It's okay. Bring your armor if you need to, you know, and just, you know, bring who you are. It's a safe space to have a meal, you know, and to break bread and to talk with one another. And, you know, you can't keep what you have unless you give it away. And so it's important to share that.
Thank you, Ivan, for that invitation to all Claytley men. Again, that's Friday, November 22nd at the Health Center, 4 to 7:30-ish or so. And of course, the team doing the regrouping of the men's circle is planning to do a video and share some thoughts and stories about being Claytley, being Indigenous. It sounds like a fabulous time. Friday night, November the 22nd at the Health Center. If you have any questions, lads, go and see Tamara, Seymour, and the Health Center team. They think they're trying to hide so that I don't pick on them over in the corner, but Nurse Jen, you can never miss Nurse Jen. She's part of the Health Center team. Just go over and see them and get all the information. Okay, so you guys think I'm just picking on you. No. Thank you, team. This is the out-of-control Claytley parking in your own parking lot. Now, you know, what I haven't heard from Councillor Jail is whether Claytley's going to, you know, get a tow truck. With all the good finances we heard about this morning, I think you could afford one, and we'll start towing. I mean, what is this? What kind of Claytley tradition boxes in your fellow members so that they can't get in their vehicle? This is only one of a triple parking? Oh my goodness. I have been a lifelong student of Claytley protocols and traditions, but I have never heard of the Claytley triple park move, and apparently there's 2 rows of them. Councillor Jail will take your feedback on starting a new Claytley parking workshop so that we can prepare for next winter starting now. Thank you, AV team. My goodness. The what? The white truck, Crystal, that has to go? All right, well, we're going to all nominate Councillor Jail to be our traffic control for next Claytley gathering. Whether the snow's flying or not, we need to get this parking. All right, so men, Friday, November 22nd, see your Health Center team for more information on what's going on out at Northside. Now, we've had prizes, we've had lunch. Could we hear it for the House of Ancestors team, please? That was a fabulous MGM luncheon. Now, as always in Claytley country, there's all sorts of projects and processes going on. You've heard about some of your projects this morning. Now you're going to hear about one of the more important processes that Claytley has entertained in a few years, to my knowledge. And of course, that is consideration of a custom election law or laws to look at a number of questions about the future governance for your nation. And the person leading that process is the ever outstanding Sonia Piggin. And of course, Sonia is a lawyer and a member. And isn't it great to have our own talented Claytley members lead these important processes? So the stage is all Sonia's as soon as you give her a warm Claytley Tene welcome to give you an update on your custom election laws process. Sonia. Okay, slides are up. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you. Okay. Can I get everyone just to be quiet for a minute, please? Earlier today, I was sitting in the crowd, a table not far back there, and I could not hear the person who was speaking, okay? I moved a table closer. I still could not hear the person who was speaking. I moved a table closer and I was able to hear. So I know people are really excited to see each other, and of course it's a great way to come together as a community, but I'm just going to ask respectfully, if you want to speak and talk with one another and socialize, there's a whole cafe area out there. If you want to socialize, please take advantage of the cafe area. If you want to have more engagement on the election law project stuff, there's a whole bunch of empty tables up front. Please move up if you want to be more part of the discussion, okay? And thank you for that. So, my name's Sonia. I'm super stoked to be here. I'm a Claytley Tenay member. I grew up out in Kleisbanachek, next to Robert and Edie's house out there, just off the reserve, but spent lots of time playing and enjoying life on the reserve, and I'm just really honored to be here today. So thank you for Chief and Council and the administration for inviting me to be a big part of this project. By show of hands, how many people know that we are in the process of developing our own law around selection of our leadership and how we hold our leadership accountable? So not all the hands are up. So if you've not been made aware of this, currently we fall under the Indian Act rules and procedures around how we elect our chief and council, and there are a lot of restrictions in those procedures, not just for us as members and the amount of the ability that we have to influence how chief and council operate, but chief and council also have restrictions on how they can operate under the Indian Act that make it really hard sometimes for them to meet the needs of community. So what we're doing is we're going through a community process where we are going to create our own laws and rules and procedures around how we elect our chief and council, how our chief and council is made up, what their terms in office are, what their duties and responsibilities are, how we hold them accountable, how they engage with us. There's all sorts of things that are going to be in this law, and it's being developed by community. So the whole process has been community members talking so far about what they want to see in the law, and then I'm documenting everything, and I will draft it up for the community. And at the end of the day, for it to come into force, there needs to be a majority of people who are eligible to vote in the elections participating in a ratification vote on whether to approve it. And a majority of those people who participate have to vote yes, or we stay under the Indian Act. So it's a pretty important process for everybody to be engaged in. And today I'm here to provide an update on where we've been, some of the feedback that we've received so far, some of the contributions that all of the amazing members who've attended these sessions have been sharing with us so far, and what is going to be happening next, and how you can be involved to bring this to a place where I have enough information that I'm confident I can write a law that reflects what most of the people in the community want to see, okay? And for me to do that, I have to have your engagement. I can't just dream up in my head what you want. I need to hear it from you, okay? And so, this QR code on the right-hand side here, it would bring you all to the Claytley Tenay website page that is for this project. So there's a whole bunch of documents on there. There's a presentation from the AGA on there last May that I did, and that was just an overview of what the project is and what the process will be. And then there's Adam is going to be posting more documents that include all the materials from what we've been working with members on so far. So I've talked a little bit already about what I'm going to go over today. I'm going to just speak briefly a little bit more on what a custom election law is, and very briefly on what Indigenous Services Canada requires from us in order for it to recognize our own law. Because right now, the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada has made an order, well, the former, probably it was ANSI or something else back then, made an order under the Indian Act that requires us to be under the Indian Act rules. And what we're asking them to do is to rescind that or repeal that order so that it no longer applies to us and our own laws apply. I'm going to talk about the project timeline, what's happened so far, and the upcoming sessions, as well as what we've heard so far from community members. So in terms of what's inside of what happens in a custom election law, what is it all about? What's it going to include? We're going to include information about council composition. For example, right now we have one chief plus one council member for every 100 members. And that will be up, that will be an addition, every additional 100 members we get another council member. And there's nothing else really saying about how our council is made up. So we'll talk about that. The term in office, how long is the term in office? Right now it's 2 years. We've talked about what 2 years versus 4 years looks like. We've talked about what it looks like to stagger terms in office, what the eligibility criteria are to run as a candidate in a council election, and whether those should be the same for all people, whether maybe they have different criteria for a chief as opposed to a council member. And right now, there are very few criteria to run for council. So we want to talk about what do we need in terms of skills and abilities and knowledge for our council to best serve us. And that's what we talk about in those sessions. The nominations for chief and council. I'm sure some of you have attended nomination meetings where you go to the nomination meeting and last minute 1 or 2 people put their hand up and nominate like 20 people. And so how do we manage those types of situations from occurring? And what happens when they do occur is that it splits the vote amongst many people. And so instead of having somebody receive, say, 130 votes to be voted on to chief and council, somebody might get in with 45 votes. So there's big differences that occur depending on how nominations work. And then there's how we elect, by voting, mail-in voting, should mail-in votes go to everyone, those types of things. And if there's an issue with the election and how it was run, or people are misbehaving as candidates, how are those people held accountable through an election appeal to make sure that the outcome of the election has been fair? And then looking at the authorities of chief and council and things like how are they remunerated for their role? Should they be full-time positions, right? Should chief and council have to report back to members on certain things? There's a lot of things that are happening right now, but they're happening by way of policy. So there's a council governance policy that says that we'll hold these members' general meetings, right? Do you want these types of things to continue? Do you want them to be entrenched in our law so that future chief and council members cannot change that? It has to continue that way. Things like that. And then we've touched a little bit in our discussions as well about chief and council meeting rules and the openness of those meetings and what types of information and access to those, what types of information members should have regarding things on the council table and what types of access members should have to be able to observe what's going on and access information afterwards about decisions that were made. And then last bit is council accountability. So what are the types of things that we would consider to be misconduct at the chief and council table and in their responsibilities, and how do we want to hold them responsible? And in past election laws that a lot of communities went to custom election in the just after the mid-80s, 1986, 1987. And when I work with those communities on revising their election laws, there's a common theme throughout them, which is council member did this, they should be removed. But we all know that chief and council is positions that you have to be able to learn throughout while you're on chief and council. You can't have a system work that is good for a community where the minute something goes wrong, you're trying to oust that person off council, right? So how do we do this in a supportive way where council members and chiefs are able to take responsibility for mistakes they make? Maybe they're still learning certain things, take accountability for that, but not in a way that's just directly to conflict. So that's some of the stuff we've been talking about as well. I've already touched a little bit on the fact that what we're doing is trying to get out from the Indian Act rules. Indigenous Services Canada has a policy in place around what it expects from communities in order to, I guess, recognize our law and rescind the order that requires us to be under the Indian Act right now. And it has to be in a clear written format, so we can't have just a traditional way of orally doing things. It has to be written down. And it has to address how election appeals are going to be dealt with without the involvement of Indigenous Services Canada. Right now, it's Indigenous Services Canada who manages appeals process when there's problems, and they don't want to be involved anymore if we have our own law. So we have to look at how we want to have that. And also, once the law is in place, how do we want to be able to change it in the future? And then there's a couple of restrictions on how we can draft our own law. First, there's natural justice and procedural fairness. I'll come back to that in a second. Second, there's the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which sets out the individual rights of Canadian citizens as individuals. And our law cannot breach the Charter of Rights and Freedoms unless we're able to very clearly justify it or point to our own Aboriginal rights as a basis for why we're doing something different that is that you won't be able to comply with both providing the individual person their right and exercising our right as communal Aboriginal rights together. So I'll touch on that. And then we've already talked about the approval process, which is a majority of members. Okay. The limits on custom election laws that have to do with natural justice and procedural fairness. I touched on this at the AGA. I'm going to repeat it again. And the reason I'm repeating it again is because it does restrict what we can do. And just saying it once, people don't remember that. So it will helps form some of our conversations. Some of the things that you see in election laws include the things like maybe there is a removal from office process for certain people. There's also election appeals processes. When there's a law where some individual person's rights or interests are going to be impacted by a decision made under that law, the person whose interests and rights may be impacted has a right to know what's going on and what the case against them is, essentially. They also have a right to an opportunity to be heard. So we can't just say, well, if this happens, that council member will be removed from office immediately. No, there has to be a fair process where they know what they're accused of doing. They know what the information and evidence is that you're planning to present to have them removed. And they have an opportunity to speak to that and give their own information and evidence about what happened. And then they're also entitled to the reasons for the decision. This includes if somebody's elected into chief and council and then their position is at risk because of an election appeal, right? So it's all around making sure that there's fair processes before final decisions are made on things like that. And if we don't make sure the fair process is included in the law, the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada will not rescind the Section 74 order against us that says we have to be under the Indian Act. The other piece is the human rights piece. And this is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I am not going to go through the whole of all the rights we have under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as individuals because there's just so many. There is a link on the website to a summary of different charter rights if you're interested in that. The biggest one that comes into play is usually the right to equality. And if there's issues around human rights that we're not setting out a justification for or we're not explaining to the minister, this is like this because it's our Aboriginal right, it's the way we've always worked, it's our traditions and our customs, and here's what those are, and that's why it's like this, then they may not rescind the order against us and let us have our own law. So those are the two things that we're paying attention to, and those are the things that when people are giving me information about what they want to see in the law, in the back of my head I'm always thinking, can we do that? Does that comply with the charter rights? Are there any issues that might arise? And if there are, then I will discuss with whoever's at the meeting with me, okay, well, you know, that could raise this issue. So then we talk about how would that be justified in these situations, and how do we make sure that we kind of cover our butts if we decide to do that anyways, right, in our law. The custom election law project team has kind of 4 components to it. You, as a group, and all your relatives that are Claytley members, you're part of that process. Chief and council, they have their roles and responsibilities in the process. The administration, which there's a list of people from the administration who are helping with this project. Can you stand up and wave if you're from the administration here and working on this project? I don't know where Adam is, or, oh, I don't see them here. So they're standing up. These are the people who are making sure you know when the meetings are happening. They're the ones doing all the administrative aspects of supporting the project. And then there's me, and I do my part, which I've already talked a little bit about. So in terms of your responsibilities, we're always happy to take volunteers who want to show up at a meeting and help out with things. So please put your hands up if you're at meetings, if you show up and you are willing to kind of, we've had people who are running the mic around and doing all sorts of different things at the meeting so far. Adam's got a lot of steps in. I don't know how many thousands of steps he's gotten in so far running the mics around. But if you want to be involved in making sure that word is getting out or doing anything on the administration side, please reach out to Adam. He's happy to get help with those things. Also, some of your responsibility is to attend the meetings, learn about what's going on, and give feedback on what you want to see in your law. And so that's the biggest piece of this phase of the project right now. And you're the one who's instructing me on what goes in there. I don't just make a decision on what I think is a good thing for you and then present it to you and say, do you like this, right? So that's part of this process here, is that engagement. Chief and councilor have made they do the budgets. They're responsible for the financial resources of the nation. They have made resources available for us to do this project. They have made staff time available for people to support in doing this project. They have been reviewing and looking at all the engagement materials. A lot of past chief and council members have been attending the meetings. They've been really vocal and sharing a lot of knowledge with people about what they know from the times they were on council, challenges they had, things they wish they could have been able to do. And then at the same time, chief and council are also band members, right? They're also electors. So we want to have their voice heard on equal playing field as each of your voices on what they would like to see. So they have the ability to also engage and give me their perspectives on what should be in there. I've already spoken a bit about the role of the administration and some of the support that they provide. They book the meeting halls, they help with all the printing of materials. They kind of do all the in between me and chief and council and in between me and membership type stuff. And I've already talked a bit about my role. So I put together the engagement plans, I prepare all the materials for the meetings, and topic by topic I walk whoever attends those meetings through discussions about other systems, including what do we currently have under the Indian Act, what does the First Nations Election Act have in it? If Chief and Council wanted to pass a band council resolution and bring us under the First Nations Election Act instead, what would that look like? And then in 2013, there was also work done by community. There was a committee that did some work, and they put together a proposed draft of an election law, so I share that information so that people have a comparison, and then I share some information at the federal, provincial, and municipal government levels so people can see comparisons of how that works, and then I share what I've observed in other communities' election laws as well. And then I take the instructions. At the end of the day, when I'm done, when community is done with the custom election engagement series that we're doing, I will have all the feedback and I will have to make some decisions on what to go into the law. And there will be some areas where it's pretty close, and sometimes if it's really close, it's harder for me to make a decision what to do sometimes. If it's something like if it's something that I can split the difference on, I split the difference on it when I draft it, but sometimes it might not be. So I have to make some decisions, and then when I draft the law and bring it back to community, I explain, here's why I made this decision when I know that, you know, there was also a large group of people who wanted this, right? And so I'll explain why I've drafted each piece the way I have, and then and then I will give feedback as well and answer questions about if people gave ideas and they don't make it into the law. I'll say, you know, here's what the ideas were, and I'll explain why it didn't make it into the law. And then I'm going to go over the project timeline now. Does anybody have questions, though, first about whose roles and responsibilities are for what? That was just to buy me a sip of water. If I ask a question, I get time to take a sip of water. Okay, so far in 2013, there was this draft put together by community. It was at the same time that we were doing pretty heavy into treaty negotiations, right? And it was drafted in a way that aligns with us having gone through treaty and approved it. And it talks about Clately being citizens, not members, you know? And there were some areas where it was incomplete. There were highlighted, come to membership and ask them about this. So it's not a comprehensive document, but it gave a lot of insight to where people's minds were at back then. Our community has grown a lot since 2013. Our membership numbers have gone way up since then. So some of the conversations are looking different today than they did in 2013, I'm sure. And then about this time last year, Barry Seymour went around and he conducted 7 sessions across the province. By show of hands, can I just see who attended Barry's sessions? Only a couple people. Okay. I know he was in Prince George, Vancouver. I was the only person that made it to the Victoria session, and I'm not sure about the other sessions. Unfortunately, there was not great engagement and participation in those sessions, but he did get the process kick-started. He shared information with people, and he started getting this to be more of a topic of discussion, so that's good. In April, I was brought on board by Chief and Council to continue the work that Barry had started. In May last year, I did the AGM presentation, and that is on the website for people who want to go back and look at it. I also started to develop the materials for the sessions, and then in September, Adam created the web page for the election law, and posters should have gone to every single one of you and every other elector, setting out the engagement dates for people to attend. And then throughout October, so this has been, you can see the pace started to pick up quite quickly. In October, there was a whole bunch of work again to try and get people involved. Social media reminders, Facebook events were created. At the same time, we found out that the equipment to do a combined virtual and in-person engagement in Prince George was not available. So we had to decide on what to do about reaching out to people who can't attend the in-person meetings. So Chief and Council supported doing a virtual series of meetings, and we started to do all of the promotional stuff for those. And then our meetings started. In-person Prince George sessions have completed. We have talked about every single one of those topics that I went over at the Prince George sessions already. I can see just kind of like a guesstimate that maybe 1/10 of the people that are here today were at those sessions. So I would like to ask, how many people are free on Tuesday nights? Put your hand up if you do not have a commitment on Tuesday nights. Everyone here has things to do Tuesday nights? They're all busy already? I don't believe it. I don't believe that everybody here is busy on Tuesday nights. So moving forward, we are going to be doing virtual sessions on Tuesday nights. Last Tuesday, we talked about council composition, term in office, nominations, and voting. this coming Tuesday, these are 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., okay? This is only 2 hours of your week for the next 6 weeks that we are asking you to please come out and talk to us about these topics. The next session is going to be about candidate eligibility. Do you care whether or not the people in Chief and Council have minimum levels of knowledge or experience or skills to be doing their jobs? Do you care if they are a band member? Do you care if they have to be a member or not to be representing you at the Chief and Council level? Things like that are what we're going to be discussing, okay? Then it's every Tuesday night from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. You have to register through the Facebook page, or sorry, through the website, but you can go on last minute register and just join. You don't have to register in advance. You just have to register to be able to access the link. I have a question. So we had all the in-person sessions in Prince George already. We had 3 full days dedicated to this already, so we have done in-person sessions. If you're not somebody who has access to video, etc., for the virtual sessions, I believe that you should be able to maybe talk to Adam and he can let you know, like maybe they can set up a room in the Brunswick office, or maybe you have a family member who you can attend with. We've had a couple of families attend the first one as a group. It was kind of nice. They got to sit as a group and attend the virtual session together. So there are ways to do that. And then we also have copies of all the materials that we've discussed. And we also have all the notes. So all the feedback people have given so far, I have been documenting into one document. And we can make all of those things available to you in paper copy if you let us know that you need it. And there's also paper copy versions of the survey questions, so people can answer the survey questions as well in paper copy. So if the electronic access is a problem for people, just talk to me or talk to Adam and we will help figure something out so that your voice can be heard. In Vancouver, so you can see October 19th, that was council composition, term in office, candidate eligibility, nominations, and voting options. We had 42 members attend the Prince George in-person session. Out of those 42 members, 7 of them were former Chief and Council members, and quite a few of them were elders. So I want to say that even though the numbers are low, the quality of engagement was really high. The amount of information people were able to share and their knowledge about what we need to have a strong Chief and Council all the time moving forward was really high level of knowledge that people shared. Same with October 20th, and then November 4th, we didn't get as many people. In Vancouver, we got 14 members attend, and they were also very engaged. They all were actively speaking and everything like that. And then we have November 23rd and 24th. If you have family members who live in Vancouver who might want to attend the in-person session, please send them a message. Tell them that the information is on the website. Help them access the dates. It's going to be at the Sandman Inn. It's a Saturday, Sunday, and it's going to be 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. There's breakfast, dinner, and breakfast, lunch, and dinner are served. At all the sessions that are in person, we have made sure there is childcare available. Some people have taken advantage of that, so that people who have children can engage and not have to worry. Their kids are just up the way, being kept care of and being entertained, okay? The virtual sessions, unfortunately, we don't have any childcare for those. The dates for the virtual sessions are on the screen here. So again, it's every Tuesday night, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And I do strongly encourage you to please come out to those. And look at, I think I duplicated that slide. So my apologies for that. As we've been going, we've been doing updates to the web page. By the 17th of December, we will have completed all of our in-person and virtual engagements. And then from the 17th December through to the end of January, All the materials will be on the website, including copies of all the presentations. So videos of the presentations, as well as notes from all the feedback that we've heard so far from other members, and then online versions of the survey questions that we've been handing out as well at all the sessions. So there will be a 6-week period where you can engage on your own time during schedules that work for you on giving feedback to us. And then from there, February and March is when we'll have a look and see how much feedback have we gathered so far. We'll put all the information together, and I will put together a first draft of the custom election law. I will prepare documents for community to review, which will basically be a summary of how things work under the Indian Act and how things work under the proposed new election law. And then you will have a good idea of what the comparison looks like. At the same time, we will send a copy of it to Indigenous Services Canada, and they will do a review to look for issues around procedural fairness and around charter rights, okay? And they will give us their perspectives on whether they see any issues, and if there's something that's potentially a violation of somebody's individual charter rights, but it could be justified because it's our Indigenous way of doing things, then we might have to have some back and forth with Indigenous Services Canada about that. So we don't have control over their review process. Sorry, wrong button. I put a note in here. Our next chief and council election is in April. This is correct, right? April 9th? Okay, April 9th. I wasn't sure the exact date. So we will have an election. Whether there's changeover or not is up to community, right? This is the same kind of time period where Indigenous Services Canada is doing the review, so it lines up really nice that while we're in an election, that kind of bit in the background is going on. And then at the same time, I assume it will be after the election, we will do a community-wide review of the draft law and look at it together as a community, and that might turn into some revisions. Ideally not, because if people engage in this process up front, what I put into the law should reflect what you want, because I'll have already heard that from you, right? So the revisions, if any, should be minor. And then a final draft will be done, and then a ratification process will occur. Any questions about process before I move into what we've heard so far from community members who have attended all these sessions? Okay. So the first topic that we discussed was around council composition, and what we heard is that one chief and 100 councillors does not, or one chief and one councillor per 100 people does not represent us the way we want to be represented, and there are challenges with that process or with that composition in terms of succession planning and making sure we have our younger generations getting engaged early enough so that they can take over leadership roles, and people who are aging are able to retire when they want to and stop having to take on the heavy load of being in leadership. I have worked with communities where chief and council members tell me I keep running because nobody else puts their hand up and somebody has to do this work, you know? And so we don't want to ever have council members feel that way. So another idea was around having an alternate chief, and there was a couple different thoughts shared around how that could work, whether it would be the remaining council members appoint an alternate chief when needed, or whether the council member who has the highest number of votes would be appointed into an alternate chief position. And also there was the idea of having a chief that focuses on business matters and one that's for the people, here when there's a death, here when there's anything going on, to be responsive to community members. There was also strong support across all of the sessions, including the Prince George session, for having a designated out-of-territory councillor seat. So that's somebody who's out of territory to represent the needs and interests of band members who also live outside the territory. And we would, of course, have regular councillor seats continue, and the designated seat for outside the territory would be voted on only by people who live outside the territory. We also had very strong support for a designated position for a youth councillor. So we don't have an age category, Josh raised that apparently our age of majority, so the age category that has the most members in it right now is 16 years old. So that tells you we have a big hump of people in an age group that are going to be turning age where they can start being in our leadership positions. This youth counselor position was discussed as a paid position to be treated exactly the same as every other council member. The only difference is that they would be non-voting. And some of the concerns that were raised about having somebody who's in the maybe like 16 to 24 age range or something like that, voting, is that they might be too influenceable by their own family members, or they might not feel confident enough in themselves in order to speak up and say and vote how they actually want to. So they might feel pressured. They might not be prepared yet for that level of pressure. And so at the same time, community members wanted that person to be recognized and their voice to be strong at the table, and for them to be remunerated the same as other council members because they are offering the same service. The idea was that they would also hold a youth portfolio. They would be voted in by the youth. So if you're in that same age category, that's who you're voting to represent you at the table. Then there was a discussion around having an elder counselor position as well. That discussion was, I don't want to say short-lived, but it was raised multiple times that people support it, but we didn't dig into the details of what that might look like. So if you have any feedback on that, please do come and share it with us. And then we talked about the number of counselors, and one suggestion was to cap it at the number of 8 as a total so that it doesn't get unruly and too costly, and to kind of make sure that it doesn't get unmanageable. And then there were some discussions as well about having the 4 clans represented, and there was discussion around what would need to happen for us to get to that point. There was a theme throughout all the meetings where people really want to see our Balchat system and our clan system in this law. There was also a theme of discussion about how we're still working on our genealogy, and we have some work to do before we can make that an operational reality for us. And so the way that we've talked so far about managing that is to have mandatory 5-year reviews that are focused on that. How can we incorporate this into our current law? Every 5 years, stopping and taking a look back and going, what have we done towards revitalizing our systems, and how can we start using them in this particular area? So that's something that we have to maybe include in the amendment section of the law. In terms of the terms in office, so this is how long does a council member get to be in office for once they are elected. Nobody supported keeping a 2-year term, and there was some discussion around why, and basically the amount of work it is for new chief and council members to learn what their responsibilities are and become familiar with their roles, and the challenges of doing that and then going straight back into an election once you get to that point. You haven't even had time to achieve anything yet, right? So a 4-year term is probably, at this point, based on what we've heard, going to be in the law, and it just allows more time for a chief and council to complete what they've started in their term. Most people supported staggering the election so that every 2 years you still have an election, but the terms are 4. So during the first election, you would have a couple people who have the lowest number of votes only on a 2-year term. And then from there, everybody would be on 4-year terms, but you would still have elections every 2 years, but you would only be electing half of your chief and council every 2 years, and there would always be half of it continuing through election. And for continuity of business, knowing what's going on, there was a lot of benefits discussed about that. The people who did not support that approach, their concerns were just around how ugly things can get at election time, and the fact that you're still doing it every 2 years, and it could be really disruptive, even if you have some chief and council members who are remaining in their seats. And then there were some people who just said, well, I don't want to vote every 2 years. So it was just kind of voter fatigue, I guess you can call it. And nobody supported the idea of having a maximum term in office, where once a person's been in office for a certain number of terms, they have to take a break from running. The big picture voices that came out there was around how if people don't want them in because they don't like what they're doing, they won't vote them in. So that will very unlikely be part of the law. I have on the screen you can see underlined in red block letters. Throughout the rest of the presentation, there's other areas where it's like that as well. And basically what that is that's the areas where we've had division amongst the people who are attending on what they support. And those are the areas where we really need feedback from people, because if we don't have enough feedback, then it's going to be difficult to draft the law because we don't know who supports what. And the election law questionnaires that we will be putting out online, those will be the tiebreakers in areas where there's strong division. I'll have to go to those and go, okay, did 54% say yes? And 46% said no to this, then those 54% of people that's what's going to go into the law. So I've said at all the meetings, nobody in this room is going to get every single thing they want in a new election law, okay? At the end of the day, when you're asked to vote on whether or not you support the new election law, what you need to do is look at how things are under the Indian Act and look at how things are under the proposed new election law and go, overall, would I rather have this or this? And maybe there's one thing in there that you feel really strongly about, and maybe you vote no because of it, and that is okay. That is what you are there to do, is have your voice heard, okay? So with candidate eligibility, the minimum level of education was the biggest kind of topic where people were divided. The participants who spoke in support of it, they talked about literacy skills, financial ability skills, critical thinking, problem solving, communication skills, all these skills that we learn when we go through life in social environments at schools, etc. Those were the biggest things. Some of the members who said, no, that shouldn't be a requirement, they raised topics like, how can we support our council members who have challenges with literacy? How can we support our council members and rely on experts for things that they're not experts in, right? And maybe that's the way forward. Maybe they don't have to have all those things because we can hire and rely on consultants and experts. Others were saying, no, we want them to be able to understand and make independent decisions because we don't want them to have to be making decisions based on what a consultant or some expert says, because then they're not really making the decision for themselves. They're just following what that person said, how they said it works. So there was really interesting discussion that happened around the education piece. Everybody wanted there to be some sort of experience piece, and that could include traditional or cultural experience. It could include experience in other governance systems. So maybe somebody's been helping run the Elder Society for 10 years. That counts as experience, right? So some level of experience was highly supported with being able to illustrate certain skills. The next topic that we talked about with regards to eligibility was around criminal records. This is always a touchy topic. Before I go into this, I just want to say it can be a very sensitive topic. It can be a very traumatizing topic for some people to talk about, and I just want to give that disclaimer before I talk about it, in case, just to prepare people emotionally. Please, if you need to step out, that's fine. Take some deep breaths. It's a touchy topic. The biggest thing, people who have been convicted of sex crimes or people who have been charged and are awaiting trial and before the court's waiting for something to do with a sex crime. And people wanted to see that be a restriction on an ability to run and sit on council. And one of the things we talked about was, well, what if someone's being investigated? What if someone's been accused? And we talked about this mostly in the Vancouver session in depth. And it was about, okay, well, what does the process look like? So first there's an accusation, then the police do their investigation. Once the police have enough information that they feel they have enough evidence for there to be a conviction on this issue, they send it over to the Crown prosecutor, and the Crown prosecutor does a charge assessment. And when they do their charge assessment, they look at, is there a reasonable prospect of success in a conviction? Does the evidence support a conviction if we move forward with charges? And they look at, is it in the public interest for us to move forward with charges? And at that point, they make a decision on whether to approve charges and move it forward towards a trial, right? So people at the session talked about the investigation isn't enough because anybody can make an accusation against anybody and the cops have to investigate it. So just being investigated, that's not enough. But once it's gone through the process where a Crown prosecutor has said, there is enough evidence for us to prosecute this offense, we're satisfied we're going to be successful before a judge, then you're not eligible during the period where you're going through that process, and you're not eligible if you're convicted. So those were where people stood with regards to criminal record stuff. Otherwise, people talked about having disclosure of criminal records as part of the nomination process. So you don't have to be, you're not made ineligible if you've been convicted of mischief or drinking and driving or whatever, like, you know, throwing toilet paper at someone's house or whatever it is. But members have a right to know what your history is, and they will decide whether they want to vote you in or not. So it's not a restriction on being able to run, but it's a transparency piece that people wanted to see. When we talked about the next issue, people were also divided. And it's interesting because it was two different groups had two different opinions here. And this is around whether a person should have to be a Clately Tenay member in order to be on Chief and Council. And where it got really interesting is that right now Clately Tenay has our membership rules are set out in the Indian Act. Some of the things that are restrictive on us under the Indian Act include that there is no dual membership allowed under the Indian Act. So if one of us has a mother who's Clately Tenay, a father who's Lake Babine or Cree or some other nation, we have to choose which band we're going to be a member of. We have no choice because of the colonial policies that are set out in the Indian Act rules. And the same thing if you marry out to another nation. Maybe you're Clately, you've got children, you want your whole family to be as a unit, and you end up getting transferred through marriage into another nation. You're still Clately though, right? Another restriction with regards to membership right now that we are subject to under the Indian Act is that in order to be a member of Clately Tenay, you have to have status. If we had our own membership law, we could get rid of these rules. We could choose our own rules, and that was something that people wanted to see, and I told them if they want that, they have to talk to Chief and Council about a new project. But at the end of the day, this is what made the people say, no, you shouldn't have to be a member to run on Chief and Council, but you have to have ancestry. You have to have that ancestral connection to the nation in order to be involved in our governance. On the other side of the coin, people said, no, people should have to choose. Some members said, you have to choose. If you want to be Clately, then you shouldn't have transferred to your dad's band. And there was some strong opinions and views on that side. And some of the risks that people raised in their discussions were around, well, what if you're a band member in another nation and you're running and you're a chief or a council member for us, now you're privy to all this private information around how our nation is negotiating agreements, maybe different business things that we're negotiating with, for example, Enbridge or BC Hydro, and it goes across various nations, right? And now you know what's going on at this level, but you're also a member of that band, and maybe you might misuse the information that you gain at the Chief and Council table. So that was one of the risks that people raised and why they did not want someone to be able to run for Chief and Council if they are not a member of Clately Tenay. Residency requirements, I already said that some people, that there's been a very strong support for an out-of-territory designated councillor seat. People have also said whether you live in the territory or not should not matter. You should be allowed to run for even the regular council seats if you live outside the territory. And however, with the exception of the chief, people really strongly believe the chief needs to be residing and living in the territory. And then some people raise caution about maybe there being a maximum number of people from outside the territory who can be on Chief and Council. So restricting the composition of council to no more than 2 out-of-territory members or 3 out-of-territory members, something like that. The next thing was around bankruptcy and arrears that people talked about for Canada eligibility. And there were multiple different positions on the bankruptcy issue. I think people wanted to know if someone's bankrupt, but not necessarily make it a criteria that you're not eligible. But being open about the fact that you've had challenges with finances before, because as chief and council, you're responsible for very big financial decisions for the nation. You're in a position of trust to make decisions over the nation's money, right? So community members said we want them to have a history of responsible decision making around money, but at the same time, there was concerns about, well, what if you had something outside your control that led to you becoming bankrupt? So that became more of a question around disclosure at the nomination period rather than eligibility to be on council. And with regards to whether you owe money to the band, people thought, yeah, it doesn't matter if you owe money to the band, doesn't really matter how much, as long as you're responsibly paying it back regularly and you have an arrangement in place. With regards to working for a Clayton Tenay business or for the administration, this is another area where there was a lot of division. There was a lot of support on both sides for having a restriction and for not having any restriction. The Vancouver group is the one that strongly voiced having a restriction in place. This is an area that people are gonna, unless you fill out the survey questions, I need more information from you on what you want to see here, because anecdotally from conversation I've heard both sides of it, but I need to know how many people support each side of it, right? So that's where getting that survey questions completed is going to be important. And there was a series of things that we had as topics for discussion, but we did not have any big discussion over. So these are just the topics that we never discussed in detail on eligibility to run for council. The next thing we talked about was nomination rules and procedures. And sorry, what time do I have until? 15 minutes left, or does anybody know what? Said till 3? Okay, good. I was like, how quick do I have to talk? Just a second. Can I get someone to bring me another water, please? Thank you. With regards to nomination rules and procedures, what we've heard so far is that there should be some restriction on the number of people that you are allowed to nominate. People should not be allowed to show up at a nomination meeting and then last minute throw 15 people's names in the hat. It's not really people being responsible in nominations, and it creates the problem, thank you very much, Wendy, it creates the problem of having the vote split. So there were kind of two approaches to addressing this concern that were raised. Some people said, as an individual band member, you should be allowed to nominate one person for chief and only one person as a council member. Other people said the maximum number of councillors who you should be allowed to nominate should be based on the number of people who are running for council. So if there's 4 positions, you're allowed to nominate no more than 4 people. So this is an area where hopefully we'll get some more views from people. And the candidacy fee piece, this was an interesting discussion. People are again divided on it right now. People who support having a fee say it shows your seriousness of being on chief and council. Those against it said it's inequitable, not everybody can afford it. There's a way to manage the affordability issue. If a person cannot afford it, we can have a process where there's a fee waiver for people who are under a certain income bracket. So there are ways to address these types of things. There was also a comment that if we tighten up our campaigning process, then and we have a required mandatory orientation for anybody who's nominated to attend for a full day before they can accept their nomination, in orientation into what chief and council even is, what your responsibilities are, etc., that will help to weed out people who aren't serious, because they're not going to want to go spend a whole day at an orientation session. So there were different ideas raised there. I see I didn't change a slide over there and it got cut off, so sorry about that. Dual candidacy and council orientation. So should somebody be allowed to run for both the position of chief and a councillor position at the same time? Strong no for that so far from the groups that were speaking with me so far. And again, this idea, I can't remember, I think it might have been Luella who raised it initially. I'm pointing her out. It was a good idea, so credit to Luella for the idea, about having a one-day orientation of some sort is just so strongly supported for so many reasons in the community discussion so far. It lets people understand what they're getting into before they put their hand up. They understand what the expectations are going to be of them before they accept their nomination. And it also helps prepare them. It's that first step towards knowing what you're responsible for. It weeds out the people who aren't serious. There's just so many reasons people discussed about why they would like to see that. So I anticipate that will be in the first draft of the law. Campaigning and offenses. Overall, participants support the idea of having some sort of campaigning restrictions. So things like not making promises that I'm going to fire so-and-so if I get in, you know? Not, I'm going to make sure you get a house. You're going to be the next person on the list who gets a house if I get in. The types of things that create disruption in community at election time. And no vote buying, no intimidation. There's some standard things from other jurisdictions that people supported the language of. So you'll likely see some campaigning restrictions in there and some offenses as well. So what happens if you illegally campaign, right? And then all candidates forum. We've had this informally and in all candidates forum system in place for a little while. It's not been something that's a standard part of our election process, but people want to see it be part of the process as long as it's properly managed. So having somebody who's independent managing that process and that's moderating the discussion, making sure that the questions from members aren't coming from the floor on the day of the meeting. They're submitted in advance, and if themes amongst members of questions come up, those are the ones that get answered first, and everybody has equal time. Everybody has equal time to speak, so you don't have one council member getting 20 minutes to talk to the issue and one getting 5 minutes to talk to the issue, and then making sure that the issues that they're being asked about, they have notice of what the questions are in advance, because that gives them the opportunity to go out and research, how would I deal with that issue? And come and show you how they would deal with it, and does what they say at the meeting align with what their authorities are as a chief and council member? Do they look like they've put their mind to this properly, or are they just there winging it and they don't know what they're talking about, and that comes out in the all candidates meeting? So I anticipate seeing that in the first draft. What we heard so far with regards to voting in elections, we've talked already about having youth vote for youth positions. We talked about the mail-in ballot process, which should mail-in ballots be going to everyone who lives off reserve? We only have approximately 1/8 of our members living on reserve, right? So that's a lot of mail-in ballots. And somebody who was at one of the recent elections said that they only seen 60 ballots approximately get counted from mail-in. So only 60 people were taking advantage of mail-in ballot processes, but we've paid for self-return envelopes and printing, etc., to go out to way more than those 60 people. So the strong support in this area was to have only people who live outside the Prince George area given a mail-in ballot, but people from in the Prince George area can request one to be provided to them. And one of the things that was raised at a meeting is that I guess there's no Canada Post sorting station anymore. So in Prince George. So actually, if you're doing mail-in ballot, if it's being sent to you in Prince George, it's going all the way to Vancouver to be sorted and then coming back to Prince George. And when you send it back, it's going all the way to Vancouver to be sorted again and come back to Prince George. So that was... How do you know all this? You're the one who said this at the meetings. She's got the intel on. Can you tell us when the strike is going to end? And so there was a question, what happens if there's a strike, right? What happens if there's a death in the community? This kind of thing came up as well around voting. And I decided that I will figure a way to draft that into the law to address it. It would probably what I would do is say the original voting day will continue. However, an additional day of voting would be added for 2 weeks later or something like that, so that the original plan's not disrupted right? You're not having to advise people. The notice of vote says, please, if Claylee Tenay posts a notice, or the electoral officer, posts a notice of death or a notice of strike, then additional day of voting will be on this day, and it'll be all in the original process, so there's no back and forth, how do we deal with this last minute, right? So that's what we're going to do to address that issue. Participants like the idea of electronic voting, so there will be probably an authorization in the election law for that to happen, but not necessarily a requirement. That'll be a matter of financially, are we able to do that this year? Does it make sense? That type of thing. And then we started talking about council duties and responsibilities, and I keep on hitting the laser button instead. Oh, see, I keep forgetting to, sorry, I'm forgetting to switch the slides over. After hours duties was a big thing that people talked about when it comes to how chief and council spend their time. And there's a lot of times where members are currently leaning on chief and council because they don't even know who to contact in different situations. So one of the discussions was not just about what chief and council should be available for after hours, but is it realistic that we ask them to be available 24 hours a day for us? And what should be in place to avoid that having to be the case, right? And then there was this list here of things that people said, these are standard: emergency support, death situation, when they already have pre-planned, maybe they're going to some sort of a training or a conference or strategic planning sessions or something like that, and they have to travel at nighttime, those types of things that are pre-planned. But the big thing that came out was we should not be using our chief and council as our emergency services. That's not fair. It's a heavy burden and it's stressful, and we need to have a better system in place so people know who to call in different situations. And then there was not really any substantial discussion on other duties, but the next thing we talked about was council honorariums. And one of the things that people raised about this, because right now we don't have any strict rules and procedures around even who makes the decision about what a council honorarium is, and people want to see something in the law that clarifies that. The information that people were asking for includes knowing how much money chief and council get for undertaking their roles with regards to our business entities, because that's information that people feel they don't have enough about before they could give feedback on this topic. And then all positions, though, there was a strong support. All positions should be full-time with salaries. We shouldn't have people who are working 3 different jobs to make ends meet. We should have positions that are supported. When we had our meeting in Prince George, there were, like I said, I believe there were 7 former chief and council members there. They talked about how many hours per week they commit to council duties. It ranges from 20 to 40 hours per week. And that's reading and making yourself familiar with all the documents you have to be familiar with for all the meetings that they attend. That includes meetings with government. That includes everything that they do. And that when you're a newer member of chief and council, it takes even longer, because some people have said I had to read some documents 3 times just to make sure that I was 100% on what it said before I attended the meeting. And so just the heavy burden of work that chief and council have, and trying to make them full-time with salaries, this is something that I think is going to require a discussion with the finance department and looking at the budget before we could even say whether this is a realistic thing to have in the law. So that's something that I will probably be reaching out to them to talk about at some time in the future here. And then there was a division about how people should get paid. Should it be a monthly honorarium like it currently is? Should it be tied to how many meetings people attend? Or should we just adopt something like what municipal governments have, which is also like a salary type thing, but a bit different layout than how we do it? And then there was a discussion around people wanting to see some boundaries on travel and travel allowances. Like if chief and council can attend certain meetings virtually, they shouldn't be traveling, some people were talked about. But for what I would probably put in a law, I would probably just put something in the law that says chief and council have to maintain a policy, and the policy needs to be publicly available to all members, and then members have to have an ability to be given notice of any changes that are going to be made to that policy and an opportunity to give input into that policy. So there are some things that were discussed at the meetings that are way too prescriptive, way too detailed to include in every single thing into the law, but where I will have something in there that sets out a requirement for that inclusion in those discussions and knowing what's going on type stuff, right? So that was one of the areas where that would probably happen in the law. And with regards to reporting to members, participants supported chief and council reporting back to members, not just on the activities, but on their expenditures for their personal chief and council expenditures. So travel expenditures, etc. Some of that is done at that's done annually right now at our annual general meeting. So people wanted to have a little bit more detail on, well, where are they traveling to and what for? And so, but they also said, we can't make this a burden on chief and council. This has to be something that's really easy for them to do. We can't make it so that they're constantly being micromanaged in how they're doing things. So there's an idea of maybe having like a standard form that they fill out monthly, where basically it's a ticky box. It says I attended this many meetings, here's the different ministries of government or whatever that I met with. Here's how many hours, approximately this month I spent on these things. Something really simple. And then there was some division here on how do those reports go back, and some questions about protecting the privacy of Clayton business and what's going on in our nation. And right now the chief and council meetings are public. Essentially they're on the Facebook page is where they live stream, right? And so the idea of maybe having something that's not so public, something that's set up so that it's public to members, but it's not available to the overall public, and where members can attend, but there was an idea that people have to be able to put a camera on if they're going to attend virtually, not just sit there with their camera off so that nobody in the council room knows what's going on. And there was a really strong support for us to have council chambers where there's a viewing gallery where members can go and sit and observe what's going on in person. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah. Before I continue on just the last topics are, we're going to go into election appeals, talk about by-elections, resignations, and council accountability. But before I move on, because that's already a pretty big chunk of information, do people have any questions about the topics we've covered so far that they would like to ask? Any strong feelings people would like to share with the group about any of the topics? Okay, I should also say that people don't need to attend these meetings to speak publicly if they aren't public speaker type people, that there is an email address set up, and it's at the end of the slideshow here. So you can send all your comments to me. They will all be documented along with everybody else's, and I am reporting back. This is the summary of what was discussed. I think it's, Crystal, how many pages is that document you printed there? Like 45 pages, I think? 48 pages of notes that I took from what members have said so far. I see a question over here. Jared.
Let's use the microphone, and then other members can hear.
And the copy of those notes is going to be on the website, available for everybody to see, and your names are not attached to the comments that you make. It's just a summary of comments.
Hi. I had strong feelings about this section, so I wanted to share what was discussed. But in regards to the reporting to members, we thought that what was really important was that there be some sort of, thank you, there be some sort of metrics in place that were aligned with our community values, and through each of those areas be able to simply report back how you're contributing and how you're learning in those areas and pushing forward member solutions and whatnot. But also we wanted it to be really simple too, like what Sonia's going over, but also Indigenous led. And so I think also a caveat there would be for it to be developed in Clayton and by or Lately And by our leadership, so it was something that they were able to, you know, be in control and be self-motivated in order to move forward on some of these different, you know, issues and projects that they're working towards. And so it was really an uplifting discussion and like kind of tailored to self-motivation and kind of self-determination as well.
Thank you, Jared.
Oh, my dad, Leonard, wants to say something.
This is a little bit lighter, but I know the law pretty good too. I live with Luella, so I'm the hand of the queen.
Okay, back to regular programming.
Great, thank you both. Any more questions from members for Sonia at this point? Going once, twice? Okay, Sonia, back to you.
Okay. So the next topic that we talked about was election appeals. And we talked about whether or not, we talked about a couple different options. We talked about using the court system as an appeal process, having a single person that is appointed as an adjudicator or decision maker regarding election appeals, having a community process where there's committee members involved at the community level. We talked about the pros and cons of each of those approaches and some of the challenges that come with them. We talked about what the long-term vision is, which is 100% self-determination and independence, and where we're at now and what we want to see today. So some of these discussions have gone, we've had a lot of aspirational discussions about what we want to see, but some of them are things that we're not prepared for yet, taking on. And so this is one of the areas where people really wanted to see us have our own kind of tribunal or decision-making body that makes these decisions, but the amount of training, et cetera, the amount it would cost to get that all in place, the amount of people who would have to be involved in just that maybe it's not realistic immediately. And so in the short term, people support the idea of appointing an independent adjudicator. So this is one person who would be appointed. There was some ideas about having a former judge or somebody who has a minimum level of legal experience in decision making, somebody who's independent from the community who's making decisions about appeals, and somebody who has experience running a hearing type process. And so we also had conversation about the importance of having some level of cultural competence for that person and making sure that any process that gets developed for it includes room for cultural protocols and knowledge to be involved. And then that the skills required, we need to be really clear when we're posting a notice for an adjudicator. So it would probably work similar to how the electoral officer is appointed. The outgoing council would appoint an adjudicator for the election, for the upcoming election, and then there would be the person in place already. So that was the election appeals piece. And then with regards to by-elections and resignations, one of the things we talked about in by-elections is just the amount of effort and time and work there is that goes into holding an election. And if there's enough people still left on council and we still have quorum, there's no need for that. We can continue to have the existing council members move forward with business as long as there's a quorum. So that was the most strongly supported approach. And then we talked about if the chief position is the position that became vacant, then council would appoint a new chief from amongst them, or the person with the next highest votes would get in. Even in the chief position, having somebody new come on that's not familiar with what's going on in the business that's going on could lead to them having to do a lot of catch up. So having somebody who's existing on council take over the role of chief, that means there's somebody on council who already knows everything that's going on. They don't need to be brought up to speed. They would move from their councillor seat into the position of chief. And then vacant seats getting voted on at the next election. So if it was a staggered election and the person's term isn't up until after the next election, their position would be voted in at the staggered election, if that makes sense. And so maybe they would only be voted in for a 2-year period, though, to keep that staggered process continuing properly. So there would be ways that I could draft that in. With regards to resignations, there's kind of a strong view of none of this standing up saying I quit in the middle of a council meeting or out of, in the middle of a whatever meeting. Like, it has to be in writing, it has to be structured. We don't want people to be held to something that they might say in the heat of the moment when they're upset. It needs to be thoughtfully, it needs to be a thoughtful resignation, right? So that was the discussion around resignations. And then we also had this discussion about recall. So in other jurisdictions, they have a process, provincially they have a process, legislation that allows for the recall of somebody who's been elected. And so I went through what the provincial legislation is around being able to recall. And that's basically a process everybody supported, which would be where there's a petition brought by band members saying this person, we want their position recalled, they're no longer in office. And this would be a no-fault kind of thing. There's no criteria that would have to be met, other than a certain percentage of people signing a petition, bringing it forward, saying we want that person out, right? And 40% of all electors was one of the ideas that came forward as a number. And sorry, off the top of my head, cannot remember what it is provincially, but this has actually happened 9 times, I guess, in the province. We looked that up. How many times has this actually happened? And it has happened 9 times where people have had their position recalled. And the other idea was to have a percentage of those people who voted in the election, rather than a percentage of all electors. Sorry? Okay, so 20% of those who voted being an alternative number, okay. Right, but it's 20% of electors within a district, not those who voted. Yes, but it's not the people who voted in that riding, it's based on the total number of people in the riding. Yeah. Yeah, so 40% would be really high compared to what the provincial percentage is. Yeah. Yeah, so we would look at probably mirroring the provincial process in the law if we were to adopt this. Yeah. Because that's kind of tried and true. They've gone through it. They've developed it. Why reinvent the wheel if we don't need to, right? The next topic was codes of conduct and conflicts of interest. The Chief and Council has governance policies that already set a lot of things out regarding these things. And people were supportive of Chief and Council continuing to make those policies and procedures. However, what they wanted to see was member involvement in the process of making those policies and procedures and any changes that happen to them. So when the Chief and Council develops policies and procedures around code of conduct or conflict of interest, and also when they make decisions on whether to approve that policy, having that be in an open meeting where band members are able to attend and speak. And the last topic that we talked about was grounds for accountability. And these are some of the ideas that people said a chief or council who's already in office should be held accountable for. This was not a, let me just think. This discussion was not super in-depth in any of the meetings yet. There are more in-depth survey questions to be answered on this topic, but theft was a kind of top thing. Any assaults, bullying, harassment, etc. that's going on, regardless of whether it's to another member or whether it's to somebody in community and it's happening within the responsibilities of them as a chief and council member. We talked about breaching conflict of interest and code of conduct rules being grounds to be holding council accountable. And then this piece about sex crimes, which is after you've been elected in, the responsibility for you to continue meeting certain eligibility criteria, it continues throughout your term as well, or else I think people really wanted that to be more like a recall. Other serious crimes, people talked about having other serious crimes, but there was not really any definition given of that, and I think if we were going to have anything additional around criminal record requirements or criminal issues that's going to become a ground for accountability, I think probably we would want to talk about exactly what they are and why. So that's a topic for discussion. Okay. deciding what's an appropriate remedy. So now somebody, it's already been decided that they were involved in bullying and harassment, for example. How do we hold that person accountable? What are the remedies? And so some people, there was a lot of different views here, and in terms of who gets to make the decision about what that remedy is going to be. And there were these 4 options here that were discussed. But basically some sort of outside body, so not chief and council. Other chief and council members who are not involved was one of the ideas that we threw around, but that was not a supported approach. So there's no, more engagement needs to be done on that topic. Oh, I missed a slide in here, sorry. Accountability proceedings, oh yeah, so being open to members. We talked about things being posted, so Jen, I believe, brought up that the BC Teachers Regulation Branch, when teachers are held accountable for breaching code of conduct, the orders that are made against them are publicly available on a registry online. It's the same thing with the Law Society, it's the same thing with the College of the Physicians and Surgeons, colleges of all sorts of different bodies that regulate different types of professions. It's publicly available if somebody's breached their code of conduct and been held accountable. So having something that's a public process and that it's not a beyond the reasonable doubt kind of process. You don't have to prove they did it beyond a reasonable doubt. You just have to prove that it's more likely than not that they did it. So we talked about how heavily what's the threshold for proof we talked about. And the arm's length piece. I'm missing a whole bunch of slides, so I'm going to get rid of this on my printed version. So the other thing we talked about was who gets to decide what the remedy is. And some people said, okay, well, you know, if it's only the chief or council member who's involved, I'm just going to ask anyone who's talking to maybe go out into the foyer and continue your discussion, okay? If that's okay, because it's slowly getting louder and louder in the room, and I promise you, I'm like 5 minutes away from being done, okay? So the idea was if there's only 2 people involved, 1 chief or council member and a band member, they should be allowed to decide how that remedy is going to work. They should be able to sit down and have a negotiation back and forth about what's a reasonable way for that chief or council member to make things right. But if it's more than just 2 people involved, then there should be an independent decision maker who makes the decision on how things will be made right. And there's some ideas people had around requiring the person to attend anger management classes or other types of therapy options that are going to help them through the underlying issue that maybe led to them doing the bullying and harassment, for example. The focus of these discussions was on healing and keeping people together as a community. They were not on being punishing. It wasn't focused on punishing chief and council members who do things wrong. It was focused on remediating, making the situation better, okay? So that's the theme of things that came out in that discussion. And that whatever it is can't cause more harm than the thing that happened itself, however you're trying to make that right. And sorry, this is the slide I was on that I thought I was on earlier when I was speaking about who makes the decision and how there was 4 different ideas, an external advisory board, a council of elders, through our Balhat system, and independent decision makers. So this is something that there were lots of different views on. So again, we need the survey questions completed. We need to hear more from you on this topic before we can decide what to do there. And then the last topic, see, I said 10 more minutes, or it wasn't even that long. Should have mandatory regular reviews to start aligning this with our clan system and our Balhat system. Amendments could be also triggered by a percentage of electors, and people like the idea of having a majority of majority, a high threshold for approval of any changes down the road. And then certain things that could be amended by chief and council by BCR. For example, if we want to start including more of our Dakas language into the law, they could do some of that with the Elders Committee without having to go through a huge amendment process and having to do a ratification vote and all that kind of stuff, right? So that was an area where people were happy to leave it in the hands of chief and council to make those decisions. And this is just an idea of some of the other things that we heard. here's the competencies piece that is one of the other things that it was in the other things section. See, I didn't forget, Jared. I remembered it. Just making sure that we're using measures that are kind of focused in the right direction for however we hold our councils accountable, how we select them, how we support them in reporting back to us, that type of thing. Council meetings being open to members and the chief and council chambers, I talked about that already. This idea of negotiating agreements on behalf of the nation came up at all the meetings. And this has to do with situations where there's non-disclosure agreements in place, and chief and council are working to either do rights and title related negotiation, impact and benefit agreement negotiation, negotiation with industry or with whoever in order to do that they're doing that on our behalf. And people very strongly said, we want to know what's going on, but we also talked about having to balance the need for confidentiality of certain things in order for those discussions to continue. And the strong thing that we heard back from community, and I'm glad Malcolm's here because he's the one who probably works on a lot of these things. The strong thing that we heard back from community on this is being more restrictive when we're negotiating the non-disclosure agreement in the first place on what it is that we're saying members will have no access to the information on versus things that chief and council can actually share. And so instead of having non-disclosure agreements that say everything about this negotiation is confidential, having carve-outs so that some minimum level of information can still be shared with members. So I'm not the person who does those types of agreements, but just putting thoughts, the community really strongly voiced putting more thought to how the non-disclosure agreements are set out in the first place. Because once they are in place, they're in place and we have to comply with them. And then very strong support for continuing after we have our first draft of this law and our first law in place, continuing to review in order to align with our culture and traditions over time. So over time, eventually, it looks like a fully aligned with our clan system, aligned with our Balhat system type of a law, okay? And that's it.
Thank you, Sonia. She'll be here for a little bit, and we're about to get into a little break. So if you have questions, members, Sonia's going to be here and happy to answer them, aren't you?
Sorry, I should also mention before people run off, over on the table here, we do have packages of all the materials from all the sessions we've done so far, and Miranda is going to sign them out to you if you want a copy. If you already attended the sessions and you have copies at home or you can get them electronically, please let the people who need hard copies first get them first, okay? Thank you.
One more time, thank you, Sonia. This is such an important piece of work you're doing with you and your group. And members, let's say thank you to Sonia and her team one more time. Excellent. You make custom election laws actually interesting. Fun to learn about. Okay, members, we've got some draws coming up, but first I want to have you join me in thanking a bunch of people who are responsible for helping get this gathering going today. Let's start with our minute takers, Michaela and Melissa from UNBC. Thank you both for all your work. We've got the folks doing audiovisual from Inspire Productions. There they are at the back to make sure you can see your speakers, hear your speakers. How about the team at Sonic Studios for the live stream, along with Adam from our IT department today? And can I get it? Big time Claytley for the House of Ancestors. Fabulous team. My goodness, no wonder the world wants to come to Claytley country and hold gatherings here at the House of Ancestors. Okay, Lenora White, are you... Elder Society, I'm coming to you. Do you have prizes for the members? Okay, all right. Well, you didn't tell me that there's goodies there. Okay, apparently I'm going to Elder Lenora. I tell you, these elders, they are a needy bunch. All right, Elder Society prizes. Oh, and we've got Malcolm to do the, you'll have to, what's the prize first? This one?
Scarlett Mortensen.
Scarlett, you have a Naval Command something game, right? Scarlett, is that? Oh, Scarlett, yeah, we're at the back of the room now just to throw a twist into how Clightly prizes go. There you are.
Gemma Crispin.
Gemma, oh my. No, we're back here. Oh yeah, this round of prizes is at the back of the hall, not the front. There you are, okay.
Maya Rosie or Maya Rose?
Maya Rose. Is Maya still with us?
Maya Rose.
Is she coming?
Is she here?
Is she still in the hall? She is. Oh, oh, that Maya. Oh yeah, we're right here, buddy. Normally we have you come up to the front, but no, the elders don't want to do things like everybody else, so, you know.
Desiree Mitchell.
Desiree, we have a prize for you, Desiree. Hang on here a sec. Do we have, anybody know is Desiree in the house, in the hall? Desiree Mitchell going once. Desiree going twice. Do you know, is she here?
Desiree Mitchell.
Yeah, it says
Desi?
Desi. Oh, Desi. Is Desi here? Okay. One more.
Gray Anderson.
Is that you? You wouldn't be Gray, would you? That was so enthusiastic. Okay, I got to pick up your winning. How many prizes do you elders have to give away to members? Oh my goodness, they've been working hard. Okay, here we go. A nice bowl.
Wyatt White.
Wyatt White, here at the back of the hall for a prize. Wyatt, anybody know is Wyatt still here? Wyatt once. Wait a second. Wyatt is doing an errand? Okay, what are we going to do, Elder?
Yes, he's here.
Okay. Good, we'll hang on to it.
Jameson Godwin.
Jameson Godwin is a winner here at the Elders Society table.
No, if he's not here, is he here?
Okay, we'll hang on then. We'll hold that. Okay, perfect. And our next prize, Elder Lenora?
Aria White. She went home.
Aria's gone home. Okay, we'll hope she comes back next time.
Keisha OJ.
Keisha. We've got a prize for you, Keisha. Keisha once. Keisha. Oh, wait, Keisha's coming?
Is Keisha here? Keisha going once. Keisha going twice. We're going to draw another one.
Okay, draw another name.
Haley Godwin.
Haley Godwin. Yeah, we're at the back this time. Come get your prizes. And Jameson. We had a prize for Jameson?
Yeah.
All right.
You guys got a sign for it, okay?
Got a sign for it. Okay.
Lachlan Frederick.
Lachlan Frederick. Lachlan, that's his second win today. Lachlan Frederick, sorry. A second win, buddy. Here's Lachlan. Okay. How many more have we got? A few more? Okay. One more.
No, we got more.
Oh, many more.
Marion Smith.
Marion Smith. Does anyone know whether Marion's still with us? Going once, Marion. Going twice, Marion. 3 times, redraw.
Brianna Godwin.
Brianna Godwin. All right. Now we got more prizes. You elders are very generous with your prizes. Adults, okay, a nice mug set and hot chocolate.
Who is that? Dustin Joseph.
Dustin Joseph. Dustin. Okay. Normally, the people at your table, they cheer. They're happy for you, Dustin. I mean, what? Are you guys falling asleep here on a Saturday afternoon? Oh, my goodness. Coffee, you got the mugs, you got the tea. Oh, hey, anybody thirsty? You see Dustin there. He's got everything you need to help you out. All right, Elder, what do we got next?
Okay, Arbius gave us some items for a draw, so Gary Godwin.
Gary, conflict. Gary Godwin. And Malcolm Drew. Just for the record, we have one of our legal team making the draws. Gary Godwin going once. Gary, anybody know this guy?
Going twice.
Oh.
Going twice.
Going twice for Gary Godwin. Is he in the house? Is he going to be all day? I mean, members would like to get on with their busy. Gary Godwin! Look like you're having fun, would you? Okay, good. Elder, who's next?
Josh.
What do you think, Wendy? Josh? Well, you've stumped an elder and a council member, so.
Dude, try it. We'll try it. We'll try it. Is that, yeah, OJ. Josh, OJ. We think.
We think. We'll ask the judges to make a final ruling, but we think it's Josh. Josh OJ. Is that a Saskatchewan Rough Riders jersey? Okay. Don't worry about it, Josh. We have to listen to her all the time.
Kim Gucci.
Kim Gucci. Well, that was an enthusiastic shout of support. I know Kim was sitting listening to Sonia. Oh, Kim, there she is, of course. We missed you, buddy. She was sitting listening to Sonia, and there you are. You're very, very welcome. All right, how many more, Elder? 3 more.
Uh-oh. Oh, I know this one. Mark Hardy.
Hey, have a seat, will you? Mark.
He was here.
He was here. We have witnesses who know Mark was here.
Oh, he's gone.
Okay, gone for sure. Let's redraw, please. Down in front.
Jen Piggins.
Jen Piggins got a prize here at the Elder Society table. Here comes Jen, wearing that cool Kim Gucci designed hoodie for the Indigenous Hockey Night this year. That's right. Thank you, Jen. All right, couple of jackets, Arbio's jackets. Great day to win one.
Raiden Reed. He's left.
Okay, we will redraw.
Tanya White.
Tanya White. Anybody help us? Is Tanya still in the hall? Going once, twice, 3 times. Redraw. We're trying to give a couple of jackets away. What a great day to win one.
Crystal Seymour.
Crystal Seymour. Crystal, I hear applause, but I don't see a crystal. Is this Crystal? There's more like Clately Spirit. And it's just your color, Crystal. Yeah. TikTok, you two. We've got a program to run here. Just one, yeah. All right, next.
I'm waiting for Malcolm. Chester Williams.
Chester Williams, we have in RBO's jacket for you. Anybody know is Chester here? Chester? Going once? Are you oh, right, okay. Very good, thank you. Any other prizes from the Elder Society? That's it, let's hear it for Malcolm. Did a good job doing the draws. And the birthday girl is still with us. That is excellent. All right, everybody, I've got good news. You've got about 10 minutes. Let's do a 10-minute stretch. We've got goodies over here from the House of Ancestors. Let's do a 10-minute break, and then we're going to get into our last session of the day. 10 minutes, thank you. There we are.
You got something on your back.
What did I go? We've talked about it already, the importance of considering wills and that. And you've heard from Malcolm a little bit, talking about the Enbridge case from a few years ago. But I would love you to give him a warm Clyde-Today welcome, Mr. Malcolm McPherson, who's going to introduce a couple of his friends and talk about a very important subject. Malcolm, welcome back to Clyde Country, buddy.
Can everybody hear me? Yeah, all right. Just curious, anybody want to hear a lawyer joke? I can't hear you. Okay, that's a resounding yes. Okay, so this is my cleanest lawyer joke. So there's this lawyer, and his name is John, and he's 50 years old, and he passes on, unfortunately, and finds himself in front of St. Peter at the pearly gates. And he's a lawyer, so he's a little aggressive, and he sort of pushes his way to the front of the line to speak to St. Peter. And he says, St. Peter, he says, I'd just like to point out, I think there's been a mistake. I'm only 50 years old. I'm in good shape. I eat well. Like, there's been a mistake. So St. Peter says, well, I'll go consult our records. You just wait here. I'll be right back. So St. Peter takes some time, consults the records, and he comes back, and he said, well, John, he says, we've consulted the records, and according to your billable hour timesheets, you're 90 years old. That's the joke. So,
oh, come on, give him more.
Clean. It was clean.
Than that. A lawyer telling a lawyer joke?
There you go.
How often do we see this?
So, just a few observations before I introduce my colleagues. As I mentioned earlier, your prior chief, Dominic Frederick, brought me on initially in 2018. I just want to say that I've seen some really good, steady growth over those transpiring years. I think you're geographically blessed here in Prince George. You're at the crossroads. This is the hub where there'll be more industrial development. Industrial development will be limited in Canada and in the big cities to certain zones, so I think you're really fortunate that way. And I think there'll be a continued conduit up to Prince Rupert. What I've seen, Arbios is here today. I spoke with them, and I'm told the first train, that's the lingo that the engineers use, which is first phase 1, has now been completed. So that, they're working out the kinks, and that'll lead to other phases. I think that's really exciting. It's biofuel, right? So it's part of the sort of clean energy, green energy transition. You've also got another proponent, fingers crossed, Econer. That's a large deal. If it goes through, that would be absolutely incredible for the nation. That'd be a wind farm. Hydrogen, a lot of folks from hydrogen have knocked on the door. So, one will stick one of these days. The DFO hatchery, you heard about that. It's very exciting. Again, it's part of healing, working with Mother Nature. You got government-to-government discussions, and obviously you have a lot of minerals. So I think you're going to fare quite well in the years to come. One of the things I did want to mention, though, is I have noticed what I would call traditional territory creep. So your neighbors love your territory, so they're starting to put their hands up, and I guess that's just a reflection of the fact that you have a great territory. So the glass is half full there. With that said, I'd like to introduce my two colleagues, if they could just stand. So we have Angelica Erickson, who you will hear from. Angelica is a litigator, and she has a lot of robust experience in employment law. And then we also have Mike Ninehouse, who is very senior solicitor with real estate and general corporate commercial experience. So now I'll call Angelica, who's going to come up and talk about wills and estates. It's obviously very important. And I just want to plug the following, that this is in the spirit of what we heard earlier. Council's always asked us and instruct us to be transparent. So I'll be around, Mike will be around if there's questions about ECDEV or what the nation's working on. Just come see us. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
I'm going to time myself so that we can all get out on time. All right. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for... Oh, that's not working. Okay. And thank you so much for having me speak on this topic. As Malcolm has mentioned, I am predominantly an employment lawyer, so this is not my area of expertise. So as such, I'm not going to be able to perhaps answer very specific questions that you may have in the question and answer period. But what I'll do is I'll leave my email up, and I'll invite you to email me your questions. And what I'll do is I'll compile them together. If there's a specific set of questions that all of you are asking that you want to know more about, and I'll try to put something together to then distribute back to you, so we can address any specific topics or anything like that that you may have. So for the purpose of today, I will try to give you a higher level overview of what wills are, what estate planning is, and what it involves, and why you need a will, and why you may not need a will as well. All right, so we'll talk about what estate planning is and why it's important. The basic elements of estate planning, like what is involved and what the different pieces are and what they mean. We'll take a closer look at a will, and I'll go through some of the sections in a will with you, so you know that if you are preparing one yourself, you'll know what to look for and what each of the sections do. We'll talk about what makes a will valid as well. And so again, if you're working on the will yourself, you'll know what to look out for and what the basic elements are that you'll need to give your will the best chance at being found to be a valid will. We'll also speak about specifically what estate planning and what wills look like on reserve. So if the Indian Act applies, if you are considered to be ordinarily resident on reserve, wills and estates look a little bit different, and I'll highlight some of those differences for you as well. And we'll talk about counseling and changing a will. Just because you've made a will, it doesn't mean that you can't modify that will. On the contrary, you can. You can also cancel a will altogether if you decide you no longer want a will. And I'll briefly touch upon what happens after somebody passes away. I won't get into the fine nitty-gritty specifics. We'll focus on what happens to a will specifically when somebody passes away, because the estate administration part of it and all the steps you have to take to look after somebody's affairs once they pass away would be another 45-minute presentation, and I'm sure you have other better things to do with your evening today. All right, so what is estate planning and why is it important? Your estate consists of everything you own or owe at the time of your death. And so that could be cash, investments, work benefits, unpaid wages that you might be owed. You may pass away at a time when you're still working. So any unpaid earnings, benefits, anything like that, that would form part of your estate. It also includes things like your pension, proceeds from legal actions, for instance, if you have a personal injury action on the go, insurance payouts, and of course things like your personal effects. So that would be furniture, artwork that you may own, electronics, jewelry, anything like that. It can of course include lands and buildings, so like a family home, and it also includes your debts. Now, every estate planning basically refers to the planning of what happens with all of those assets and the debts when you pass away. But as part of the estate plan, you can also make plans for what happens while you're still alive to some of these assets, and what happens to you personally in healthcare decisions if you become incapacitated. So that's part of the estate plan. Without an estate plan, broadly speaking, default laws, and that could be provincial laws, that could be the Indian Act or any land codes that apply, but the defaults will dictate how and when and to whom your estate is distributed to, and who will make the decisions on your behalf should you become incapacitated. In other words, you become unable to make decisions for yourself, be it medical or financial decisions or both, right? So you lose control over what happens with all of those elements if you do not have an estate plan in place, if you don't have a will in place. So estate planning is important as well because it makes wrapping up all of your affairs easier and ensures that everything is taken care of in accordance with your wishes, right? So you impart a lot of control into that whole process. It's never too early to start having those conversations with your loved ones. And it's never too early to plan in the event of an accident or in the event that you do pass away, perhaps sadly, maybe earlier than you had originally thought. In addition to financial matters, if you have children under 18 years of age, then they're considered minor dependents, and in which case you'll want to name guardians in your will if you pass away. Otherwise, the government, again, will decide who will take care of your children. So again, you want to have some of that control, right? You don't want to leave those types of big decisions to somebody else to make. And so what are the basic elements of estate planning? Well, the first and major one is your will, more formally known as the last will and testament. Having a will is a key aspect of the estate planning toolkit. Your will is a legal document that addresses many aspects of the estate plan, including what happens to your assets, your debts, and then the important part is who is going to be the person who will carry out your wishes under your will when you pass away. And this is the person or persons that we refer to as the executor or the executors. Another aspect of estate planning is designating beneficiaries and putting your assets into joint ownership. And so what that is some assets allow you to name a person in the asset who will inherit that asset after you pass away. Now, not all assets have the option to do that. Some examples of common assets that do have the option to designate a beneficiary that you may be familiar with would be insurance policies, like life insurance policies, and certain investments, and in particular, RSPs. Similarly, you can have an asset that is owned jointly, again, in the names of two or more individuals. And when you pass away, usually the other owner or owners will inherit that asset. And so some common examples of those types of assets would be bank accounts or a home. Designated beneficiaries and owning property jointly are two examples of the estate planning toolkit that do not involve making a will, but they allow you to plan what will happen to those assets when you pass away. And so we call this type of property or assets assets that pass outside of the will. So if you do have those types of assets, you have a designated beneficiary or you have an asset that's held jointly with one or two other owners, those do not have to be included in a will. They pass outside of the will. These methods of estate planning are commonly used to avoid having to pay probate fees. And we'll discuss probate fees in a little bit more detail. However, there could still be tax consequences for the beneficiaries or the other owners when these types of assets are inherited. And so again, if that is a concern to you, I encourage you to speak with an accountant to talk in more details about what some of those tax consequences could be. Powers of attorney and advance directives or living wills are another method of planning your estate, and these come into play while you're still alive. So a power of attorney is a written legal document that authorizes another person to make healthcare, financial, and legal decisions on your behalf. Unlike a will, a power of attorney comes into effect while you're still alive, so it's never too early to start thinking about this particular document and what your healthcare needs might be. The authorized person under a power of attorney, usually called the attorney, representative or agent, will make decisions that you have already outlined in your estate plan about your personal property, your finances, your life, your medical care, and other things like that. If you become incapable of managing your affairs, whether because of an injury or illness. A general power of attorney allows your attorney to look after your affairs if you are away temporarily or if you need help managing your affairs. So there's a couple of different types of powers of attorneys. An enduring power of attorney allows your attorney to continue looking after your affairs even after you lose your mental capacity, and you may not be able to withdraw or modify your power of attorney. So unfortunately, once you do lose your mental capacity, you can no longer modify your power of attorney. The enduring power of attorney survives. Now here's the crux, however. If you only have a general power of attorney and you become incapacitated, that power of attorney falls away. And so again, it's important to talk about the two different types. In British Columbia, we also have something called a representation agreement and advance directives or living wills. There are slight differences between the two. Generally speaking, a representation agreement allows you to appoint a representative to handle personal or health-related decisions on your behalf, and very, very basic financial matters. So if you have more complicated financial matters, you want a power of attorney. Representation agreements are legally binding on the representatives and authorize them to make personal and healthcare decisions on your behalf. An advance directive or a living will typically sets out your end-of-life wishes, and this document addresses what you wish will happen in regards to your health care in the event that you become incapable of making your own medical decisions, but you remain alive. So for example, in an advance directive, you can specify whether you would like to be resuscitated, whether you would like to have blood transfusions, and what medicines or medications you would like to be administered to you and which ones you don't want. Advance directives are separate and apart from wills, which lay out a person's wishes after they pass, right? So wills only kick in once you pass away. Unlike representation agreements, advance directives or living wills, that's another name for them, are considered to be only morally, not legally binding in British Columbia. In other provinces, it's a little bit of a different situation, but here a living will is not considered to be legally binding. In the event that a person has both an advance directive and a representation agreement, the advance directive will be followed in relation to any healthcare decisions specifically addressed in the advance directive. So really the whole point of the advance directive is it's quite constrained to medical decisions while you're still alive. The other method of estate planning is gifts to beneficiaries and charitable gifts, right? And so while you're still alive, you can make gifts or you can give property or money, you know, or your personal possessions away to relatives and friends and other family members. Just be mindful that some of those gifts do have tax consequences. Personal property usually doesn't, if it's, say, furniture or cash, but things like a home or gifting a car may attract tax consequences for the person who's getting that gift. But what's interesting is when you make a donation, on the other hand, to a charity, you may actually in turn get a tax benefit that then you can use as a write-off against your income. So there's different tax consequences depending on what you want to do. And one question that you might be asking is, well, why would I want to make a gift while I'm still alive? Well, the short answer is then that gift doesn't form part of your estate, it doesn't go through probate, and so you end up saving some money on probate fees if you decide you want to give some of your property away while you're still alive. Another reason is you might want to enjoy watching your friends and family make use of those gifts when you are still there to watch that enjoyment. Now, trusts is another tool that you can use to plan your estate. Trusts are, broadly speaking, created when you transfer ownership of your assets to a trustee, either an individual, but it can also be a company, with instructions for that individual or that company to use those assets for the benefit of a beneficiary. The main reason for having a trust is to avoid probate. So it's similar to gifts, except trusts are a bit of a different tool. Trusts can be used while you are still alive, and in those cases, they're called living trusts, or they can be set up in a will and will take effect only when you pass away. These types of trusts are called testamentary trusts. But in that situation, if you set up a testamentary trust, then the asset that is or assets that are given to the trust will form part of your estate and then will be subject to estate fees and taxes. What are some common reasons why you may want to set up a trust? You can use it to reshuffle your tax burden for that particular asset to a beneficiary in a lower tax bracket. You can use a trust to provide for a partner or spouse who is not financially savvy, and you do that for their lifetime. You can also use trusts to provide for a spouse or child who are disabled for their lifetime. You can provide a gift to beneficiaries who are children or who you do not consider to be old enough to make wise financial decisions. And upon them reaching a certain age that you specify in the trust, the beneficiary may receive whatever money or assets are left over in that trust in full. Or you can specify how they're going to be paid out. A trust can also be used to provide income to beneficiaries during their lifetime, and on their death, you can direct that whatever money is left over in that trust can be donated or perhaps given to other relatives or friends or other people in your circle. And this is a very basic overview of trust. Trust can be quite complicated and can involve a number of tax and estate planning issues. And again, so a full discussion of trust is unfortunately beyond the scope of this presentation. So let's take a closer look at wills. So what happens when you pass away without a will? Now, if you recall, a will is only part of the whole picture of your estate planning, but it is a pretty significant part because using a will, you can decide what will happen to your assets and debts. And again, you retain that control. If you do not have a will, or you do have a will, but for one reason or another, that will is found to be invalid, and you're a person to whom the Indian Act does not apply and you do not ordinarily live on reserve, anything you leave when you pass away will be distributed according to the default rules set out in the provincial legislation that applies to division of estates. In British Columbia, the act that applies is the Wills, Estates and Succession Act, or the WISA, as we call it for short. And that type of a situation we call intestacy. So again, someone who passes away without a will or the will is found to be invalid, we call that intestacy. Now, the WISA contains detailed rules for who inherits when there's no will. Under WISA, how the estate will be distributed will depend on the value of the assets that form part of your estate that you leave behind, and a combination of the relatives that are alive when you pass away. So generally speaking, if you have a spouse, if you pass away without a will, but you have a spouse, your spouse will inherit everything if there are no other surviving descendants. So pretty straightforward, yes, but that means other family members will not inherit anything from your estate. If you and your spouse have children together, your spouse will receive the first $300,000 of the estate, and this is called the preferential share. So it's $300,000. So again, that's a huge chunk of your estate. And if your estate is less than that amount, that means your spouse gets everything. And that may not be your intention, right? Your intention might be to provide for your nieces or nephews or grandchildren. Under that scheme, they wouldn't inherit anything. Now, if you have children from another relationship, your spouse will only get $150,000. So their preferential share is cut in half. After the preferential share is given, the remaining estate is split equally between the spouse and the children. If the children are stepchildren of the surviving spouse, so you don't have biological children together, but you have stepchildren, the preferential share again is cut in half, so they only get $150,000. In either case, the other half of the residue of the estate is distributed equally among the deceased children. So again, you may not want those exact amounts going to these various people. You may want to, rejig things, and that's where a will comes in. A surviving spouse under the WISA scheme is also entitled to require that the spousal or family home be given to them to satisfy part or all of their share of the estate. But guess what? If that home is worth more than the preferential share and they can't buy out the difference, they may be required to sell that home. Right? And so again, to satisfy the other children. Now there's various ways to get around that under the WISA so the spouse doesn't lose the home. But now you have a risk that could happen, right? Because ultimately the government's role is to ensure that any dependents, any children of the deceased are also provided for somehow. Here's the other thing that can happen under WISA. When we talk about a spouse or common law spouse, they have the same rights under the Act, and this can create a situation where the person who passes away can have more than one spouse who will qualify to inherit. How that happens is you may be married to someone that you've been separated from for a while but had not yet divorced, and you end up in another relationship where the new spouse becomes your common law partner. Under WISA, both of them would qualify to inherit from your estate, and the preferential share is then split equally between them. But you may not want your ex to inherit anything. And so again, that's where a will comes in. You've got control over who gets what. So what should you include in a will? Well, the first thing you want to include, of course, is who the executors are going to be, right? So these are the people who will look after your affairs when you pass away. You want to specify who those people are and what their powers are going to be. And once you've selected who an executor is going to be for your estate or executors, you want to talk to these people and make sure that they're also on board with being an executor, because being an executor carries with it certain obligations. Make sure that at the very least, this person will have some financial ability to look after things for you when you pass away, right? So because one part of the estate sort of administration may require them to apply for probate. And if this person may not be capable of doing that, you might want to think of a different executor to appoint. The other interesting thing about executors is they do have to be at least 19 years or older, so they cannot be a minor, but they can be a beneficiary who is named in a will. They can be a spouse or a best friend or a trusted family member. The other thing, of course, you want to include in your will is specifying how you want your assets to be distributed. And that includes all of the money, all the cars, any investments, any jewelry, pictures, specific items that you really care about. How do you want those distributed? Who do you want those to go to? My recommendation when you are writing your own will and you approach this section in the will is use common language. Use language that is understandable to anybody that will be reading your will. The only thing you might want to do is have somebody else read it over so that it makes sense, and consider the different possibilities. For instance, if you're giving your special watch to a niece, what happens in the event that, sadly, that person passes away? What do you want to happen to your watch, right? So you think about these contingencies, right? Plan for, a couple steps down the road. If there is a gift that is made to someone in a will that ultimately cannot be given to someone for one reason or another, that gift will fall into what we call the residue of the estate. And think of the residue as just a bucket that holds everything for your estate, and then your executor or executors will decide what happens to that item. And one thing that could happen is it gets sold, and the sale proceeds are divided in some way under the will to your beneficiaries, right? The other thing, of course, that you want to address in your will is how you want your debts to be paid. Those could be paid from a specific account, or you may specify that a specific asset should be sold to satisfy those debts. You also want to include any testamentary trusts. One trust that might be included would be providing, again, for someone who you think, you want to give money to, but you don't feel that they can have that money at this particular age. You want them to receive the money at a further event or time down the road. You also want to specify who the guardians will be of your minor children, keeping in mind that in British Columbia, when you do that, when you appoint a guardian in a will, the court will still have to apply, or your surviving relatives or the executor will still have to apply to court in accordance with family law legislation to authorize that person to be the legal guardian, but the court will take into consideration what you wrote in your will as to what your wishes are for any guardians of your children. The other kind of items you may want to include are, what happens to any pets that you leave behind, and what you would like to happen to things like any memberships, social media accounts, email addresses. It's a reality that we live in this electronic world. Maybe you have a very special email address that you've had for decades that you actually want to give to a surviving relative, and you can pass it on and include that information in there. What not to include in your will. Gifts with conditions. Do not attach conditions to your gifts. One example would be leaving a gold necklace to your niece if she graduates from university. Don't do it. Conditions on gifts are very difficult, if not impossible, to enforce, and the risk is that that gift then cannot be given to your beneficiary and falls into the residue of your estate. If you want to do that and you want to specify how you would like your beneficiaries to use that gift or spend that money, write a letter outside of your will and leave it somewhere safe, or give it to a family member and instruct them to read it on your death and convey those wishes to your beneficiaries that way. Surprisingly, do not include funeral arrangements and end-of-life ceremonies in your will. The reason for that is because in certain circumstances, your family members may not see that will until it's too late. Funeral arrangements are often made shortly after you pass away, but family members can start planning if it becomes clear that your passing could be imminent. You may also have wishes concerning what happens to your organs, such as organ donation. And the time frame is critical when it comes to organ donation. So if you do include those directions or instructions in a will, your family may not see them until it's too late. Again, talk about these types of wishes and arrangements with your family members outside of the will, or leave a letter to a family member about how you want these things to be handled. Again, because the risk is they may not see them in time. Another issue is they may not find your will in time if somebody forgets where it is, or the will is misplaced. Another thing not to include in your will, which we touched upon, is jointly held assets and assets with designated beneficiaries. Because they pass outside of the will, they don't have to be included. Providing for a beneficiary with special needs. There are better ways to provide for beneficiaries outside of the will. One way is to set up a special trust that we call a Henson trust or a discretionary trust. If you provide for a gift to a relative or a child with special needs, you risk them being cut off from government benefits or having their government benefits reduced. Personal wishes and desires. Don't settle old scores in your will. If you've got a bone to pick with a relative, put that down in a letter, or better yet, keep it with you and don't say anything. It can cause a lot of strife after you pass away. And also, you don't know who will be looking at your will when you pass away. So you may have eyes looking on it that you did not intend, and here you are expressing, maybe some hurts or wrongs in the will. Do not include account details, access codes, passwords, and other secure information in the will. Leave it somewhere else for your executor. The reason is because if a will goes through probate, it becomes a public document that somebody else can actually search for and obtain a copy through the courts. And then they'll be looking at this sensitive information, right? And so again, keep those types of things out of your will. As much as you love your pets, do not give gifts to your pets in your will. I love animals. We all love animals. Animals cannot inherit gifts and property under your will. A better approach is to set up a pet trust where you will leave money or other things for your pet, and then a trustee looks after the trust and ensures that your pet is taken care of. So that's another way you can provide your pets. Another thing not to include in your will, things like leased vehicles. So any assets that you do not own outright, which includes joint assets. You don't own that asset outright. And business interests in a business that is still ongoing. Take care of that outside of your will, okay? Valid will. How do we give our will the best chance at being found valid when you pass away? Just going to check my time here. All right. So this is a question that actually came up earlier in regards to what happens when a minor inherits, when a minor becomes entitled to a payout, but they pass away. So in Canada, you have to be of legal age and sound mind to make a will. And so in British Columbia, that's over the age of 16. So it differs a little bit from what the age of majority is, but you have to be at least 16 years old. The will has to be in writing, but it can actually be typed. British Columbia is actually the first province since December of 2021 that introduced wills that are made electronically and can be signed electronically. And so if you do that, your will still be valid. Just an interesting heads up. The will has to be signed by the will maker or yourself at the end, and it has to be signed in the presence of 2 witnesses. They have to be either in the same room as you, or they can witness you signing the will via video. Your witnesses must also sign the last page of the will after you. So it's not enough that they're watching you sign the will, they also have to sign as witnesses on the last page. So now I was going to go through the basic structure of a will, but I didn't realize that I wouldn't have my own laptop with me. So I had the example, and I believe I did provide that it may be in the handout package that's available for you to pick up. That's just a very basic example of a will that you can use as a template to write your own will. But I'll go through kind of the structure. The beginning of the will usually identifies the person, that could be you, who's making the will. We call that the testator. There's a section of the will that revokes all previous wills and makes it clear that the will you're making now replaces anything that came before it. That's also an effective way to cancel any previous wills. There's a section in the will that names the representative and assigns powers to the representative. Feel free to modify those powers. Of course, there's a section in there that talks about specifically how you're going to distribute your assets and how your debts are going to be paid. And what's interesting is under the will, your executor becomes the trustee of all of your assets and will have the power to manage your estate, including the power to sell your property, to invest cash, and to borrow money. So if you don't want your testator to be able to do that, again, you have the power to modify what those powers are under your will. So what happens once you've drafted your will? You've got your will now, what do you do? So after you write your will, you print it off, and ideally you want to review that, maybe have somebody else review it for you to make sure that what you wrote actually says what you think it says. It's always a good idea to have somebody else review your writing. I do that as well. Even to this day, it's a good idea when you're drafting specific clauses. Once you're satisfied that the will expresses your wishes, you sign it. And again, you'll do that before 2 witnesses who have to watch you sign. So you cannot sign it and then you invite your witnesses to sign after you. That does happen sometimes. I've run into that. I've also been asked to notarize documents that someone else had actually signed before I got there. That's a no-no, okay? So make sure you're all signing at the same time. In British Columbia, your witnesses could be 2 adults, so it has to be somebody who's now, we're switching now back to the age of majority. So they have to be 19 years of age or older. They have to be of sound mind. And unlike the executor, this is important, a witness cannot be someone who will gain a benefit from you signing the will. So usually that's going to be a spouse, a beneficiary under the will or that's named in the will, and partners and children. Try to stay away from having these people witness your will. What happens is if you do choose one of these people to be your witness, you effectively will nullify any gifts that you leave to them in your will. Now, here's the other thing that's important. You don't have to notarize your will to make it valid. So there's no notary that is required. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, so you do not need to notarize your will. In fact, you don't have to involve a lawyer in making a will at all. You can make a will without a lawyer's or a notary's involvement. And so what happens to your will after you sign it? So once you complete making your will and it's signed, you want to store the original in a safe place, a locked cabinet, and you want to give a copy to your executor or executors. For other family members, tell them where you store your will. Another way to keep a will safe is to leave it with a lawyer if you are using a lawyer. You may also want to consider sharing the location of your will, registering your will with the Vital Statistics Agency. This is what we call a wills notice. It's very inexpensive. It costs $17. The thing that's important to keep in mind about the wills notice is the Vital Statistics Agency doesn't keep an actual copy of your will. Rather, that's a place for you to specify where your will is kept or stored. Okay, so what happens to wills and estates on reserve? So as I've already indicated, the rules for how to make a will and what happens when a First Nations person passes away without a will differ a little bit but more specifically, First Nations people to whom the Indian Act applies and who are ordinarily resident on reserve. Ordinarily resident means that an eligible First Nation person usually lives on a reserve and does not maintain a primary residence off a reserve. They may, however, temporarily live off reserve for educational purposes or, for instance, to obtain care or services not available on reserve. Under the Indian Act, any written instrument signed by a First Nations person with status and ordinarily living on reserve in which the person indicates their wishes or intentions with respect to how their property is going to be disposed of after they pass away, may be accepted by the minister as a valid will. So, and that's whether or not that document conforms with the valid requirements of a will that we just talked about in the province. So generally speaking, the requirements for what makes a will valid are a little bit more relaxed. But what's interesting is that the minister also has power to declare a will to be void if that will fails to appropriately provide for a person or a spouse for whom the person who passed away or the testator had a responsibility to provide. So there is a little bit of a loss of control there in that the will could be declared to be invalid even though it expresses the testator's intentions. Now, I'll talk about the intestacy rules under the Indian Act for First Nations people. And again, these are rules that will apply if there is no will or there is no valid will. Something like over 90% of First Nations people living on reserve pass away without a will. By comparison, in 2022, so it's a bit of an older statistic, so we're talking over 90% versus 51% of Canadians who are not Indigenous peoples with status do not have a valid will in place or a will at all, right? So the numbers are quite different. It's almost a difference of basically twice the amount, right? Intestacy complicates and delays the administration of the Indigenous person's estate and may ultimately fail to capture the deceased person's wishes. Now, the rules under how estates are distributed if there's no will under the Indian Act differ compared to what we just went over under provincial legislation. Under the Indian Act, spouses are entitled only to the first 75,000 of the estate. Compare that to the 300,000 that we talked about under WISA, or 150,000 where the deceased has children from another marriage, right? So a much smaller amount goes to the spouse under the Indian Act, and that's the preferential share. If there's a spouse and one child, the spouse will receive the first 75,000 and the remainder of the estate will be split 50-50 between the spouse. So they get an additional amount, right? They get an additional 50% of the remaining estate and the rest goes to the child or children. If there's a spouse and more than one child, the spouse will inherit the first 75,000 plus a third of the remaining estate, so they get a smaller top-up, and the remaining 2/3 will be divided equally amongst the other two children. And then those amounts get smaller and smaller the more children there are. Other dependents are not provided for under the Indian Act. They may have recourse through the minister's power to declare a will void if they're not provided for sufficiently, or through the court to redistribute the estate. But now they have to go through court, right? So there are gaps under the Indian Act. That's one of them. And one way to avoid having your beneficiaries or your family then dealing with these types of gaps is you write your own will. You take the power and the control back. Now, it's also unlikely that under the default scheme, under the Indian Act, nieces and nephews can inherit possessory interest in reserve land. That's the other thing that's important, or to any money from the sale of that land. So if the deceased has no other surviving relatives, the interest in the reserve land will revert back to the Crown for the benefit of the band, or will revert pursuant to any applicable land codes, and specifically with respect to Clay-Cleatonay land, if there's an applicable land code, and if you want to know the specifics, you have amazing people in your community who can help you with that. Barry Seymour is one. The scheme works a little bit different when land codes apply, but nevertheless, what you think may happen to your family home on reserve may not be what you want to actually happen when you die without a will, right? And again, recall that under WISA, the spouse may inherit the spousal home. If a First Nation person to whom the Indian Act applies passes away without a will, the Indian Act and the Family Homes Act offer a unique treatment for the spousal home. So again, this is in the case where there is no land code. Here's what the default is. And just a bit of background, the Family Homes Act was introduced in 2013 to fill some of the legislative gaps with respect to protecting Indigenous and non-Indigenous spouses living on reserve land. Unlike the former Family Homes Act, surviving spouse who is not a band member, so this is a surviving spouse, not a band member, they can make an application to occupy the spousal home if it is on reserve for 180 days, so approximately 6 months after the date of their partner's death. Failure to do so may result in a charge of trespassing. But the issue is that they can only occupy the home for 180 days, right? So there's a limit. The Act also permits surviving spouses to apply for an order for exclusive possession of the spousal home, although these applications are apparently extremely rarely to be successful because of the shortage of houses, right? And again, so we're not talking about Clay-Clee land. The land code supersedes these default provisions, but if you or you know of somebody, or if you yourself own land on another reserve, these defaults may apply. Under the Family Homes Act, a surviving spouse may also make an application for an equalization payment for the matrimonial home within 10 months of the deceased band member spouse or common law partner's death. So they may be eligible to receive some amount of money, right, from the home. And so what happens if a relative or a friend of a First Nation person passes away? What should you do about their estate? So if a First Nation person passes away and they ordinarily live on reserve and they pass away without a will, or their will is found to be invalid, or they do not name an executor in the will, the minister, through Indigenous Services Canada, will appoint someone to manage the estate. The appointed person is then known as the administrator, and they'll have the same duty as the executor. If you're willing to step in to manage the estate, ISC will appoint you as the administrator, and you will then make all of the usual, you'll take on the all usual duties of an executor. If no one is willing or able to manage the estate, then ISC will act as the administrator. Okay, so inheriting land on reserve from another family member. So members versus non-members, what happens? Reserve land is held by the federal crown for the benefit of First Nations. So this means that the land cannot usually be sold and can only be willed or what we call bequeathed to other band members. Accordingly, First Nations persons living on reserve land may gift or bequeath their interest in the reserve land through their will, but only to a First Nations band member. And this transfer must be approved by the minister. So again, the land code will supersede that if the rules are different in the land code, but that's the default. In some cases where the beneficiary cannot inherit a possessory interest in reserve land, they may be entitled to money from the sale of that land or an equalization payment. But this right is usually reserved for rare circumstances or for close relatives, such as a spouse who is, again, not a member. So now, what if you're a member of a First Nation to whom the Indian Act applies, but you own real estate that's off reserve? What happens to that? You can pass that property to beneficiaries either outside of your will via a joint ownership scheme like we talked about, or you can pass it through a will. And this assumes that you're ordinarily living on reserve, and therefore the other property you own off reserve is not the matrimonial home or the family home. If you do not leave a will or your will is found to be invalid, however, ISC will step in and will distribute the proceeds from the sale of the property in accordance with the intestacy rules under the Indian Act. And again, all of this is subject to be modified by the land code if it applies. All right, changing or canceling a will.
Check.
Able to strain my voice so you can all hear me. Testing. Okay, it's working. Thank you. Once you make a will, do not set it and forget it. You want to review your will periodically to make sure that it still reflects your personal circumstances, especially if you make a will early on. You may be someone in your 30s, you may be having children, you may be getting married, divorced. You want to make sure that your will still reflects your wishes. How do you change your will? There are several options for doing that. You can execute a brand new will, meaning you can make a will that revokes all the previous wills. We touched upon that. You can also execute a codicil, and it's basically a short document that only amends a portion of your will. So if you need to make a small change, there's no reason to make a brand new will. You can just basically make a short document that changes a small portion of the will. If you have an electronic will, you'll only be able to change it by executing a brand new will, no matter how minor the changes. So there's a small difference when you have an electronic will. You can also cancel your will entirely by revoking it. Why do you want to do that, perhaps? Well, in case you spend all your money or you distribute all of your assets and you have nothing left at the end of your life, you may not need a will. And so that might be one reason why you want to cancel it. Okay, so briefly speaking, what happens after somebody passes away? And again, we're going to restrict our conversation to just what happens with respect to wills, because there are many other steps that you or the executor will have to take to manage somebody else's affairs. So the first thing you want to do is you want to find the will, right? First thing that you or the executor will want to do is also obtain the death certificate. And the death certificate confirms in writing that someone passed away. You also want to locate the will. One way to do that is to do a wills, to search for a wills notice by submitting an application to the Vital Statistics Agency. So you hope that your friend or family member did file a wills notice. This costs $20 per search, plus $5 additional for extra names that the person may have used to file their wills notice. And the next step would be for the executor or whoever is appointed to deal with the estate to settle and probate the estate. Some of the basic duties of the executor or administrator include completing an inventory and valuing all of the assets and debts. So they're going to have to locate all the assets and debts that will ultimately form part of your estate. They'll gather the names and addresses of all beneficiaries and next of kin, even if they're not named in the will. They're going to look after canceling subscriptions and credit cards, redirecting mail, wrapping up other personal matters. They're going to take control of all of your assets, including the transfer of ownership registrations and the collection of any debts. They're going to pay all valid or proven debts that are left to the estate to pay. And here's the other important thing. The executor or administrator may be held personally liable for these debts if they remain unpaid after the distribution of the estate. So the role of an executor should not be taken lightly. It is a highly responsible role. They're also going to be responsible for filing the final tax return, or what we call the terminal tax return, for the person who passed away and their estate. And they will also sell any assets that they have to sell in order to distribute the proceeds from those assets. They will also prepare and obtain approval from the beneficiaries, heirs at law in the court for or the court for accounts showing assets, receipts, disbursements, and distribution of the estate. And the executor will also have to determine if the will needs to be probated. Probate is a process that verifies that a will is valid in BC, and not all wills need to be probated in British Columbia. So probate is usually not required for estates that are valued at $25,000 or less. We call those small estates, and do not involve real estate. In other words, they don't involve land or homes, or property or assets held by financial institutions such as investments. Now, even if you do have a small estate, certain banks may still require the executor to go through probate before releasing funds held in those accounts, in which case probate will still be required. How much does probate cost? All right, so there's no probate fee or what we call the estate administration tax in BC for small estates. So again, that's estates valued at $25,000 or less. For estates between $25,000 and $50,000, the fee is 0.6%. For estates valued at over $50,000, the fee is 1.4%. So we're talking going from $25,000 to an estate that's valued at $50,000. We're talking about a range of $150 to $700. So not a huge amount. Of course, as the numbers go up, the probate fees will go up as well. And these fees are current as of February 2024. Of course, they may change as time goes on. There's also a flat filing fee of $200 that applies to estates valued at more than $25,000. And when we say value of estate, what I mean by that is every asset that you have. So that includes money in bank accounts, your cars, any investments, RSPs, insurance payouts, if you pass away, the value of your family home, or other things like that. So that money can quickly build. And again, it's important to think about all those things and how you want those things to be distributed, so that at the end of your life, you're not left with a huge estate that will incur larger probate taxes. And that's the extent of my presentation. I think we actually did pretty well on time here. Yes, we did. And if you have any questions that I may be able to answer, I'm certainly happy to do that. I can also leave my contact information up there for you to jot down if you prefer to email me your questions, and we'll put together an information package for you if I get a significant amount of those emails. So.
Right. Got to be a nice email, though. Oh, yeah. You don't take any. Yeah. Good. All right. We've got a couple of minutes. Do members have a question or two? Very good. I'll bring the microphone over so other members can hear and learn from your question.
Thank you. Just curious if it's your advice that we draft our own will.
No lawyer will ever advise you to do your own. No, I'm just kidding. If the situation is simple, there are no, significant beneficiaries that have to be provided for. Perhaps you're single and it's a very simple will. Why not, right? If that makes it easier for somebody to have a will, sometimes having a will is better than not having a will at all. Once you start getting into more complicated matters, and the estate, the value of the estate is higher. Once children are involved, you have multiple family members that you want to provide for. I would recommend at least having a lawyer review your will. Again, you don't need a lawyer to actually execute your will or to sign your will. You can do that outside, but perhaps have a lawyer review it quickly, make sure that you've covered all the bases that you need to cover. But that's a great question.
Any other questions, please? Going once, twice. The emails, oh, at the back. I'm sorry, can you come to the old boy, Brenda? Oh, you youngsters have questions?
Hi, so you said that a 16 plus could have a will. What about for children who are under the age of 16 and who have potential settlement money in trust with the band as of now?
Yeah, so that was sort of the question that we addressed earlier. So, and it is a great question, and we actually had a discussion about this at the table. So again, so if they make a will, the will wouldn't be valid. But what will likely happen is their money would go to their guardian or the parents, right? So if they passed away and they have money that is held in trust for them, that's coming to them, that money would go to their again, legal guardian or parents. Then the question becomes, okay, what happens if they don't have a guardian or a surviving parent? In all likelihood, the public guardian and trustee will get involved, and as may the minister to decide what happens to that money. And then beyond that, unfortunately, I can't answer how that will be distributed, but that would be kind of the sequence, right? So then the government will get involved. The money wouldn't just automatically roll to the next of kin. The public guardian and the minister will have to make those decisions.
So my question is, you stated that if you're living off reserve and you own assets, it mentioned that like if you didn't have a will, it would automatically go into the Indian Act. That is BS.
Yes. So if the Indian Act does apply to you, unfortunately, even if you own property outside of the reserve, that scheme would still be followed if you do not have a will, or if you die, if your will is declared invalid. It's a great question, and that is unfortunately the case, yes. So it wouldn't be the provincial scheme that applies, it would be the Indian Act scheme that applies.
All right, time for another question or two. There we are, sir.
Hi, my question is, if we have a certificate of possession on the reserve, so that basically states that the band doesn't own the house or the property. So if you have a certificate of possession, that means that's your property, and you can will it to your children, your wife, your grandchildren. Am I correct in saying that?
It can be a little bit more complicated than that. That's definitely a question I don't want to answer off the cuff, because there are other things that come into play, such as membership, and land code will also apply in that case. Potentially, again, if there is a land code in place. So it's a question that I can't answer without more information.
Yeah, I've seen it on my reserve where a certificate of possession was given to a homeowner, and the band no longer does any renovations to the house or the property because it does not belong to the band. And then but the only stipulation is that we cannot sell the house and property to anybody who is not First Nations.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so that's usually, and so in that situation, you would not be able to leave that certificate of possession in your will to somebody who is not a member. So that would be the effect of that, yeah.
All right, given the time, let's give, Elder Kenora, one more question for the moment, and then Angelica's left her email up there and contact information. Elder Kay.
What if you have assets like homes, bank accounts, et cetera, in another country?
Oh, good question. I actually don't know the answer to that. The only thing I can think of, though, is no, I think that I can answer that. You'd specify them in your will, and your executor would then have to follow the rules in the country to obtain documentation to, number one, prove that you've passed away, and number two, whatever the other country requires for that money to be released to them, that would form part of your estate.
What if you didn't have a will?
I'm sorry?
What if you didn't have a will?
Then things can get very tricky and very complicated, and they may have to apply to court in the other jurisdiction or country to obtain a court order to have those funds released, which, as you can imagine, can become very costly pretty quickly, right? So in that case, it would actually become a problem for the other country. In Canada, our courts wouldn't be able to do anything about money held in another country. So the executor wouldn't be able to apply for those orders here. They would have to hire a lawyer in the other country to get those funds released. And then what would happen is that once released, those funds would form part of your estate, and the person who's responsible for distributing your estate, or if it is being distributed under the default scheme, that would just fall into the general pool and will be distributed in accordance with the default scheme. But yes, it can be very costly to deal with something like that.
Great questions.
Very good questions.
Everyone.
Thank you.
And again, all the contact information is there. Let's give a nice warm round of applause for that very detailed overview. Thank you, Angelica. Just a reminder, Councillor Seymour wants to remind you all that the Clyteley Classic basketball tournament is on all weekend at John McGuinness School. There are posters around. If you want to go see some great basketball, please do, and you can check the times at John McGuinness. Now, prizes, and then we have a closing prayer, and I think that's it for this year. It's AMGM, right? How are we doing this, you two? Same as before? We've got categories of prizes. Barb's going to help.